What if Harry Potter had dragon soul from Ancalagon the Black? Hello guys, welcome to Cosmic Wand. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry Potter had dragon soul from Ancalagon the Black? If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Voice in the Fire. The green light hit him and everything stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. Time, sound, the screaming wind of torn magic, his mother's body still falling, all of it frozen in that instant between the curse's impact and whatever came after. Harry Potter, 15 months old, should have died. Instead, he opened his eyes in darkness. Not the darkness of little Winjink's nights or the cupboard he'd later learn to call home. This was older. Deeper. The kind of black that existed before stars, before light, before anything at all had learned to burn. Small thing. The voice came from everywhere. From the darkness itself. It resonated in bones he barely understood he had, in blood that suddenly ran hot enough to hurt. You should be dead. Baby Harry couldn't speak. Couldn't think in words yet. But something in him responded anyway, a stubborn, defiant pulse of no that surprised even the voice in the dark. Laughter. If mountains could laugh, if volcanoes could find something funny in the death of cities, it might sound like this. Good. Very good. The curse sought to tear your soul free, little one, and in doing so, it opened a door. Foolish wizard. He meant to kill you, but he's given you something far more interesting. The darkness shifted. Contracted. Drew closer until Harry could almost see, wings. Wings that could blot out the sun. A body like a mountain given terrible purpose. Eyes like forges, like the hearts of dying stars, like every fire that ever burned gathered into 2 points of absolute hunger. I am Ancalagon. I was called the Black. I was the greatest of my kind, and I have waited since before your species learned to stack stones for a vessel worthy of what I carry. The presence pressed closer. Not hostile, curious. Evaluating. The Dark Lord's soul fragment clings to you. Pathetic thing. It tried to anchor itself in your scar, but it found me instead. I have devoured it. A poor meal, but the act of consumption has bound us, small thing. His magic, my essence, your life, twisted together now. Inseparable. Harry's tiny hands grasped at nothing. His developing mind couldn't process this, shouldn't be able to hold any of it, but the dragons will wrapped around his consciousness like a protective cage of fire. Sleep now. Grow. I will teach you what you need to know. And when you are ready, the darkness began to recede. Color seeped back into the world. Sound returned, shouts, explosions, a motorcycle's roar cutting through the chaos. We will burn this world clean of everything that dared touch what is ours. The last thing Harry felt before unconsciousness took him was warmth. Not the painful heat of the killing curse or the cold aftermath of death magic, but something almost gentle. A dragon's soul, settling into its new home. Vernon Dursley prided himself on being a practical man. Practical men didn't believe in nonsense. They didn't jump at shadows or waste time on things that couldn't be measured, weighed, and assigned a proper value. Vernon's world made sense. It had rules. Work hard, keep your head down, don't associate with the wrong sort, and everything would turn out exactly as it should. Then his wife found a baby on the doorstep. The letter explained nothing useful. Magic? Wizards? A war Vernon had never heard of. Absolute rubbish. But the baby was real, and the baby was his wife's nephew, and despite Vernon's immediate suggestion that they drop the thing at an orphanage and pretend this never happened, Petunia had insisted they keep him. The letter said we must, she'd whispered, her face pale and pinched in a way Vernon didn't like. It said terrible things would happen if we didn't. Vernon didn't believe in threats from people who couldn't even deliver mail properly. But he believed in the fear on his wife's face, so he agreed. Grudgingly. Temporarily. The boy would stay. But Vernon would make bloody certain he didn't infect their household with whatever freakishness had killed his parents. The cupboard under the stairs seemed appropriate. Small, contained, easy to forget about. For the first 3 years, the arrangement worked exactly as Vernon expected. The boy ate when fed, stayed quiet when told, and remained properly grateful for the charity being shown to him. Dudley had his room and his toys and his parents' love, while the freak had a cot in the cupboard and the privilege of not being thrown into the street. Then the boy turned 4, and everything went wrong. "You're doing it again." Petunia's voice cut through the kitchen's morning quiet like a blade. Harry looked up from his untouched toast, expression blank in that way that always made her skin crawl. Her nephew had eyes like her sister's, green and bright and utterly unnatural, but there was something behind them now that Lily's eyes had never held. Something that watched. Doing what, Aunt Petunia? Staring. You were staring at the stove. I was watching the flame. Just that. No excuse, no apology, no childish deflection. A simple statement of fact delivered in a calm, measured tone that no 4-year-old should possess. Petunia's hand tightened on her spatula. Normal children don't watch flames, boy. I'm not a normal child. The words hung in the air between them. Harry picked up his toast, took a bite, chewed thoroughly, swallowed. His eyes never left hers. She fears you, Ancalagon observed from the depths of Harry's mind. Good. Fear keeps small creatures cautious. But watch her carefully, fear can also make them dangerous. Harry took another bite of toast. In the 3 years since that night in the darkness, he'd learned to accept the voice as simply part of himself. Other children had imaginary friends. Harry had an ancient dragon whose soul had somehow merged with his own on the night his parents died. It wasn't stranger than having an aunt who flinched every time he entered a room or an uncle who turned purple at the mention of anything unexplainable. Tell me again about fire, Harry thought, deliberately looking away from Petunia to focus on the blue flame dancing under the kettle. Fire is the purest form of transformation. It takes what exists and remakes it into what remains. Ash, smoke, memory. All fire is hungry, small one, but some fires hunger more than others. Like yours? A rumble of approval. Mine was the black fire of Angband. It burned at my master's command, consumed armies, melted mountains. But that was borrowed flame, power given, not earned. Yours will be different. How? Because you will not serve. You will never kneel, never bow, never offer your fire to another's purpose. This I have seen in you from the first moment. This is why I chose to stay. Harry finished his toast. Petunia had retreated to the other side of the kitchen, busying herself with dishes she'd already cleaned twice. Her hands trembled slightly. She's scared of me, Harry thought. They're all scared of me. Yes. Why? I haven't done anything to them. You exist. You are different. Small minds fear what they cannot control or understand. This will not change, no matter how you behave. So you have a choice, diminish yourself to suit their fears, or accept what you are and let them fear. Harry slid off his chair, placed his plate in the sink, and walked past his aunt without a word. He could feel her relief when he left, a nearly physical thing, like a held breath finally released. The cupboard under the stairs waited. Harry opened the door, stepped inside, and pulled it closed behind him. In the darkness, his eyes adjusted immediately. Another gift from the soul that shared his body, he could see in absolute black like it was merely dim twilight. The small space that was supposed to be his prison had become his sanctuary. Here, in the dark, he could stop pretending. They'll never love me, he said aloud. Speaking to Ancalagon felt more natural when he could hear his own voice, even if the dragon could hear his thoughts perfectly well. Love is a human weakness. Useful for binding lesser creatures to your will, but not something you should seek from those unworthy of giving it. That's sad. It is practical. I have seen civilizations rise and fall, small one. I have watched empires built on love crumble to dust while kingdoms founded on fear and respect endured for ages. Love makes you vulnerable. Fear makes others vulnerable to you. Harry pulled his thin blanket around his shoulders. The cupboard was cold, but he barely felt it anymore. The fire that lived in his blood kept him warm enough. What if I want both? A pause. Ancalagon was ancient beyond measuring, had served the first and greatest Dark Lord, had burned with the black flames of creation's enemy, but sometimes Harry's question surprised him. Explain. Fear keeps people away. But it's lonely, being feared. I don't want to be weak, but I don't want to be alone either. What if I could find people who weren't afraid? Or people who knew what I was and chose to stay anyway? Such beings are rare. But they exist. They exist. In my time, there were dragons who formed bonds with beings of other races. Not servitude, not mastery, partnership. It was considered a weakness by many of my kind. Was it? The silence stretched longer this time. Those dragons and their partners accomplished things that raw power alone never could. But such bonds have costs. To let another close is to give them the power to wound you. To trust is to make yourself vulnerable to betrayal. That sounds like love. Perhaps it is. I have never experienced it as you small creatures define it. I have experienced loyalty, possessiveness, the satisfaction of a well-forged alliance. Perhaps these are the same thing wearing different masks. Harry closed his eyes. In the darkness behind his lids, he could almost see Ancalagon, not as the mountain of scales and shadow he'd glimpsed on the night of the curse, but as a presence, a weight, a heat that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Will you stay with me? Even when I grow up? Even when this gets harder? We are bound, small one. Your soul and mine, twisted together by dark magic and desperate survival. I could not leave you if I wished. But do you wish? No. You are interesting. I have watched you learn, adapt, grow. You take what this miserable existence offers and you refuse to break. There is dragon in you already, even without my influence. Harry smiled. It wasn't a happy expression. Happiness was hard to come by at number 4, Privet Drive, but it was real. Then we'll figure out the love thing together. I'll find people worth trusting, and you'll help me protect them. Deal? You do not make deals with dragons, small one. We take what we want. Is that a no? Another rumble, almost amused. It is an acknowledgement that you are already changing me. For years bound to your soul, and I find myself caring about your happiness. This is unprecedented. This is perhaps dangerous. But you're not stopping. No. I am not stopping. Very well, Harry Potter, we will find your worthy ones, and we will burn anyone who threatens them. This I can promise. Harry pulled the blanket tighter and let his eyes drift closed. Tomorrow would bring more chores, more of Dudley's cruelty, more of the Dursleys' quiet hatred. But tonight, in the dark, with fire humming in his veins and an ancient voice rumbling approval in his mind, he didn't feel alone. It was enough. For now. The years at Privet Drive taught Harry patience. Not the passive patience of a victim waiting for rescue, and Ancalagon would have burned that out of him if it ever tried to take root, but the active patience of a predator. The patience of something dangerous learning when to strike. Dudley's gang made the mistake of cornering him once when he was 6. There were 5 of them, because Dudley never did anything without overwhelming numerical advantage. They'd caught Harry near the park, far from any adults who might intervene, and Dudley's piggy little eyes had gleamed with the promise of easy violence. Freak's been getting above himself, Dudley announced to his followers. Dad says we need to remind him of his place. They mean to hurt you, Ancalagon observed, almost lazily. The fat one especially. He's been waiting for this. I know. Will you let them? Harry stood very still as the boys formed a loose circle around him. He measured distances, evaluated threats, calculated the angle of the sun and the location of the nearest cover. All things Ancalagon had taught him, drilled into him through years of whispered instruction. No, Harry decided. I won't let them. Then show them why that was a mistake. Piers Polkiss moved first, lunging forward with a fist already swinging. He was bigger than Harry, older, convinced of his own superiority. Harry sidestepped without seeming to move at all. Piers stumbled past, overbalanced, and Harry's foot hooked his ankle with surgical precision. The bigger boy went down face first into the gravel, screaming. The others hesitated. Good, Ancalagon purred. They understand something has changed. Now teach them fear. Harry turned to face Dudley. His cousin's face had gone pale, bravado draining as he watched Piers writhe on the ground clutching his bloodied nose. You can still walk away, Harry said quietly. Take your friends and go. Tell your father whatever you want. But if you try to touch me again, I'll hurt you. Why you can't, Dudley stammered. Dad said, I don't care what your father said. Harry took a step forward, and every boy in the circle took a step back. I don't care what he threatens. There's nothing he can do to me that will make me afraid of you. Understand? Dudley ran. The others followed, dragging Piers between them. Harry watched them go, heart pounding, adrenaline singing through his blood. He hadn't used any magic, not even the subtle, instinctive kind that sometimes escaped his control. Just speed, position, the knowledge Ancalagon had spent years imparting. They'll tell the fat man, the dragon observed. There will be consequences. I know. You chose to act anyway. Yes. Why? Harry thought about it as he walked slowly back toward Privet Drive. The answer came from somewhere deep, from the place where his soul and Ancalagon's had become impossible to separate. Because I refuse to be prey. Because even if I have to hide, even if I have to wait, I won't let them break me. You said fire transforms things, ash, smoke, memory. They wanted to transform me into a victim. I transformed their attack into a lesson instead. Silence from the dragon. Then, unexpectedly, you have grown, small one. I had a good teacher. Flattery does not work on me. I know. That's why I said it anyway. The rumble that answered might have been irritation. It might have been pride. With Ancalagon, sometimes the two were difficult to distinguish. Vernon beat him that night. Locked him in the cupboard for 3 days with nothing but water. Shouted about ungrateful freaks and proper discipline and what happened to boys who didn't know their place. Harry endured it all in silence. He'd learned what he needed to learn. Violence couldn't touch him, not really. Pain was temporary. Fear was a choice. And he had forever to wait. By 8, Harry had developed routines. School was easy. The work itself required almost no effort, and Ancalagon's constant instruction had given him a mind sharper than any child his age should possess, and the dragon took a particular pleasure in mathematical proofs and linguistic puzzles that he could use to demonstrate Harry's superiority without revealing anything supernatural. The teacher suspects you're cheating, Ancalagon noted during a particularly tedious lesson on multiplication. She cannot understand how a malnourished child from an abusive home produces work at this level. Should I do worse? No. Let her wonder. Small mysteries keep them off balance. If they decide you're simply intelligent, they'll watch you less closely than if they think you're hiding something specific. Harry's pencil moved across the worksheet, solving problems 3 years beyond his grade level. He kept his expression blank, his posture unremarkable, his entire presence carefully calibrated to be forgettable. That was the trick Ancalagon had taught him. True power didn't announce itself. True power waited, watched, and struck only when the moment was perfect. But school also brought complications Harry hadn't anticipated. Her name was Emily Chen, and she sat 2 rows behind him in Mrs. Henderson's class. She had dark hair, clever eyes, and a tendency to ask questions that made the teacher uncomfortable. Harry had noticed her in the way he noticed everything: catalogued, evaluated, filed away for future reference. He hadn't expected her to notice him back. "You're Harry, right? The one who lives with the Dursleys." Harry looked up from his book. Lunch period meant most children were outside screaming and running and doing whatever normal 8-year-olds did. Harry preferred the library, where it was quiet and no one bothered him. Apparently, that was about to change. "Yes," he said cautiously. Emily dropped into the chair across from him without waiting for an invitation. "I've been watching you." "Careful," Ancalagon warned. "This one is not like the others." "That's unusual." "You're unusual." Emily leaned forward, elbows on the table. "You do the work in about 5 minutes and then pretend to struggle for the rest of the hour. You never talk to anyone. You move differently than other kids, like you're always ready for something to happen. And sometimes, when you think no one's looking, your eyes do this thing. Like there's a fire behind them." Harry's blood went cold. "She sees too much. This is dangerous." "I know. I'm observant," Emily continued, apparently unaware that she'd just placed herself in an extremely complicated position. "My mom's a psychologist. She taught me to watch people, read body language, spot patterns. You have more patterns than anyone I've ever seen. Maybe you're seeing things that aren't there. Maybe." Emily smiled, and it wasn't a nice smile, it was the smile of someone who enjoyed puzzles a little too much. "But I don't think so. I think you're hiding something big. And I think you're really good at it, but not quite good enough. She could expose you. End this now." Harry held very still. The fire in his blood pulsed hotter, reacting to the threat, and for a moment he genuinely didn't know what he was going to do. Then Emily's expression shifted. The hunter's smile faded into something softer, almost uncertain. "I'm not going to tell anyone," she said quietly. "I'm just curious. I've never met anyone like you before. You don't know anything about me. I know you're lonely." The words hit harder than any of Dudley's fists ever had. "I know you don't trust anyone. I know you're probably waiting for me to do something terrible, because everyone else always does. But I'm not interested in hurting you, Harry. I just want to understand. She's either the most dangerous person you've met or the most valuable. Determine which." Harry took a breath. Released it slowly. "Why?" he asked. "Because I'm lonely too." Emily shrugged, trying to look casual and not quite managing it. "Because normal kids are boring. Because there's something in you that's different, really different, and I want to know what it is. Not to use against you. Just to know." The silence stretched between them. Harry studied her face, looking for lies, for hidden agendas, for any sign of the cruelty he'd come to expect from everyone at Privet Drive. He found nothing but earnest curiosity and a loneliness that mirrored his own. "Well?" Ancalagon prompted. "What do you decide?" Harry thought about their conversation in the cupboard, years ago now. About finding worthy ones. About trust. "If I tell you something," he said slowly, "and you use it against me, I'll know. And there won't be a second chance." Emily nodded seriously. "Fair. I can't explain everything. Not yet, maybe not ever. But you're right, I'm not normal. I'm something else. Something that most people would be afraid of if they knew." "Are you dangerous?" "Yes." He expected her to flinch. To make an excuse and leave. To pretend this conversation had never happened. Instead, Emily grinned. "Cool. Want to be friends?" "Humans," Ancalagon observed, sounding genuinely baffled. "Your species never ceases to confound me." Harry found himself smiling back. "Yeah. I think I do. Friendship with Emily Chen turned out to be nothing like Harry had imagined friendship could be. She didn't demand explanations for the things she noticed. She didn't push when Harry went quiet, didn't pry when he showed up to school with new bruises, didn't ask questions he couldn't answer. She simply stayed. Present. Observant. Accepting. In return, Harry slowly led her closer than he'd allowed anyone except Ancalagon. He told her about the Dursleys, not everything, but enough. Told her about the cupboard, the chores, the constant reminders that he was worthless and unwanted. Emily listened without judgment and without pity, which somehow made it easier. "They're wrong about you," she said one afternoon, sprawled on the grass in a hidden corner of the park where Dudley's gang never ventured. "You know that, right? Whatever they say, whatever they make you feel, it's not true." "I know. Do you?" Emily propped herself up on one elbow, studying his face. "Because sometimes, when you think I'm not looking, you get this expression. Like you're trying to convince yourself you deserve to exist." "She is perceptive," Ancalagon noted grudgingly. "Perhaps dangerously so." "She's my friend." "Yes. I am beginning to understand why you wanted one." Harry plucked at the grass, not meeting Emily's eyes. "It's complicated. I know the Dursleys are wrong about a lot of things. But growing up being told you're worthless, it leaves marks. Even when you know better." "The fire behind your eyes," Emily said softly. "Is that what burns the marks away?" Harry looked at her sharply. "I told you I'm observant." She sat up fully, crossing her legs beneath her. "When you're doubting yourself, it dims. When you're certain, when you're strong, it blazes. It's like there's something inside you that refuses to let you stay broken." She shouldn't be able to see that. Not without magic. Maybe some people just pay attention. "You're not wrong," Harry admitted. "There is something inside me. Something old and fierce and protective, I guess. It keeps me going when things get bad. Like a guardian angel." Harry thought about Ancalagon, the black fire, the mountain of scales, the voice that had taught him to survive. Not exactly an angel. But guardian, yeah. That's close enough. Emily nodded as if this made perfect sense. "Good. Everyone needs something to hold on to. I'm glad you have yours." That night, back in his cupboard, Harry lay awake thinking about what she'd said. "She accepts what she doesn't understand," Ancalagon observed. "This is rare. Most creatures demand explanations, want to categorize and control. She simply allows. Is that why you haven't tried to convince me to push her away? I told you once that bonds with worthy beings can accomplish things raw power cannot. I am beginning to see the truth of this in practice." Harry smiled in the darkness. "She's the first. The first person I found who was worth trusting. You promised to help me protect them, remember?" "I remember. And I will hold to that promise, small one. The girl has proven herself. She's not just the girl. Her name is Emily." A pause. Then, grudgingly, "Emily, then. Your first ally. Your first proof that not all humans are as small as the Dursleys. She makes me want to find more. People who see what I am and stay anyway. Then that will be our purpose. Grow strong. Build your circle. And when the time comes, we won't be alone. No. We will not." Harry closed his eyes, and for the first time in a long while, fell asleep feeling something dangerously close to hope. The magic started showing up when Harry was 9. Not in dramatic bursts, and Ancalagon had warned him about that, about the accidental magic that could expose young wizards to muggles before they were ready. Instead, it crept in around the edges. Fire that bent toward his hand when he reached for it. Cold that couldn't quite touch his skin. Animals that went very still and very quiet when he passed, not from fear but from recognition. Your power is waking, Ancalagon said approvingly. Earlier than most, and deeper. The dragon's soul accelerates it. Harry was practicing in the abandoned lot behind the recycling center, one of the few places in Little Whinging where he could be truly alone. He held his hand over a small campfire he'd built from scraps, watching the flames dance. Can I control it? With practice. Fire is your birthright, mine, and now yours. The wizard spark gives you access to their magic, but the dragon's soul shapes how you express it. Harry focused. Willed the fire to move. Nothing happened. Not like that. You're trying to command it. Fire doesn't obey commands. Fire consumes, transforms, spreads. You must think like fire. How do I think like fire? What do you want? The question was so simple that Harry almost laughed. What did he want? Freedom. Power. To never be helpless again. To protect the people he cared about. To find more people worth caring about. To understand what he really was. To become something that could never be hurt again. Fire wants to grow, Ancalagon continued. To consume fuel and become greater. To spread, to change everything it touches. Your wants are the same. Channel them. Harry thought about the Dursleys. About Dudley's fists and Vernon's belt and Petunia's cruel silences. About every moment he'd been made to feel small and worthless and alone. The fire surged. It didn't just grow, it leaped from the little campfire toward his hand, wrapping around his fingers like an eager pet greeting its owner. The flames should have burned. They didn't. They felt like warmth, like home, like the comfort of Ancalagon's voice in the darkest nights. Yes, the dragon breathed. Just like that. Harry lifted his hand, and the fire lifted with it. He shaped it with nothing but will, a sphere, a ribbon, a tiny serpent that coiled around his wrist. I can do magic, he whispered. You can do more than magic. You can do dragon fire. In time, you will do far more than this. Harry released the flames back to the campfire and sat back on his heels, heart racing. The world had just become infinitely more complicated, and infinitely more possible. The wizards will come for you soon, Ancalagon warned. They have ways of tracking young magic users. When they arrive, you must choose how much to show them. What do you recommend? Hide what you can. Reveal only what serves your purposes. Trust no one fully until they have proven themselves as Emily has. The magical world will try to use you, small one. They always use the powerful young, as weapons, as symbols, as pieces in games you don't yet understand. And the dragon inside me? That, you tell no one. Ever. The soul I carry, the knowledge I hold, the power we share, these are secrets that kingdoms would kill to possess. Until you are strong enough to defend yourself against any threat, this remains ours alone. Harry nodded slowly, watching the mundane flames flicker and pop. I understand. Do you? This is not merely caution, this is survival. There are forces in both worlds that would destroy you if they knew what lived inside your soul. Ancient enemies, forgotten powers, those who served my old master and those who fought against him. The dragons of this world are all but extinct, but not all of them died. Some merely sleep. And when they wake, they'll sense you. They'll sense us. What we've become. And they will either bow or they will try to destroy us before we grow too strong. Harry stared into the fire for a long moment. Then we'd better grow strong fast. Yes. We had better. The letter came on his 11th birthday. Harry had expected it, and Ancalagon had explained about Hogwarts years ago, during one of their long discussions about the magical world the dragon had observed from his host's ancestors across millennia. The letter itself wasn't a surprise. The delivery method was. Boy! Get down here and deal with this madness. Vernon's roar echoed through the house with genuine panic in it. Harry set down the book he'd been reading, a history of magical Britain that he'd acquired from a used bookstore's back room, and made his way downstairs. The kitchen was full of owls. Not one or two, but dozens, pouring through the open window, dropping letters everywhere, hooting and flapping and creating absolute chaos. Vernon swatted at them with a rolled newspaper while Petunia shrieked and Dudley cowered behind the refrigerator. Wizards, Ancalagon observed dryly, have no sense of subtlety. Harry waded through the feathered chaos, plucked a letter from the air, and opened it. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Source, CHF, Warlock, Supreme Mugwump, International Confeed, of Wizards. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on September 1st. We await your owl by no later than July 31st. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall Deputy Headmistress. Well. Vernon had stopped swatting, staring at Harry with a mixture of fury and fear. What is that rubbish? A letter, Harry said calmly. From a school. For people like me. The word school seemed to catch Vernon off guard. School. What kind of school sends letters by Bloody Owl? A magical one. Vernon's face went through several interesting colors, red to purple to white and back again. I knew it. I knew you'd try to drag us into your freakishness. Well, you're not going. I won't have it. I won't, Uncle Vernon. Harry's voice didn't change. Didn't rise. But something in it made Vernon's mouth snap shut. I'm going. You can't stop me. You don't want to try. Now listen here, boy, no. Harry met his uncle's eyes, and for just a moment, let the fire behind them show. You've had 10 years to make my life miserable, and I've let you because it wasn't worth fighting. But this is different. This is my future. And if you try to stand in my way, I'll make sure you regret it. The kitchen went very quiet. Petunia made a small sound, not quite a gasp, not quite a whimper. Dudley's face was pressed against the refrigerator, eyes wide with terror. Vernon's hands were shaking. What are you? Something you should have been nicer to. Harry turned away, letter in hand. I'll be in my cupboard. Don't disturb me. He made it halfway to the stairs before Petunia spoke. Your mother could do that. Her voice was barely a whisper. Make her eyes glow. She did it once, when we were young. Scared me half to death. Harry paused but didn't turn around. She was a freak too. Always special, always the favorite. Our parents couldn't see past their precious Lily and her magic. When she died, I thought that was the end of it. I thought I was finally free. And then I showed up on your doorstep. Then you showed up. With her eyes. Her power. Her abnormality. Harry turned now, studying his aunt's face. She looked old, suddenly. Old and tired and afraid. I'm not my mother. No. Petunia's laugh was bitter. No, you're something worse. I see it in you. Something that frightens me far more than Lily ever did. She senses me, Ancalagon realized. Not clearly, but some part of her recognizes that what lives in you is not merely wizard. Fascinating. You're right to be frightened, Harry said quietly. But not because I want to hurt you. Because the world is bigger and more dangerous than you've ever imagined, and I'm done pretending to be small enough to fit in your cupboard. He walked away before she could respond, climbed the stairs, and closed himself in the smallest bedroom. The cupboard had been abandoned 2 years ago, after a particularly memorable incident involving spontaneous combustion and Vernon's favorite chair. That was either very brave or very stupid, Ancalagon observed. Probably both. You revealed too much. I revealed almost nothing. They know I'm magical, they've always known that. They know I'm not afraid of them anymore, they'd figure that out soon enough anyway. What they don't know is what really matters. Still. Caution kept me alive for 10 years. But I'm done surviving. It's time to start living. A knock at the door interrupted any response Ancalagon might have made. Before Harry could speak, it swung open. Vernon stood in the doorway, face still pale, hands still trembling. But his eyes held something new, not fear, not anger, but a kind of desperate calculation. "The letter," he said hoarsely. "It mentions a train. September 1st. King's Cross." "Yes. We'll take you. Petunia and I discussed it. We'll take you to the station, make sure you get on the train, and then." He swallowed. "Then you don't come back. Not for summers. Not for holidays. Never." Harry tilted his head slightly. "That's against the rules. I'm supposed to live here until I'm 17. I don't care about rules. I care about my family. About keeping my son safe from whatever you are." Vernon's jaw tightened. "You want to go to your freak school? Fine. Go. But this isn't your home anymore. It never was. He's offering you freedom," Ancalagon noted. "He's also trying to get rid of something he can't control." "Yes. But the result is the same." Harry considered. Hogwarts presumably had provisions for students who couldn't go home, orphans, those with dangerous family situations. He could figure something out. And never having to see the Dursleys again. "Deal," Harry said. Vernon's relief was almost painful to witness. "Good. Good. Then we'll see you on September 1st. He fled the room like something was chasing him. Harry sat on his bed, letter still in hand, and let himself smile. "It begins," Ancalagon said, and for once, his voice held no warning, no caution, no ancient wisdom. Just anticipation, pure and fierce. "It begins." They came for him the next morning. Not the Dursleys, they'd retreated to separate corners of the house, avoiding Harry like he carried a plague. No, this visitor announced himself with a thunderous knock that shook the entire frame of number 4. Harry was already at the door when Vernon stumbled down the stairs in his bathrobe, sputtering about noise ordinances and decency. The man standing on the doorstep was enormous. Not just tall didn't begin to cover it. He was massive in every dimension, with a wild beard that could have sheltered a family of badgers and clothes that seemed to be made primarily of leather and confusion. "Harry Potter." The giant's face split into a beaming smile. "Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye've grown. This is Hagrid," Ancalagon supplied. "Keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Half-giant. Fiercely loyal to Albus Dumbledore. You know him?" "I know of him. The magical world is smaller than it pretends to be, and your parents were famous. News of their deaths reached even the corners where I observed from." Harry stepped back to let Hagrid inside, ignoring Vernon's strangled protests. "You knew my parents?" "Knew them. Your mum and dad were two of the finest wizards I ever met." Hagrid's eyes went suspiciously bright. "I was there, you know. The night well. I was the one who brought you to your aunt's house. Dumbledore's orders." "Dumbledore." Harry rolled the name around. "He's the headmaster. Greatest wizard who ever lived," Hagrid said firmly. "Great man, Dumbledore. He wanted me to come get ya, make sure ya got everything ya need for Hogwarts. Be careful," Ancalagon warned. "This one is genuine, but he serves a master we cannot yet measure." "The Dursleys already agreed to take me to King's Cross," Harry said carefully. "But I don't know where to get my supplies. That's what I'm here for. We'll go to Diagon Alley, get your books, your robes, your wand, everything a young wizard needs." Hagrid beamed down at him. It's gonna be a great day, Harry. Your first step into your real life. Harry thought about the cupboard. The years of hunger and loneliness and carefully hidden power. The fire that burned in his blood and the dragon voice that had kept him sane. Yeah, he said. I think it will be. Diagon Alley was everything Ancalagon had described and nothing Harry had prepared for. The sheer density of magic hit him the moment they stepped through the archway. It was everywhere, in the stones, in the air, in the chattering crowds and the impossible shop displays and the owls circling overhead. Harry felt his own power respond, stirring eagerly, wanting to reach out and touch this place that hummed with the same energy running through his veins. Control, Ancalagon reminded him. You are being watched. It was true. People were staring. Whispering. Pointing at the scar on his forehead, visible because Hagrid had insisted on sweeping Harry's hair back to see your face proper. Bless my soul, someone breathed. It's Harry Potter. Then everyone wanted to shake his hand. Harry smiled politely, said the right things, let himself be manhandled by wizard after wizard who all wanted to tell him how grateful they were, how proud they were, how they'd never forget what he'd done. They worship you for something you don't remember, Ancalagon observed. An interesting foundation for power. I was a baby. I didn't defeat anyone. They don't know that. They know only that the Dark Lord attacked you and somehow fell. That makes you a symbol. Symbols are useful. Eventually Hagrid extracted Harry from the crowd, and they made their way through the alley's winding streets. Hagrid kept up a running commentary, that was Flourish and Blot's, best bookshop in Britain, that was Elop's Owl Emporium, Harry should definitely get an owl, that was Ollivander's, where they'd go for his wand. But first, Gringotts. The goblins fascinated Harry. They were small, sharp-eyed, and carried themselves with a dignity that had nothing to do with physical size. When they looked at Harry, they didn't see the boy who lived. They saw a customer, evaluated his worth, and found him acceptable. I like them, Harry thought. Goblins have no patience for wizard politics. They care only for gold and for deals. This makes them predictable, and in their way, trustworthy. The ride down to Harry's vault was thrilling, a mining cart plunging through the depths at speeds that would have terrified him once. Now, with dragon fire in his blood and ancient memories of flight at the edges of his consciousness, it just felt like coming home. The vault itself held more gold than Harry had ever imagined. Mountains of it. Enough to buy Privet Drive and burn it to the ground 1,000 times over. Your parents left it to ya, Hagrid said, mistaking Harry's silence for shock. They wanted ya provided for, no matter what happened. They loved you, Ancalagon said quietly. I felt it, on the night the curse struck. Your mother's love was what created the opening I needed to bind to your soul. Without her sacrifice, I would still be drifting between worlds, lost. So I owe her everything. You owe her your survival. What you make of that survival is your own choice. Harry filled his bag with gold, and they ascended back to the surface. The rest of the shopping passed in a blur of wonder and careful observation. Harry picked up everything he needed, robes, cauldron, scales, telescope, while filing away details about the magical world that might prove useful later. He noticed how shopkeepers lowered their prices when they recognized him. How other customers made way without being asked. How his name opened doors that should have been closed. You're learning, Ancalagon approved. Fame is a tool like any other. What matters is how you use it. Ollivander's was the last stop, and Harry had been saving it. The wand shop was dusty and dim, crowded with narrow boxes stacked floor to ceiling. The old man who emerged from the shadows moved like something that had forgotten it was supposed to obey the laws of physics. Ah, Mr. Potter. I wondered when I'd be seeing you. His pale eyes fixed on Harry's face with an intensity that made even Ancalagon sit up and pay attention. It seems only yesterday your mother was here buying her first wand. 10¼ inches, swishy, made of willow. Nice wand for charm work. Ollivander moved closer, and Harry resisted the urge to step back. Your father, on the other hand, favored a mahogany wand. 11 inches. Pliable. A little more power and excellent for transfiguration. You remember every wand you've sold? Every single one, Mr. Potter. Ollivander's smile was thin and strange. And I remember the wand that gave you that scar. 13.5 inches. You. Powerful and very dangerous in the wrong hands. I wonder, yes, I wonder. He produced a measuring tape that began taking Harry's measurements entirely on its own, then disappeared into the stacks. This one is old, Ancalagon observed. Old and strange and sees more than he should. Be on guard. Ollivander returned with a box. Try this. Beechwood and dragon heartstring. 9 inches. Nice and flexible. Harry took the wand. Nothing happened. No, no, definitely not. Ollivander snatched it back and produced another. Maple and phoenix feather. 7 inches. Quite whippy. Again, nothing. And again. And again. Wand after wand, Ollivander growing more excited rather than frustrated with each failure. Harry was starting to worry, what if no wand chose him? What if his dragon soul had made him incompatible with wizard magic entirely? Patience, Ancalagon counseled. The right one will come. Tricky customer, eh? Ollivander was practically glowing now. Not to worry, we'll find the perfect match. He paused. Studied Harry with those unnerving pale eyes. Then, slowly, retreated to the very back of his shop. When he returned, he carried a box covered in dust so thick it might have been undisturbed for decades. I wonder, Ollivander whispered. Perhaps, yes, why not? The wand inside was beautiful. Black wood, polished to a shine, with a subtle grain that seemed to shift in the dim light. Ebony, Ollivander said. 14 inches. Unyielding. And the core, the core is unusual. Not from any creature I've acquired in my lifetime. This wand was made by my great-great-grandfather, from materials he never recorded. All he noted was that the core came from something ancient and fierce and full of fire. Harry's hand closed around the grip. Heat flooded through him. Not painful, welcoming. Recognition. The wand hummed in his grip, and sparks flew from its tip, not the usual red and gold, but black and orange, like embers from a dying fire. Yes, Ancalagon breathed. This is the one. Ollivander's eyes had gone very wide. Curious. Most curious. What's curious? The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. That's always been true. But this wand has refused every wizard who's tried it for 200 years. Dozens of dark wizards, light wizards, prodigies and fools. All rejected. Ollivander leaned forward. What are you, I wonder, that it finally found you worthy? Harry met the old man's gaze. Let just a hint of fire show in his eyes. Something that's been waiting a long time to wake up. Ollivander held the stare for a long moment. Then he smiled, a real smile this time, with something like respect in it. 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. And I expect we'll be seeing great things from you. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry paid and left, the ebony wand warm against his palm. The Dursleys drove him to King's Cross on September 1st without a single word spoken. Vernon pulled up to the curb, popped the trunk, and waited while Harry wrestled his trunk onto a trolley. Petunia stared straight ahead. Dudley had refused to come at all. Platform 9 3/4, Vernon said finally. That's what your letter said? Yes. No such thing exists. I checked. Guess I'll have to find it myself, then. Vernon's jaw worked. Listen, boy. Whatever happens at that freak school of yours, don't bring it back here. We had a deal. I remember. Then this is goodbye. Yes, Harry agreed. It is. He walked away without looking back. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 was invisible to Muggle eyes, but Harry could feel it, a shimmer of magic that called to the fire in his blood. He watched a red-headed family disappear through the wall one by one, waited until the coast was clear, and then pushed his trolley forward. The transition felt like pushing through warm water. For a moment, he existed in two places at once, the mundane world of King's Cross and somewhere else entirely. Then he was through, and the Hogwarts Express gleamed scarlet before him. Beautiful, Ancalagon admitted reluctantly. Wizards build impressive things when they try. The platform bustled with families saying goodbye, children loading trunks, owls hooting in cages. Harry navigated through the chaos, found an empty compartment near the back of the train, and settled in to wait. He'd barely opened his first textbook when the compartment door slid open. Anyone sitting there? A red-headed boy about Harry's age gestured at the empty seats. Everywhere else is full. Go ahead. The boy dropped into the seat across from Harry, looking relieved. Thanks. I'm Ron, by the way. Ron Weasley. Harry. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. Bloody hell, are you really? Do you have the, you know? He gestured vaguely at his forehead. Harry pushed his hair back, revealing the scar. Ron stared at it like he was witnessing history. Wicked. I mean, sorry, that's probably rude, but it's just, everyone knows about you. How you defeated you-know-who when you were a baby. My mum used to tell us stories. He's starstruck, Ancalagon observed. This could be useful or annoying. Harry smiled politely. I don't actually remember any of it. I was only one. Still. You lived, didn't you? That's got to mean something. Before Harry could respond, the compartment door opened again. The girl who entered had bushy brown hair, slightly oversized front teeth, and an armload of books that suggested she'd already read more about magic than most adults. She looked around the compartment with an expression that hovered between curious and anxious. Have either of you seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one. No, sorry, Ron said. The girl's eyes landed on Harry. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? I've read all about you in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. She's memorized textbooks, Ancalagon noted with something approaching approval. Unusual dedication for one so young. That's me, Harry said. And you are? Hermione Granger. She straightened slightly, as if preparing for judgment. I'm Muggle-born, so I had to learn everything from books. But I've memorized all our set texts, and I really hope it's enough. I'd hate to be behind just because of my background. Harry recognized something in her posture. The defensiveness of someone who'd been underestimated, who'd learned to prove herself before anyone could dismiss her. He knew that feeling well. From what I've read, he said carefully, magical ability doesn't care about blood. Some of the greatest wizards in history came from Muggle families. Hermione's expression flickered, surprise, then cautious hope. That's what I've read too. But I wasn't sure if people would agree. Harry shook his head. Some won't. They're wrong. Don't let them make you doubt yourself. You've decided she's worthy, Ancalagon observed. Quick judgment. I know what it's like to be told you don't belong. She's got something. I want to see what she becomes. Hermione was staring at him now with an intensity that matched Ollivander's. You're different than I expected. Everyone says that. No, I mean, she hesitated. The books make you sound like a hero from a fairy tale. But you talk like someone who's actually thought about things. Someone real. Fairy tales are simple. Real life is complicated. Harry gestured at the empty seat beside him. Want to sit? You can keep looking for the toad, but something tells me he's hiding better than a search party can find. Hermione hesitated, then sat. The train started moving, and Harry watched London disappear through the window. Beside him, Hermione was already asking Ron questions about wizard customs. Ron was answering with the casual confidence of someone who'd grown up taking magic for granted. 3 children on a train, heading toward a world of magic and danger and possibility. Is this what you wanted? Ancalagon asked. Finding worthy ones. It's a start. They're just children. So am I. We'll grow up together. The dragon's presence rumbled, not quite approval, but not disapproval either. Very well. Show me what you can build with them, small one. Harry smiled and turned his attention back to his new companions. The first step was complete. Everything else would follow. The Hogwarts Express wound through the countryside as day faded into evening. Harry spent the hours talking with Ron and Hermione, learning what he could about the world he was entering. Ron came from a large family, 5 brothers, 1 sister, all of whom had attended or would attend Hogwarts. His father worked for the Ministry of Magic, his mother ruled the household with determined love, and the Weasleys were apparently known for being poor but proud. Bill's a cursebreaker in Egypt, Ron explained, counting off on his fingers. Charlie works with dragons in Romania, dragons, and Ancalagon noted with sudden interest. Real ones? Apparently. I want to know more about this. Soon. Percy's a prefect, the twins are complete nutters, and Ginny starts next year. Ron shrugged. It's a lot. Sometimes I feel like I'm just, another Weasley. Nothing wrong with that, Harry said. Easy for you to say. You're Harry Potter. I didn't choose to be Harry Potter. I just survived something I don't remember and got famous for it. Harry met Ron's eyes. What you do with your life, who you become, that's what matters. Not what family you're born into or what happened to you as a baby. Ron looked uncertain but thoughtful. Hermione was nodding. That's what I think too, she said. It's our choices that define us, not our circumstances. She paraphrased you, and Ancalagon observed. Already seeking common ground. Is that bad? It's interesting. Watch how this develops. A knock on the compartment door interrupted them. A round-faced boy peered in, looking worried. Sorry, I'm still looking for my toad, Neville. Hermione jumped up. I looked everywhere, I couldn't find him. Maybe he's hiding, Trevor gets scared on trains. Neville's shoulders slumped. Gran's going to kill me if I lose him. The Longbottoms, and Ancalagon supplied. Old family. Noble blood. This boy's parents were famous Aurors, tortured into madness by followers of the Dark Lord. He was raised by his grandmother. Harry studied Neville with new eyes. The boy looked soft, uncertain, like someone who'd been told his whole life that he wasn't quite enough. But there was something in his jaw, in the way he kept searching even though he clearly expected to fail. I can help look, Harry offered, standing. Neville blinked. You're Harry Potter. So people keep telling me. Come on, let's find your toad. They searched the train together, Neville nervously grateful, Harry quietly observant. The other students stared when Harry passed, whispered about scars and legends, but nobody bothered them. Eventually, they found Trevor in the luggage car, hiding behind someone's owl cage. Thanks, Neville said, clutching the squirming toad. You didn't have to help. I know. Harry considered him. What house do you want to be in? Neville's face fell. Gran wants me in Gryffindor. That's where my parents were. But I'm probably going to be in Hufflepuff or nothing. Maybe the hat will tell me to go home. It won't. How do you know? Because the sorting hat measures potential, not current ability. Harry had read extensively about Hogwarts in preparation for this moment. You're not what you're going to become yet. Nobody is. That's the whole point of school. Neville stared at him. You're weird. Probably. No, I mean, Neville struggled for words. Nobody talks to me like you do. Like I matter. This one has been overlooked, Ancalagon observed. Dismissed. But there's steel in him, buried deep. An interesting prospect. You do matter, Harry said simply. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. They returned to Harry's compartment just as the sun was setting. Hermione had changed into her school robes. Ron was attempting to follow suit while complaining about the fabric. We should all get ready, Hermione said. The conductor said we'll arrive soon. Harry pulled out his own robes, plain black, perfectly ordinary, and felt the weight of the moment settle over him. In less than an hour, he'd be sorted into a house, begin his education in magic, and take the first real step toward whatever future awaited him. Nervous? Ancalagon asked. Excited. Good. Nervousness is for prey. You are not prey. The train slowed. Stopped. Students flooded into the corridor, chattering and shoving toward the exits. Harry followed the flow until he heard a familiar booming voice. Fur's years. Fur's years over here. Hagrid stood at the end of the platform, holding a lantern that made his enormous form even more imposing. Harry waved, and Hagrid's face split into a delighted grin. All right, Harry. All right, Hagrid. The first years followed Hagrid down a narrow path through dense woods, their voices gradually quieting as the darkness pressed close. Then the path curved, the trees parted, and, oohoo! Hogwarts rose from the far shore of a vast black lake, its towers and turrets piercing the star-studded sky. Windows blazed with warm light. Flags rippled in a breeze Harry couldn't feel. It was massive, ancient, and impossible, a castle from a dream that had somehow become real. Impressive, Ancalagon admitted. This place has power. Old power, layered and complex. We will need to study it. They crossed the lake in small boats that moved without oars or sails, the water smooth as glass beneath them. Harry sat with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, all of them too awed to speak. The boats delivered them to a cave in the cliff beneath the castle, and from there they climbed stone steps until they emerged in a vast entrance hall. Professor McGonagall was waiting for them, a stern-faced woman in emerald robes who explained the sorting in clipped, efficient sentences. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Your house will be like your family during your time at Hogwarts. Triumphs will earn you points, rule-breaking will lose them. At the end of the year, the house with the most points wins the House Cup. She led them into the Great Hall, and Harry's breath caught. The ceiling was enchanted to reflect the night sky. Hermione whispered something about reading it in Hogwarts, a history, and the room was lit by thousands of floating candles. For long tables stretched toward a raised platform where the staff sat watching. Faces turned to track the first years as they walked up the central aisle. A stool waited before the staff table. On it sat a battered old hat. The hat twitched. Opened a tear near its brim like a mouth. And began to sing. Harry listened to the song with half an ear, more interested in studying the staff. Dumbledore sat in the center, his long silver beard impossible to miss. Snape lurked at one end, his black eyes scanning the first years with unconcealed disdain. Others he didn't recognize yet, he'd learn their names soon enough. The old man, Ancalagon observed. Dumbledore. He's watching you. Everyone's watching me. Not like this. He's measuring you. Wondering what you've become. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. The headmaster's eyes twinkled, but beneath the grandfatherly warmth, Harry sensed something else. Calculation. Purpose. He has plans for you, Ancalagon warned. I can smell it. Everyone has plans for Harry Potter. The trick is making sure my plans are better. The song ended. McGonagall began calling names. Abbott, Hannah. A girl with blonde pigtails stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and pulled on the hat. After a moment's deliberation, Hufflepuff. The table on the far left erupted in cheers. Hannah Abbott hurried to join them, beaming with relief. More names followed. More sortings. Harry watched each one, noting reactions, filing away information. Granger, Hermione. Hermione's face was set with determination as she approached the stool. The hat had barely touched her head before it opened its mouth. Gryffindor. The table second from the left cheered. Hermione practically ran to join them, her anxiety transforming into radiant joy. Longbottom, Neville. Neville's sorting took longer. The hat seemed to be arguing with itself, or perhaps with Neville. Finally, after nearly a full minute, Gryffindor. Neville looked stunned. He had to be reminded to return the hat before stumbling toward the Gryffindor table. Harry caught his eye and nodded. Neville managed a shaky smile in return. Malfoy, Draco. The blond boy who tried to introduce himself on the train, arrogant, sharp-tongued, with a sneer that suggested he practiced it in mirrors, swaggered to the stool. The hat touched his head and immediately screamed, Slytherin. Draco joined the far-right table, looking smug and unsurprised. That one bears watching, Ancalagon noted. Malfoy is an old name. Connected to dark powers. I noticed. More names. More sortings. Then, Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Truly silent, in a way Harry hadn't realized was possible with this many people in one place. Every eye turned to him. Every breath held. Harry walked forward. The stool felt ordinary beneath him. The hat, when he put it on, was musty and dark. Then a voice spoke in his mind, not Ancalagon, something else entirely. Well, well, well. What have we here? Harry felt the hat's consciousness brush against his own. Felt it probe deeper, searching for the core of who he was. Then it found Ancalagon. The hat recoiled. Not physically, it couldn't move, but mentally, a violent flinching away from something that shouldn't exist. What in Merlin's name, be silent, Ancalagon commanded. His voice was ice and fire, the authority of something older than the hat could comprehend. What you have seen, you will not speak of. What you know of this boy, you will not share. I am bound to the founders. I cannot be commanded by, you can. You will. Or I will burn every thread of your consciousness to ash and leave nothing but a rag behind. Silence. Harry felt the hat's fear, genuine, overwhelming terror at the presence sharing his mind. The dragon soul, the hat whispered. The black terror of Ongband. Impossible. He was destroyed, I was. I am. I will be again. Now sort the boy, and forget that you ever sensed me. Another long pause. Then the hat's attention shifted back to Harry proper. You are more than you appear, Mr. Potter. Far more. The sorting was designed for children with human souls, not this. The hat's mental voice trembled slightly. But for what it's worth, you have courage, certainly. Intelligence too, and cunning, and a surprising capacity for loyalty. You would thrive in any house. Choose one. The choice should be yours, Mr. Potter. Where do you wish to be placed? Harry thought about it. Gryffindor meant Hermione and Neville, meant being close to the people he'd already decided were worth keeping. Slytherin meant Draco Malfoy and the children of Death Eaters, meant walking into the serpent's den with a dragon in his soul. Ravenclaw meant knowledge, scholarship, the pursuit of understanding. Hufflepuff meant being underestimated, overlooked, which had its own advantages. Choose based on strategy, Ancalagon advised. Choose where you can best build your power. No. I'll choose based on who I want to become. The dragon went silent, waiting. Gryffindor, Harry thought at the hat. That's where my parents were. That's where my friends are going to be. That's where I want to start. Very well. But remember, Mr. Potter, the lion's den is no safer than the snake's for one who carries dragonfire. The hat opened its brim. Gryffindor. The table erupted. Ron was cheering, Hermione was applauding, and somewhere in the chaos Neville was grinning like he'd won something precious. Harry walked toward them, feeling the weight of 1,000 stares, and let himself smile. The sorting continued. More names, more houses. Eventually McGonagall called, Weasley, Ronald, and Ron stumbled to the stool with his ears bright red. The hat considered for a moment, then declared, Gryffindor, to absolutely no one's surprise. Ron collapsed into the seat next to Harry, exhaling with relief. That was terrifying. You did fine. Easy for you to say. You looked completely calm. Because I was negotiating with an ancient artifact while a dragon's soul threatened to destroy it, Harry thought. Completely normal. Dumbledore rose to give a brief, strange speech that seemed more like nonsense than welcome. Then food appeared on every table, more food than Harry had seen in his entire life at the Dursleys, and the feast began. Harry ate, talked, laughed at Ron's jokes, answered Hermione's questions, and generally behaved like a normal first-year student. But part of him stayed alert. Watching. Waiting. The headmaster's eyes found him several times throughout the evening. Each time, Harry met them calmly and looked away first. You're playing a dangerous game, Ancalagon observed. All games are dangerous. The trick is knowing the rules better than everyone else. And if you don't know the rules, then I learn them. Quickly. The feast ended. The prefects led the students toward their dormitories. Harry climbed stairs, passed through corridors, and eventually arrived at a portrait of a fat woman in a pink dress who demanded a password before swinging open to reveal Gryffindor Tower. The common room was warm and welcoming, red and gold everywhere, comfortable chairs arranged around a crackling fireplace. Harry let himself be swept along with the other boys toward the dormitory, where 5 four-poster beds waited. His trunk was already there. His bed was by the window. When he lay down and pulled the curtains closed, he found himself alone for the first time since morning. Well? Ancalagon asked. First impressions. Harry stared at the canopy above his bed, feeling the exhaustion of the day finally catching up with him. The magical world is more complicated than I expected. It always is. Dumbledore is going to be a problem. Yes. But not immediately. You have time. The hat knows about you. The hat is bound by ancient compulsions I reinforced. It cannot speak of what it saw, and it will forget that it ever saw anything. You can do that. I can do many things, small one. Our bond grants me influence over minds, particularly those constructed rather than born. The hat is powerful, but it is also artificial. It was not difficult. Harry closed his eyes. The fire in his blood hummed contentedly, settled and warm, like a cat curling up before a hearth. Thank you. For protecting us. Always. You are mine, Harry Potter, and I protect what is mine. Partners, Harry corrected sleepily. We're partners. A long pause. Then, softly, yes. Partners. Harry slept. And in the depths of the castle, deep beneath the lake and the stone and the centuries of accumulated magic, something old and forgotten stirred. It had been sleeping for 3,000 years. Now it was starting to wake. Chapter 2, Smoke and Mirrors, Potter. Hey, Potter, wake up. Ron's voice dragged Harry out of a dream filled with fire and wings and the distant roar of something ancient. He opened his eyes to find his new roommate standing over him, already dressed in slightly rumpled robes. Breakfast started 20 minutes ago. Hermione's been pacing the common room since dawn. I think she's memorized next week's schedule already. Harry sat up, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair. The dormitory was bright with morning sun, the other beds already empty. He'd slept deeper than intended. The castle's magic, Ancalagon observed. It resonates with your power. You relaxed more fully than you have in years. Is that dangerous? Not yet. But we should establish control over your sleep cycles. A warrior cannot afford to be caught unaware. Give me 5 minutes, Harry told Ron. He dressed quickly, grabbed his bag, and followed Ron down the winding staircase to the common room. Hermione was indeed pacing, a schedule clutched in one hand and a thick book in the other. Finally. Do you know we have Transfiguration first? With Professor McGonagall? She's supposed to be brilliant but extremely strict, and I haven't finished reviewing the chapter on basic principles of Hermione. Harry held up a hand. Breathe. She stopped mid-sentence, took a deliberate breath, and managed a sheepish smile. Sorry. I'm nervous. We all are, Ron said. Well, I'm mostly hungry, but same thing. The Great Hall was already bustling when they arrived. Harry slid onto the bench between his two friends, reaching for toast and bacon while studiously ignoring the stares and whispers that followed his every movement. They're all looking at you, Hermione observed quietly. They'll get bored eventually. Will they? She studied his profile with that sharp, analytical gaze he was beginning to recognize. You're Harry Potter. You defeated you-know-who. That's not the kind of thing people get bored of. She's right, Ancalagon noted. Your fame will be both asset and liability. Learn to use the former while mitigating the latter. Then I'll give them something else to talk about, Harry said. Like what? Haven't decided yet. He bit into his toast. I'll figure it out. The mail arrived in a chaos of wings and hooting, hundreds of owls streaming through the windows, dropping letters and packages to students below. A handsome tawny owl landed in front of Hermione with of the Daily Prophet. She paid the delivery fee and immediately spread the paper across the table. Oh, look, there's an article about the break-in at Gringotts. Ron leaned over her shoulder. Someone tried to rob Gringotts? That's mental. Nobody robs Gringotts. Apparently someone did. Or tried to. Hermione scanned the article. It says the vault had been emptied earlier that same day. Nothing was actually stolen. Harry's attention sharpened. Which vault? It doesn't say. But look at the date, July 31st. That's the day Hagrid took me to Diagon Alley. Harry remembered the grubby package Hagrid had retrieved from Vault 713. The way the half-giant had refused to explain what it was. Interesting timing. Someone wanted whatever was in that vault, Ancalagon concluded. Badly enough to attempt the impossible. And Hagrid retrieved it just hours before the break-in. Coincidence seems unlikely. We need to find out what it was. Agreed. But carefully. If Dumbledore is involved, and he almost certainly is, we cannot afford to appear too curious. You think it's connected to you? Hermione asked, watching Harry's face. Everything seems to be connected to me. That's the problem with being famous for something you don't remember doing. Before Hermione could respond, Professor McGonagall swept past their section of the table, distributing class schedules with crisp efficiency. Harry accepted his and studied the grid of courses and times. Transfiguration, charms, history of magic, defense against the dark arts, potions, herbology, astronomy. He scanned the week. Looks manageable. Manageable? Ron stared at him. We've got potions with Snape on Friday. My brothers say he's horrible to Gryffindors. Then we'll be prepared. How are you so calm about everything? Harry shrugged. Panicking doesn't help. It truly doesn't, Ancalagon agreed. Though some panic would be natural for a child your age. Be careful not to stand out too much. I thought standing out was inevitable. Standing out for fame is unavoidable. Standing out for being inhuman is dangerous. Fair point. Transfiguration was everything Hermione had hoped for and everything Ron had dreaded. Professor McGonagall spent the first 10 minutes delivering a lecture on the dangers of her subject. Students who didn't pay attention would leave and not come back, then demonstrated by transforming her desk into a pig and back again. The class gasped appropriately. Transfiguration is some of the most complex and dangerous magic you will learn at Hogwarts, she said, surveying them with sharp eyes. Anyone messing around in my class will leave and not come back. You have been warned. Then she set them to transforming matches into needles. Harry picked up his match, examined it, and reached for the magic inside himself. Careful, Ancalagon warned. Your fire wants to consume, not transform. Transfiguration requires a different kind of will, reshaping rather than destroying. How do I do that? Think of it as, convincing the match that it was always a needle. The wood is merely wearing the wrong shape. Your magic shows it the truth. Harry focused. The match wasn't wood, it was metal, always had been, was just confused about its nature. His magic reached out, not with fire but with certainty, and gently insisted that the match remember what it really was. The wood shivered. Hardened. Stretched. When Harry opened his eyes, a perfect silver needle lay on his desk, gleaming in the classroom light. McGonagall appeared at his shoulder as if she'd teleported. Her expression was carefully neutral, but Harry caught a flicker of surprise in her eyes. First attempt, Mr. Potter. Yes, Professor. She picked up the needle, examined it from every angle, and set it back down with a soft click. Full marks. Please assist your classmates. That was too fast, Ancalagon observed as Harry rose to help a frustrated Neville. You've drawn attention. I'll slow down in other classes. See that you do. The match transformation is considered difficult precisely because most students struggle for weeks. Mastering it instantly marks you as exceptional. I thought we wanted me to appear exceptional. We want you to appear exceptional in carefully controlled ways. Not in ways that make old witches examine you like you're a puzzle to be solved. Harry spent the rest of the class helping Neville, Hermione, and Ron, in that order of need. Neville's match refused to cooperate until Harry put a hand on his shoulder and quietly talked him through the mental process. Hermione had the theory down perfectly but kept overthinking the execution. Ron was too frustrated to focus until Harry suggested he imagine the needle as a prize at the bottom of a particularly annoying pile. By the end of class, all three had produced passable needles. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor 15 points and dismissed them with something that might have been approval. How did you do that? Hermione demanded as they walked toward their next class. You'd never practiced transfiguration before. You said you grew up with muggles. I read ahead, Harry said, which was true but not the whole truth. The theory made sense. The theory makes sense to me too, but I couldn't get it on the first try. Maybe you were trying too hard. Harry shrugged. Magic's weird. Sometimes you have to stop thinking and just feel it. Hermione looked dubious, but before she could argue further, they rounded a corner and nearly collided with Draco Malfoy and his ever-present bookends, Crabbe and Goyle. Potter. Draco's lip curled. I heard you showed off in Transfiguration. Trying to impress the professors already? Just doing the assignment. You should try it sometime. Watch your mouth. Draco stepped closer, his pale face flushing. You might be famous, but that doesn't mean anything here. My family has connections. Real power. One word from my father, would do what, exactly? Harry didn't back up. Didn't raise his voice. Just met Draco's eyes with perfect calm. Get me detention. Take away points. Your father isn't here, Malfoy. Neither is mine. It's just us. The corridor went quiet. Other students had stopped to watch, sensing the possibility of conflict. Crabbe and Goyle loomed on either side of Draco, cracking their knuckles with theatrical menace. He wants you to throw the first punch, Ancalagon observed. Probably hoping witnesses will see you as the aggressor. Predictable tactics. I'm not going to hit him. Obviously. You're going to do something much more effective. Harry smiled. It wasn't a nice smile, it was the smile of something that found smaller predators amusing. Walk away, Draco. Find someone who's actually threatened by you. For just a moment, Harry let the fire show. Not the blaze that had sent the Dursleys scattering, but a flicker, a hint of something vast and dangerous looking out through his green eyes. Draco flinched. Couldn't help it. Something primal in him recognized a superior predator and screamed retreat. This isn't over, he managed, but his voice cracked on the last word. It hasn't started. Harry walked past him without a backward glance, Ron and Hermione hurrying to catch up. Bloody hell, Ron breathed when they were out of earshot. What was that? Malfoy looked like he was about to wet himself. Just a conversation. That wasn't a conversation. That was. Ron struggled for words. I don't know what that was, but it was brilliant. Hermione was watching Harry with that sharp, analytical gaze again. You're not like other students, are you? I thought we established that already. No, I mean, she lowered her voice. I've seen bullies before. I've been targeted by them my whole life. But when you looked at Malfoy, it was like you weren't even the same species. She sees too much, Ancalagon warned. This one is dangerous in her perception. She's also the closest thing I have to a real friend, Harry thought back. I'll have to tell her eventually. Not everything, but something. I've had practice dealing with bullies, Harry said quietly. The Dursleys weren't kind people. I learned how to survive. Hermione's expression softened. I'm sorry. Don't be. It made me who I am. Harry glanced at her sideways. And for the record, I'm glad I met you on the train. You and Ron both. Even though I'm a know-it-all who reads too much. Especially because of that. I need people who pay attention. You're building your circle, Ancalagon observed approvingly. Good. These two will be useful. They're my friends. That's more important than useful. In time, you'll learn that the two are not mutually exclusive. Charms was taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny wizard who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk. He squeaked with excitement when he reached Harry's name during roll call, but otherwise treated him like any other student. History of Magic was taught by a ghost named Professor Binns, who droned on about goblin rebellions in a voice that could put caffeine to sleep. Harry used the time to practice the mat-ion techniques Ancalagon had taught him, centering himself, feeling the magic in his blood, building control. This castle is ancient, Ancalagon murmured during one of Binns's particularly lengthy tangents. Layers upon layers of magical construction. The founders were skilled, I'll grant them that. Can you sense anything specific? Barriers. Wards. Protections that would take centuries to unravel. And something else, something hidden. Hidden. Deep beneath us. Through stone and water and darkness. Something that shouldn't be here. What do you mean? But Ancalagon didn't answer. Harry got the sense that even the dragon was uncertain, that whatever lurked beneath Hogwarts was old enough to make even an ancient Wyrm cautious. They'd have to investigate. Carefully. Defense against the dark arts should have been fascinating. Instead, it was a waste of time. Professor Quirrell was a young man who wore a ridiculous turban, stuttered through every sentence, and flinched at his own shadow. The classroom smelled faintly of garlic, and the lesson consisted entirely of reading from the textbook about minor hexes that Quirrell seemed too nervous to demonstrate. Can anyone tell me the C counter to a K-knockback jinx? Hermione's hand shot up. Quirrell called on her with obvious relief, as if terrified of having to answer the question himself. Fascinating, Ron muttered sarcastically. Riveting stuff. Harry didn't respond. He was watching Quirrell with a focus that had nothing to do with the lecture. Something's wrong with him, he thought at Ancalagon. Yes. I've noticed. What is it? I'm not certain. There's a presence around him, weak, fragmented, but distinctly malevolent. Like the ghost of something that should be dead. Harry's scar prickled. Not painfully, but noticeably, a subtle warmth that hadn't been there before. The Horcrux, Ancalagon realized. Or what remains of it. I consumed the soul fragment that attached to you, but there's an echo, a connection. Whatever's latched onto that professor, it's related to what tried to kill you. Voldemort? Perhaps. Or a piece of him. The Dark Lord's methods of immortality were crude but effective. It's possible fragments of his essence survived his destruction. Harry kept his expression neutral, but his mind was racing. If Voldemort, or some part of him, was here at Hogwarts, attached to a professor. We need more information. Agreed. But be careful how you gather it. If the presence senses you probing, it may recognize what you carry. Would that be bad? It would be catastrophic. The Dark Lord's fragment cannot be allowed to know that I devoured its twin. The implications would be complicated. Harry filed the information away and returned his attention to the class. He'd watch Quirrell. Study him. And when the time was right, he'd figure out exactly what darkness rode behind those nervous eyes. Friday brought potions, and with it, Severus Snape. The dungeon classroom was cold and damp, lit by torches that cast dancing shadows across walls lined with jars of preserved specimens. Students filed in nervously, Gryffindors on one side and Slytherins on the other, the tension between houses already palpable. Snape swept in like a thundercloud given human form. His robes billowed. His eyes swept the room with undisguised contempt. When his gaze landed on Harry, something flickered in those dark depths, something that looked very much like hatred. "Ah yes," Snape said softly, "Harry Potter. Our new celebrity." Draco Malfoy snickered. Snape didn't acknowledge him. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion-making." Snape began to pace. "As there is little foolish wand-waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." Silence. Nobody dared breathe. "Potter." Snape turned suddenly. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Hermione's hand shot up. Snape ignored her. Harry considered the question. He'd read the potion's text cover to cover, plus several supplementary books on magical theory. The answer was straightforward, for someone who'd studied. "The draught of living death, sir. A powerful sleeping potion." Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that cures most poisons." "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also called aconite." The silence stretched. Snape's face had gone pale with what looked like suppressed fury. "It seems fame isn't everything," he said finally, voice dripping venom. "Granger, put your hand down." Potter appears to have read ahead. He turned away sharply. "Well? Why aren't you all ing that down?" The class scrambled for quills. Harry felt Snape's hatred burning against his back like a physical force. "He despised your father," Ancalagon observed. "I can taste it in his emotions. Old hatred, old wounds, old jealousy. That's not fair. I'm not my father. Fairness is a luxury few can afford. This man will be an obstacle. Learn to manage him." The rest of the lesson was an exercise in subtle cruelty. Snape criticized Harry's potion at every opportunity, ignored Hermione's perfect work, and awarded Malfoy points for basic competence. When Neville's cauldron melted through its stand, Snape deducted 10 points from Gryffindor and blamed Harry for not preventing it. By the end of class, Harry's hands were clenched beneath his desk, fire simmering just beneath his skin. "Control," Ancalagon commanded. "He is nothing. A petty man with petty grievances. Do not let him provoke you into revealing yourself. He's attacking my friends. Yes. And when you have power, you will remember that. For now, you endure. You learn. You wait." Harry forced himself to breathe. Unclenched his hands. Let the fire settle. When Snape dismissed them, Harry gathered his things and left without a word. "That was brutal," Ron said as they climbed out of the dungeons. "Snape's got it in for you, mate. Really got it in. I noticed. But you didn't let him get to you." Hermione was studying Harry again with that unnerving perception. Most people would have snapped. Said something. At least looked angry. But you just sat there. Would getting angry have helped? No, but it would have been normal. I'm not normal. Harry said it without self-pity, without pride, just a statement of fact. I thought we'd established that. There's not normal like being famous, and then there's not normal like. She trailed off, struggling to articulate something she could sense but not name. Like being something other than human. Hermione stopped walking. Ron looked between them, confused. Harry, what are you talking about? Harry considered. They were alone in a side corridor, no portraits nearby, no other students in earshot. The moment felt significant, a crossroads of some kind. You're going to tell her, Ancalagon realized. Now. Not everything. Just enough. Why? Because she'll figure it out eventually, and I'd rather she learn from me than from digging. And because. Because what? Because I'm tired of being alone with this. Even you don't fully count, you're part of me. I want someone on the outside who knows. A long pause. Then, this is a risk. I know. But some risks are worth taking. Can I tell you something? Harry asked quietly. Both of you. Something that has to stay secret. Ron's eyes went wide. Hermione nodded slowly, her expression serious. You know how I survived the killing curse. Everyone knows that, Ron said. It's the most famous thing about you. Right. What nobody knows is what happened after. Harry took a breath. Let it out. Something else survived that night. Something that attached itself to me, something old and powerful. It's been with me ever since, teaching me, protecting me, making me different. Different how? Hermione asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I can do things I shouldn't be able to do. I see things I shouldn't be able to see. There's a voice in my head that isn't mine, and it's been there for as long as I can remember. Ron had gone pale. Mate, that sounds like, it's not possession. It's not a parasite. It's more like a partnership. Harry searched for words that could capture something he didn't fully understand himself. We're bound together. Permanently. And it changes how I interact with the world. Hermione's mind was clearly racing. The fire in your eyes. The way you handled Malfoy. How you mastered that transfiguration instantly. All connected, yeah. What is it? The thing that's bound to you. Harry hesitated. This was the line he hadn't planned to cross, the revelation that could change everything. Don't, Ancalagon warned. The existence of a bound entity is one thing. My identity is another. I won't give them your name. But they need something. I don't fully understand it myself, Harry said carefully. It's ancient. Very ancient. And very powerful. It calls itself, a dragon. The silence that followed was so complete Harry could hear his own heartbeat. Then Ron laughed, a nervous, disbelieving sound. A dragon? Like Charlie works with in Romania? No. Not like that. The dragons in Romania are animals, magical, dangerous, but animals. This is something else. Something that existed before the world was young. That's impossible, Hermione said, but her voice lacked conviction. Dragons are just magical creatures. They don't have souls that can bind to humans. These dragons did. A long time ago, in a different age. Harry met her eyes. I know it sounds insane. I know you probably think I'm lying or crazy or both. But I've never lied to you, and I'm not crazy. This is real. It's why I am the way I am. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Her brilliant mind was clearly working through implications, testing theories, searching for explanations. The killing curse should have destroyed your soul, she said finally. That's what it does, rips the soul from the body. If something prevented that, something that was already there, already bound. You believe me? I don't know what I believe. She stepped closer, studying his face like a text she was trying to decipher. But I believe you're telling the truth as you understand it. And I believe there's something different about you, something I've sensed since we met. Ron. Ron's face was a war of emotions, fear, confusion, loyalty, and something that might have been awe. Mate, this is a lot. I know. You've got a dragon in your head. Like, an actual dragon. From an ancient age. And it talks to you. Yes. That's absolutely mental. Also yes. Ron ran a hand through his hair, making it stand up in wild tufts. So what does it want? The dragon, I mean. Why is it bound to you? What's it trying to do? An excellent question, Ancalagon noted. What do you tell him? The truth. As much of it as I know. Survival, Harry said. At first, it was just trying to survive, find a host, stay anchored to existence. Now. I think it wants to see what I'll become. What we'll become together. That's not creepy at all, Ron muttered. It's actually been helpful. Protected me from the Dursleys, taught me how to defend myself, how to think strategically. It's the only reason I'm not a broken mess after 10 years of abuse. Hermione made a soft sound. Harry. I'm not asking for pity. I'm telling you so you understand. Harry looked between them. You're my friends. The first real friends I've ever had. If we're going to do this properly, if we're going to trust each other, you needed to know. Why us? Ron asked. Why tell us at all? Because I'm tired of being alone. Because you both saw there was something different about me and didn't run away. Because when we face whatever's coming, I want us to face it together. Whatever's coming. Hermione's eyes sharpened. What do you mean? Harry thought about Quirrell. About the break-in at Gringotts. About the darkness Ancalagon had sensed beneath the castle. I don't know yet. But something's happening at Hogwarts. Something connected to me, to Voldemort, to things that go back further than anyone realizes. He took a breath. I'm going to figure out what it is. And when I do, I'm going to deal with it. Ron said quietly. Harry looked at him. We're going to deal with it. Ron's jaw set with determination. You don't have to do everything alone, mate. That's what friends are for. Hermione nodded. He's right. Whatever you're facing, you're not facing it by yourself. Something in Harry's chest unclenched. He hadn't realized how much he'd been hoping for this response until it came. They're loyal, Ancalagon observed, and for once, his mental voice held something like approval. Foolishly so, perhaps. But loyal. Is that a bad thing? No. It is, admirable. Unexpected, given their youth, but admirable. Thank you, Harry said softly. Both of you. Don't get sappy on us, Potter. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Come on, it's almost dinner. I'm starving, and I have a lot of questions about this dragon thing. I'll answer what I can. Starting with, does it have a name? Harry hesitated. Ancalagon's presence stirred, considering. If you trust them with knowledge of my existence, you may as well give them my name. They are already committed. It calls itself Ancalagon, Harry said as they walked toward the Great Hall. Ancalagon the Black. Sounds intimidating. That's rather the point. The next few weeks settled into a rhythm. Classes continued. Harry learned to moderate his performance, excelling enough to satisfy his own standards but not so much that he drew constant attention. Hermione helped him calibrate, pointing out when he was veering too far in either direction. Ron became unexpectedly useful as a social barometer. He knew the wizarding world in ways neither Harry nor Hermione could match, explaining the unwritten rules and subtle hierarchies that governed magical society. The Malfoys are old blood, he explained one evening in the common room. Purebloods going back centuries. They've always been rich, always been powerful, always been, well, dark. During the war, Lucius Malfoy, that's Draco's dad, claimed to be under the Imperius curse. Said he didn't know what he was doing when he served you-know-who. But you don't believe that, Harry guessed. Nobody believes it. But he's got money, so nobody can prove otherwise. Ron shrugged bitterly. That's how it works. Rich families get away with murder, sometimes literally. What about the Weasleys? We're purebloods too, technically. But we're different. Ron's ears went red. Dad loves muggles. Studies their stuff, collects their artifacts. The old families think we're blood traders. That's stupid. Yeah, well. Blood purity is a big deal to some people. They think mixing with muggleborns weakens the magic. Ron glanced at Hermione, who was pretending to read but clearly listening. It's rubbish, obviously. Hermione's already the best in our year, and she didn't grow up with magic at all. Hermione's ears went pink, but she didn't look up from her book. The blood purity ideology is older than Voldemort, Ancalagon observed. It was old when I still flew. Small minds have always sought to categorize, to create hierarchies that place themselves at the top. Did dragons have blood purity? We had power purity. Those with the greatest flames, the largest wings, the fiercest wills, they ruled. But at least our criteria were based on capability rather than ancestry. That seems equally problematic. Perhaps. But at least a weak-born dragon could become strong through effort. Humans seem determined to fix their hierarchies at birth. Harry filed the conversation away, adding it to his growing understanding of magical society. He'd need that knowledge eventually, when he started making real moves, understanding who held power and why would be essential. Halloween brought the first real crisis. Harry knew something was wrong even before the screaming started. Ancalagon had been restless all day, sensing something in the castle's magical currents that put both of them on edge. Something's been released, the dragon warned during the feast. Large. Hostile. Moving through the lower levels. What kind of something? I'm not certain. The magical signature is crude but powerful. Like a sledgehammer given legs. Then the doors of the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrell sprinted inside, turban askew, face white with terror. Troll. In the dungeon. Thought you ought to know. He collapsed in a dead faint. Pandemonium erupted. Students screamed, jumped to their feet, and started running in every direction at once. Food splattered, benches overturned, and within seconds the orderly feast had become chaos. Silence. Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise like a blade. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. But Hermione. Ron grabbed Harry's arm, eyes wide. She wasn't at the feast, she's been in the bathroom all afternoon crying about something, Lavender said. Harry's blood went cold. Which bathroom? First floor, I think. Near the dungeons. Harry was already moving, pushing through the crowd toward the side exit. Come on. Harry, we should tell a teacher, no time. He ran. Behind him, he heard Ron curse and follow. The corridors were dark and empty, most torches extinguished by the panic. Harry's eyes adjusted immediately, Ancalagon's gift, seeing in darkness as clearly as day, but Ron stumbled and swore as he tried to keep up. The troll is close, Ancalagon reported. I can sense its presence. Crude mind, all hunger and violence. It's moving toward. A scream echoed through the corridor. Harry ran faster. The bathroom door was hanging off its hinges when they arrived. Inside, Hermione was backed against the far wall, wand raised but useless against the 12-foot mountain troll advancing toward her. It was massive. Gray skin, lumpy and thick. Tiny eyes, piggy and cruel. A wooden club the size of a small tree dragged behind it, already wet with water from smashed sinks. Hey! Harry's shout drew the troll's attention. It turned, slowly, stupidly, and fixed those piggy eyes on the two boys in the doorway. Now what? Ron whispered. Now you kill it, Ancalagon said calmly. The girl is in danger. The creature is a threat. The solution is straightforward. I can't just, can't you? The troll bellowed and charged. Harry moved. It wasn't thought. It wasn't strategy. It was pure instinct, refined by years of Ancalagon's training, the predator's certainty that hesitation meant death. He dodged the club, rolled beneath the troll's sweeping arm, and came up inside its guard. His wand was in his hand, but he didn't need it, the fire came from inside him, called by will alone. Black-edged flames erupted from his palm and struck the troll full in the face. The creature screamed. The sound was horrible, agony made audible, and Harry felt no satisfaction in it, only grim necessity. The troll stumbled backward, clawing at its burning eyes. Harry circled, staying out of reach of its flailing limbs, and gathered more fire. Finish it, Ancalagon urged. A wounded predator is more dangerous than a healthy one. But before Harry could strike again, the bathroom door burst inward. Professor McGonagall stood in the entrance, wand raised, face white with shock. Behind her, Snape and Quirrell crowded for position, all three adults staring at the scene before them. The troll was still alive but effectively blind, crashing into walls and shrieking. Harry stood at the room's center, hands wreathed in dying flames that guttered and faded as he clamped down on his control. Ron was pressed against the wall, mouth hanging open. Hermione had slid to the floor, shaking but unharmed. Silence, except for the troll's whimpering. McGonagall's wand moved in a complex pattern. The troll collapsed, bound by invisible chains, and went still. Explain, she said, her voice dangerously quiet. Now. The next hour was a blur of explanations, accusations, and barely suppressed shock. Harry stuck to a carefully edited version of events. They'd realized Hermione didn't know about the troll, went to warn her, found the creature attacking, and acted on instinct. Instinct? Snape's voice dripped disbelief. You produced wandless fire on instinct, Potter. Fire that burned hot enough to blind a full-grown mountain troll. Accidental magic, Harry said calmly. It happens when young wizards are scared. That was not accidental magic. That was, Severus. Dumbledore had arrived at some point, his presence filling the cramped hospital wing where the three students had been brought for evaluation. Perhaps we might discuss this privately. Snape's jaw tightened, but he fell silent. Dumbledore turned to Harry, his blue eyes twinkling in that grandfatherly way that Harry was learning to distrust. A remarkable display, Harry. Truly remarkable. The ability to produce such focused flame without a wand, this is magic well beyond your years. I was scared, sir. Hermione was going to die. Of course. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Fear can unlock abilities we didn't know we possessed. Still, I must confess curiosity. Have you always been able to control fire? He's fishing, Ancalagon warned. Be careful. Sometimes things happen around me, Harry said. When I'm emotional. I've never really been able to control it before. Interesting. Well, I'm glad your accidental magic worked in your favor tonight. Miss Granger might have come to serious harm otherwise. She might have died. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. Why was there a troll in the castle, headmaster? A flicker of something, surprise? Concern, crossed Dumbledore's face. An excellent question. One we're investigating thoroughly. Professor Quirrell said it was in the dungeons. But this bathroom is on the first floor, nowhere near there. How did it get past all the teachers heading to the dungeons? The silence stretched. Snape's eyes had narrowed, McGonagall looked uncomfortable, even Quirrell, hovering in the background, seemed to flinch. You're very observant, Harry, Dumbledore said finally. The troll's movement through the castle is puzzling. Rest assured, we will get to the bottom of it. I hope so, sir. It would be terrible if something like this happened again. You're pushing too hard, Ancalagon warned. I want him to know I'm not stupid. There's a difference between showing intelligence and showing suspicion. You've just announced that you don't trust his explanations. Good. Maybe he'll think twice before trying to manipulate me. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. The twinkle in his eyes had dimmed somewhat. Indeed, he said quietly. Indeed it would. Now, I believe Madame Pomfrey has cleared all three of you. Get some rest. You've had quite the adventure. He swept out, Snape and Quirrell following. McGonagall lingered just long enough to award 5 points to Gryffindor, for sheer dumb luck, and warn them never to do anything so foolish again. Then it was just the three of them. Harry. Hermione's voice was small, still shaky. What was that? The fire? You know what it was. The dragon thing. It can do that. I can do that. Harry sat on the edge of her hospital bed. The dragon enhances it. Makes it easier to control. But the fire is mine. You saved my life. You'd do the same for me. I don't know if I could. Tears were streaming down Hermione's face now. That troll was going to kill me, and I just froze. I couldn't move, couldn't think. You walked in and you had a wand pointed at it when we arrived, Harry said firmly. You were fighting. That's not freezing, that's surviving. She's right, though, Ron said quietly. He'd been silent since leaving the bathroom, watching Harry with an expression that was hard to read. What you did in there, that wasn't normal. Even for magical accidental stuff. I know. Are you dangerous? To us, I mean. Harry considered the question seriously. Not unless you threaten me or the people I care about. The fire responds to my emotions, but I have control. I've had years of practice. Years of practice. Ron laughed, but there was an edge to it. At 11. The Dursleys weren't gentle people. I learned to manage my reactions early or bad things happened. What kind of bad things? Vernon's favorite chair caught fire once. Spontaneously. While he was sitting in it. Ron's eyes went wide. Then, unexpectedly, he grinned. Okay, that's actually brilliant. It wasn't intentional. I was 7 and he'd just hit me for the 3rd time that day. Harry shrugged. After that, I worked on control. The tension in the room shifted. Hermione wiped her eyes. Ron's grin faded into something more thoughtful. "You've had it rough," he said finally. "Rougher than I realized. We all have our burdens." "Yeah, but most of us don't have dragons in our heads and fire in our hands and Voldemort leaving scars on our foreheads." Ron shook his head. "How are you so normal?" "I'm not normal. I've just gotten good at pretending." Hermione laughed, a watery, surprised sound. "That's the most honest thing you've ever said." "Probably." Harry stood, offering her a hand up. "Come on. We should get back to the tower before curfew." They walked through the quiet corridors together, 3 first years bound by secrets and survival. The castle felt different now, more dangerous, more real. The troll was a distraction, Ancalagon observed. Someone let it in deliberately. "I know." Quirrell was supposed to be in the dungeons, but he was the first to arrive at the bathroom. He was checking on something. Using the chaos as cover. The 3rd floor corridor. Most likely. Whatever Dumbledore is hiding there, someone else wants it. And they're willing to risk students' lives to get it. Harry felt the fire stir in his blood, hot and eager. "Then we need to find out what it is before they do." "Agreed. But carefully, small one. We don't yet know all the players in this game." "No. But we're learning." The aftermath of Halloween changed Harry's position at Hogwarts. Word spread quickly about what had happened in the bathroom, impossible to keep secret when half the staff had witnessed the aftermath. By breakfast the next day, everyone knew that Harry Potter had fought a troll and won. The stares intensified. The whispers grew louder. And for the first time, Harry sensed something beyond simple celebrity worship in the way other students looked at him. Fear. "They're scared of you now," Hermione observed quietly during lunch. "Did you notice? First years won't meet your eyes. Even some of the older students seem nervous." "I noticed." "Does it bother you?" Harry considered the question. The old Harry, the one who'd grown up in a cupboard, desperate for any kind of acceptance, might have been devastated. But that Harry had been tempered by years of Ancalagon's guidance, forged into something harder. "It's useful," he said finally. "People who fear you don't attack you." That's a sad way to think about it. Maybe. But it's also true. She's not wrong, Ancalagon noted. Fear is a crude tool. Respect is more sustainable. I have respect from the people who matter. Ron and Hermione. Neville, maybe. The rest can fear me for now. And what happens when fear curdles into hatred? When the frightened masses decide you're too dangerous to leave alone? Then I'll have built something stronger to protect myself. You assume you'll have time. I have you. We'll make time. The dragon's presence rumbled, not quite disagreement, but not agreement either. Caution, perhaps. Or concern. Harry pushed the thought aside and focused on his lunch. November brought cold weather and flying lessons. Harry had been looking forward to this since arriving at Hogwarts. The idea of flight, actual, physical flight, resonated with something deep inside him, something that might have been Ancalagon's memory of ancient wings. Madame Hooch lined them up in rows, Gryffindors on one side, Slytherins on the other. Brooms lay on the grass before them, battered and twitching with suppressed enchantment. Stick out your right hand over your broom, she called, and say up. Up, the students chorused. Harry's broom rocketed into his palm immediately, the handle fitting his grip like it had been made for him. Around him, other students struggled, Ron's broom rolled over lazily, Hermione's barely twitched, and Neville's didn't move at all. The broom responds to certainty, Ancalagon explained. You commanded. They asked. That's simple. Magic often is, at its core. Will shapes reality. The stronger the will, the more reality bends. Eventually, Madame Hooch had them mounted and ready for their first hover. Harry gripped the broomstick between his knees and waited. On my whistle, 3, 2, Neville's broom shot into the air. It happened so fast Harry barely saw it. One moment Neville was on the ground, the next he was 20 feet up and rising, face white with terror as his broom bucked and spun. "Come back, boy!" Madam Hooch shouted, but Neville couldn't control the panicking broom. It corkscrewed higher, then suddenly dove, and Neville slipped. Harry moved. He kicked off before his brain caught up with his body, the broom responding instantly to his desperate need. Wind roared past his face. The ground fell away. He didn't care. Neville was falling. Harry dove, angling the broom into a steep descent that should have been impossible for someone who'd never flown before. The world blurred. His eyes tracked Neville's tumbling form, calculating trajectory, adjusting his path. He caught him. The impact nearly knocked Harry off his own broom, but he held on, arms wrapping around Neville's torso, muscles screaming as he fought to control the sudden weight. The broom shuddered, dipped, and then somehow leveled out 3 feet above the grass. They touched down. Harry let go, and Neville collapsed onto hands and knees, gasping. Silence. Then Madam Hooch was there, wand out, checking Neville for injuries while exclaiming about the most spectacular piece of flying she'd seen in decades. "You've never been on a broom before?" she demanded of Harry. "No, ma'am. That's impossible. That dive, that catch, professional seekers train for years to pull off maneuvers like that. Dragons fly by instinct," Ancalagon observed smugly. "It appears that instinct transfers." Harry shrugged. It just felt natural. Madam Hooch stared at him for a long moment. Then she smiled, a genuine, delighted smile. "I'm getting Professor McGonagall. Don't anyone move." By dinner, Harry had been made seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team. "Youngest seeker in a century," Ron kept repeating, grinning so wide it looked painful. "Charlie's going to lose his mind." He was good, but he was never this good. Hermione looked less thrilled. "You deliberately put yourself in danger. Neville was going to hit the ground at terminal velocity. You could have crashed. You could have died. But I didn't." Harry met her eyes. "And neither did he." Hermione's expression softened slightly. "You really can't help it, can you? Throwing yourself at danger." "I can help it. I chose not to." "There's a difference. A big one." Harry glanced across the table at Neville, who was being fussed over by half the Gryffindor house. "Some things are worth the risk." "She cares about your safety," Ancalagon observed. "This concerns her." "I know. But I'm not going to let people get hurt when I can stop it. Even at cost to yourself. Especially then. What's the point of power if you can't use it to protect people?" A long pause. "Then, that is, an admirable philosophy. Naive, perhaps. But admirable. You sound surprised." "I am. The powerful beings I've known, dragons, Mayor, the Dark Lords of old, they protected others only when it served their own interests. Sacrifice for its own sake was considered weakness. Maybe that's why they're all dead and I'm not." Ancalagon had no response to that. The first Quidditch match came in November. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. The whole school turned out, decked in red and gold or green and silver. Harry stood in the locker room, wearing scarlet robes that felt strange after a lifetime of hand-me-downs, and tried to ignore the knot of nervousness in his stomach. "Scared?" Wood asked. He was the Gryffindor captain, a fifth year with the intensity of a religious fanatic when it came to Quidditch. "A little." "Good. Fear keeps you sharp. Just remember what I told you, ignore everything else, find the snitch, and don't die." Inspiring. Wood grinned. "Get out there and win." The match was chaos. 14 players on broomsticks, 4 balls in the air, hundreds of spectators screaming encouragement or abuse. Harry circled above it all, scanning for the telltale glint of gold while dodging bludgers and keeping one eye on the Slytherin seeker. "Focus," Ancalagon commanded. "Filter out the noise. Your prey is small and fast, it requires your full attention." Harry narrowed his awareness, letting the roar of the crowd fade into background static. His eyes swept the pitch in methodical patterns, checking each sector in turn. There. A flash of gold near the base of the Slytherin goalposts. Harry dove. The wind screamed past his ears. The ground rushed up to meet him. Behind him, he heard the Slytherin seeker curse and give chase, but Harry didn't care. He was faster, better, more certain. The snitch darted left. Harry adjusted, fingers outstretching, his broom lurched. It wasn't a natural movement. Someone was jinxing it, trying to throw him off, and Harry felt the magic pulling at his broomstick like invisible hands. "Interference," Ancalagon snarled. "Someone in the stands. I can feel their magic, dark, focused, hostile. Can you stop it?" "I can try." Harry felt Ancalagon's presence surge forward, wrapping around his consciousness like a protective cage. Fire kindled in his blood, not visible, not yet, but ready. "No," Harry commanded. "If I burst into flames on a broom, everyone will see." "Then what do you suggest?" Harry gritted his teeth, fighting the jinx with pure will. The broom bucked and twisted, trying to throw him, but he held on. "Find the source. Tell me where they are." "The staff section. The one in the turban, Quirrell. He's not blinking, lips moving constantly. Then someone needs to stop him." Harry's eyes found Hermione in the crowd. She was staring at the staff box, wand in hand, clearly having reached the same conclusion. Then flames erupted from Snape's robes. Harry didn't know if Hermione had set the fire or merely knocked someone over in the confusion, but suddenly the jinx broke. His broom steadied. The snitch was still there, hovering just above the grass. He dove. His fingers closed around the golden sphere. The crowd exploded. "It was Snape," Ron said that night in the common room. "He was jinxing your broom." Hermione saw him muttering the curse. Harry shook his head. "It wasn't Snape." "What do you mean?" Hermione set his robes on fire and the jinx stopped. The jinx stopped because Quirrell was distracted by the commotion. Harry stared into the fire, thinking. Snape was doing a counter-jinx. He was trying to save me. Hermione looked troubled. "How do you know?" "The dragon. It can sense magical intent." Snape's magic was defensive, protective. Quirrell's was hostile. "Quirrell." Ron's voice went up an octave. "The stuttering defense teacher. He can barely look at his own shadow without flinching. That's what he wants us to think." Harry met Ron's eyes. "Someone let that troll into the castle on Halloween. Someone used it as a distraction while they went to the third-floor corridor. And someone just tried to kill me in front of the entire school." "You think Quirrell did all that?" "I think Quirrell isn't what he appears to be. There's something wrong with him, something dark. Something familiar," Ancalagon added. "The presence that clings to him. I've felt it before. In you, before I consumed it." Voldemort, Harry thought. Or part of him. Yes. The Dark Lord's soul, or a fragment thereof. Somehow, impossibly, it has found a host. "What do we do?" Hermione asked. Harry turned away from the fire. "We watch. We learn. We prepare." His eyes were very green in the firelight. "And when the time comes, we stop him." December brought snow and secrets. Harry spent his Christmas holiday at Hogwarts. The Dursleys hadn't wanted him back, and he hadn't wanted to go. Ron stayed too, his parents visiting Charlie in Romania, and the castle felt strange with so many students gone. On Christmas morning, Harry woke to find presents at the foot of his bed. He'd never received Christmas presents before. The Dursleys had made a point of excluding him from every holiday, every celebration, every moment of joy that normal families shared. Now there were packages wrapped in bright paper, with his name on the tags. "Come on, open them." Ron was already tearing into his own pile. "That one's from Mum, she makes everyone a sweater." Mrs. Weasley had indeed sent a sweater, thick and green with a golden H on the front. There was also a box of homemade fudge that made Harry's chest tight with unexpected emotion. "She's never met you," Ancalagon observed. "But she sent you gifts anyway. That's what families do, apparently." "Fascinating. I had assumed such behavior required blood connection. Apparently not." Hermione had sent a book on advanced magical theory. Hagrid had sent a wooden flute, hand-carved and surprisingly tuneful. And there was one last package, no tag, no card, just silver wrapping that seemed to shimmer in the morning light. "What's that?" Ron asked, mouth full of fudge. Harry opened it. The fabric that slipped into his hands was strange, fluid, like water made solid, silvery gray and so light it felt like holding nothing at all. "Blimey," Ron breathed. "Harry, that's an invisibility cloak. Those are really rare, really valuable." Harry let the fabric unfold. It was a cloak, long enough to cover him completely. When he pulled it around his shoulders, Ron gasped. "You disappeared. I mean, your head's still there, but the rest of you, it's like you're not even there." "Interesting," Ancalagon said. "This artifact is old. Very old. I can feel the magic woven into every thread." A note fluttered from the folds of the cloak. Harry picked it up. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." No signature. "Someone gave you your dad's invisibility cloak?" Ron's eyes were huge. "Who has the authority to just hold on to something like that?" Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the twinkling eyes and the careful manipulations and the way the old man seemed to know everything that happened at Hogwarts. "I have some ideas." "He wants you to use it," Ancalagon observed. "The question is, for what purpose? Is this a gift, or a trap? Why not both?" "An excellent question. I'm beginning to understand why you intrigue me, small one." Harry folded the cloak carefully and slipped it beneath his pillow. Whatever Dumbledore's intentions, an invisibility cloak was far too valuable to refuse. And there were places in Hogwarts that Harry very much wanted to visit without being seen. The third-floor corridor waited. Harry went alone, past midnight, with the cloak wrapped around him and Ancalagon's senses stretched to their limit. The castle was silent except for the distant snoring of portraits and the occasional creak of ancient stone settling. "The wards here are different," Ancalagon noted as they approached the forbidden door. "Older. More deliberate. Someone went to considerable trouble to protect what lies beyond. Can you get me through? The door itself isn't warded against entry, only against detection. Someone wants to know if you try to open it. Then they'll know I was here. Perhaps. Or perhaps my presence masks yours. Let's find out." Harry pulled out his wand and tried the simplest unlocking spell he knew. Alohomora. The door clicked open. Interesting. No alarm triggered. Either my magic interfered with the detection ward, or it was designed to let certain people through. Like who? Like the chosen one, perhaps. The boy who lived. The piece on Dumbledore's board that he most wants to see in motion. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was large and dark. As his eyes adjusted, he made out movement, something massive, breathing heavily, shifting in the shadows. Then it stepped into the moonlight from the window, and Harry understood why this corridor had been forbidden. 3 heads. 3 sets of massive jaws. 3 pairs of yellow eyes, all fixed on him with predatory interest. A Cerberus. A three-headed dog straight out of ancient mythology, standing guard over a trapdoor in the floor. Fascinating, Ancalagon said. I haven't seen one of these in millennia. They were bred by the first Dark Lord to guard his fortress gates. You sound nostalgic. I'm appreciating craftsmanship. This creature was made to kill, and it was made well. The dog was growling now, all three heads lowering into attack position. Harry should have been terrified. Instead, he felt something strange stirring in his chest, not fear, but recognition. Predator to predator. He let the cloak slip back, revealing his face. Easy, he said quietly. I'm not here to fight. The dog paused. Its middle head cocked slightly, confused. It senses what you are, Ancalagon explained. Dragons ruled these creatures once. They remember, in their blood if not their minds. Can I command it? Perhaps. But that would be unwise. If Dumbledore discovers his guard dog has been tamed, he'll know someone with draconic power was here. Better to withdraw and return when we have a plan. Harry nodded slowly, never breaking eye contact with the beast. I'll be back, he told it. When I am, we're going to be friends. The dog's middle head whined, an oddly puppyish sound from something that could bite him in half. Harry pulled the cloak back over himself and slipped out of the room. The corridor was empty. The detection ward hadn't triggered, or if it had, no one was responding. The trapdoor, Ancalagon observed as they made their way back to Gryffindor Tower. Whatever they're protecting, it's beneath that room. The Philosopher's Stone, Harry guessed. I read about it in one of Hermione's extra books. Nicholas Flamel created it. It can turn lead into gold and produce the elixir of life. Immortality. Yes, that would attract the Dark Lord's interest. So Quirrell, or whatever's controlling him, wants the stone. To bring Voldemort back. Most likely. The question is, what do we do about it? Harry climbed through the portrait hole and made his way to his dormitory. Ron was still asleep, snoring gently, unaware of the night's adventures. We prepare, Harry thought, slipping into bed. We watch Quirrell. We figure out what other protections Dumbledore has placed around the stone. And when Voldemort makes his move. When he makes his move. We'll be ready. Ancalagon's presence rumbled with something like satisfaction. Good. Very good. You're learning, small one. I had a good teacher. Flattery. But I'll allow it. Harry closed his eyes and let sleep take him. Outside, snow fell over Hogwarts, covering everything in white. And deep beneath the castle, in darkness that hadn't known light for 3,000 years, something that had once been a dragon stirred in its long slumber. It could feel Ancalagon's presence now. Feel the impossible truth of an ancient soul bound to mortal flesh. Soon, it thought. Soon it would wake fully. And then there would be a reckoning. Chapter 3, The First Flame. Hermione found him in the library 3 days after Christmas, buried in books about magical creatures and ancient wards. You went to the third-floor corridor. It wasn't a question. Harry didn't look up from his reading. How did you know? Because you've been researching Cerberus behavior and ward-breaking theory for 72 hours straight. She dropped into the chair across from him, arms folded. Also, you have this look. The one you get when you've done something dangerous and you're already planning the next dangerous thing. I have a look. Several. This particular one involves slightly narrowed eyes and a complete disregard for self-preservation. She knows you well, Ancalagon observed. This is either comforting or concerning. Probably both. Harry closed his book and met Hermione's gaze. There's a three-headed dog guarding a trapdoor. Beneath the trapdoor is something Dumbledore wants protected. I believe it's the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione's eyes widened. The Philosopher's Stone? But that's Nicholas Flamel's creation. It can produce the elixir of life, and Voldemort wants it. The name made her flinch, but she didn't look away. You're certain? Quirrell is possessed by something. The dragon confirms it's connected to whatever attacked me as a baby. The break-in at Gringotts happened the same day Hagrid retrieved a mysterious package from a high-security vault. Someone tried to kill me during the Quidditch match. Harry ticked off points on his fingers. It all connects. And you want to do what, exactly? Stop a dark wizard from stealing an immortality artifact while we're 11 years old. I want to be prepared. There's a difference. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she laughed, a short, frustrated sound. You're impossible. You know that, right? Completely, utterly impossible. I've been told. Fine. She pulled a stack of books toward herself and started flipping pages. If we're doing this, we're doing it properly. Research first, stupid heroics later. That's the spirit. I like her, Ancalagon admitted. She tempers your impulsiveness with strategy. I'm not impulsive. You broke into a forbidden corridor alone on a hunch. That was calculated risk. January brought new challenges. The Mirror of Erised found Harry on a cold night when sleep wouldn't come and the invisibility cloak seemed to call to him from beneath his pillow. He'd been exploring, mapping the castle's hidden passages, learning its secrets, building the mental architecture of Hogwarts that might one day save his life. The mirror stood in an unused classroom, covered in dust and moonlight. When Harry looked into it, he saw his parents. They stood behind him, smiling, proud. His mother had his eyes, or he had hers, and his father's messy hair was an exact match for his own. They waved. They mouthed words he couldn't hear. They looked at him with love so pure it made his chest ache. An illusion, Ancalagon said quietly. The mirror shows what you most desire, not what is real. I know. Then why are you still staring? Harry couldn't answer. His throat was too tight, his eyes too blurred. I never knew them, he thought finally. I don't remember their voices or their faces or what it felt like to be held by them. All I have are stories and photographs and this. This is a trap. A beautiful one, but a trap nonetheless. Men have wasted their lives before this glass, chasing reflections that can never become real. I know that too. Then step away. Harry's hands pressed against the cold glass. In the mirror, his mother reached toward him, her fingers almost touching his. I can't. You must. This is not strength, small one. This is surrender. Maybe I'm tired of being strong. Silence from the dragon. Then, unexpectedly soft, I understand. But your parents did not die so you could waste away staring at their ghosts. They died so you could live. How do you know what they wanted? Because I felt your mother's love on the night the curse struck. It was the most powerful magic I've ever encountered, strong enough to shield you, strong enough to create the opening I needed to bind to your soul. She wanted you to survive. She wanted you to thrive. She would not want this. Harry closed his eyes. The ache in his chest didn't fade, but something else rose to meet it, determination, resolve, the stubborn refusal to break that had carried him through 10 years at the Dursleys. I'll come back, he whispered to the reflections. But not tonight. He turned and walked away. Dumbledore was waiting in the corridor outside. Ah, Harry. The headmaster's voice was gentle, his eyes twinkling in the dim light. I wondered when you might find the mirror. Harry's guard snapped up instantly. You've been watching me. Monitoring, let's say. The Mirror of Erised is a dangerous artifact. Many have lost themselves in its depths. Dumbledore gestured toward a bench along the wall. May I join you for a moment? Harry sat. After a brief hesitation, Dumbledore settled beside him, his long beard nearly brushing the floor. The mirror shows us the deepest desires of our hearts, Dumbledore said. Nothing more, nothing less. The happiest man on earth would look into it and see only himself, exactly as he is. What do you see? The question slipped out before Harry could stop it. Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or pain quickly hidden. I see myself holding a pair of thick, woolen socks. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. One can never have too many socks. He's lying, Ancalagon observed. His heartbeat changed, his pupils dilated. Whatever he sees in that mirror, it's not socks. Everyone has secrets. Yes. But his secrets concern me. A man who lies about his deepest desires is a man who hides darkness. The mirror will be moved to a new home tomorrow, Dumbledore continued. And I must ask you not to go looking for it again. It does not do to dwell on dreams and forget to live. I understand, sir. Do you? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened slightly. You're a remarkable young man, Harry. More remarkable than you know. But remarkable people often carry remarkable burdens. I hope you'll remember that you don't have to carry them alone. He's offering help, Ancalagon noted. Or appearing to. He's also the one who put me with the Dursleys. Who's been watching me? Who gave me the invisibility cloak and waited to see what I'd do with it? You don't trust him. I don't trust anyone who manipulates me while pretending to be kind. Thank you, sir, Harry said aloud. I'll remember that. Dumbledore studied him for a moment longer, then rose with a soft sigh. Get some sleep, Harry. The new term starts soon, and I suspect it will be eventful. He walked away, his footsteps fading into silence. Harry sat alone in the dark corridor, thinking about mirrors and manipulation and the long game being played around him. He knows something, Ancalagon said. About you, about what you carry. He's not certain, but he suspects. Good. Let him wonder. The less he understands, the safer we are. And if he becomes an obstacle? Harry thought about the kindness in Dumbledore's voice. The genuine concern that seemed to underlie his manipulations. The way he'd spoken about Harry's parents, as if their deaths had cost him something personal. Then I'll deal with it when the time comes. But not before I have to. Mercy, Ancalagon observed. Or strategy. Does it matter? Perhaps not. Sleep now, small one. Tomorrow will come soon enough. February brought Valentine's Day and the unexpected complication of Neville Longbottom. Harry had been watching his quiet roommate for months, seeing potential where others saw only failure. Neville struggled in every class except herbology, forgot spells as quickly as he learned them, and seemed to shrink smaller every time someone reminded him of his inadequacy. But there was something in him. Something stubborn and resilient that refused to quit, no matter how badly things went. Harry decided it was time to intervene. Come with me, he said one evening, catching Neville in the common room after dinner. Neville looked up, startled. What? Where? Somewhere we can practice without being watched. Practice what? Magic. Real magic. Neville's face went red. I can't do real magic. Everyone knows that. Gran says I'm barely a squib, your grandmother is wrong. Harry's voice was flat, certain. You have power, Neville. I've seen it. You just don't know how to access it. How would you know? Because I recognize fear when I see it. You're not weak. You're scared. The words hung in the air between them. Neville's blush deepened, but he didn't look away. Everyone says, everyone is wrong. The question is whether you're going to listen to everyone, or whether you're going to find out what you're actually capable of. Neville's jaw set. It was a small movement, barely visible, but Harry recognized it. The same stubborn defiance that had kept Harry alive through 10 years of abuse. Fine, Neville said quietly. Show me. They practiced in an abandoned classroom on the 4th floor. Harry didn't try to teach Neville spells, that wasn't the problem. The problem was that Neville expected to fail, and magic responded to expectation as much as to words and wand movements. "You're thinking too much," Harry said, watching Neville attempt a basic levitation charm for the 20th time. "You're running through all the ways it might go wrong before you even start. Because it always goes wrong. It goes wrong because you expect it to. Magic isn't about technique, it's about will. You have to believe the spell will work. How am I supposed to believe something that's never been true?" Harry considered the question. Ancalagon stirred, offering a suggestion that Harry turned over in his mind before speaking. "Tell me about your parents." Neville flinched like he'd been struck. "What? Your parents? The Aurors. What happened to them?" Everyone knows what happened. Bellatrix Lestrange tortured them until they went insane. They're in St. Mungo's now. They don't even recognize me. And your grandmother? She raised me. After. Neville's voice had gone thick. She tells me constantly that I'll never live up to them. That they were heroes and I'm just, me. Do you believe her? I don't know. Sometimes. Most of the time. Harry nodded slowly. Your grandmother is trying to motivate you by comparing you to people you can never compete with. She thinks fear of failure will drive you to succeed. Instead, it's paralyzing you. I know that, Neville said miserably. Knowing doesn't help. No. Knowing rarely does. Harry stepped closer, meeting Neville's eyes. Here's what I know, your parents were heroes. They fought Voldemort's worst servants and refused to break, even under torture. That courage didn't come from nowhere. It's in your blood, Neville. The same fire that kept them fighting is inside you. I don't feel any fire. Because you've buried it under everyone else's expectations. Harry put a hand on Neville's shoulder. Stop trying to be what your grandmother wants. Stop trying to live up to your parents' legend. Just be Neville. The scared, stubborn, determined boy who keeps showing up even though everything keeps going wrong. That doesn't sound like much. That's everything. Courage isn't the absence of fear, it's acting despite it. You do that every single day. Neville was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was stronger. You really think there's something in me? I know there is. I can see it. How? Tell him the truth, Ancalagon suggested. Partial truth, at least. He needs to understand that you're not speaking from mere optimism. Because I can sense power, Harry said quietly. It's part of what I am. And you have power, Neville. Not the flashy kind that impresses teachers and wins points. The deep kind. The kind that matters when everything else falls away. Neville stared at him. What are you? A friend. Someone who sees what others miss. Harry squeezed his shoulder. Now try the spell again. This time, don't think about whether it will work. Think about why you want it to work. Neville raised his wand. His hand was shaking, but there was something different in his eyes now. Focus. Determination. Wingardium Leviosa. The feather on the desk rose. Not wavering, not uncertain, smooth and steady, climbing until it brushed the ceiling. Neville's face split into a grin. Word spread quietly through Gryffindor Tower. Harry Potter was helping Neville Longbottom with magic. Not tutoring, exactly, more like coaching. And somehow, impossibly, it was working. By March, Neville had stopped being the worst student in their year. He wasn't the best, but he wasn't the joke anymore. His spells still failed sometimes, but they succeeded more often, and the look of constant defeat had faded from his face. What did you do to him? Ron asked one evening, watching Neville successfully banish a pillow across the room during practice. Nothing. I just helped him see himself differently. That's not nothing. That's. I don't know what that is. Leadership, Ancalagon supplied. You're gathering followers. Building loyalty. He's not a follower. He's a friend. Is there a difference? Yes. A follower obeys. A friend stands beside you. I want allies, not servants. An interesting philosophy. Most would say power lies in command. Most would be wrong. The strongest armies are built on loyalty freely given, not fear freely taken. Hermione appeared at Harry's elbow, her expression thoughtful. You're building something, she said quietly. I've been watching. First me, then Ron, now Neville. You're collecting people. I'm making friends. You're making a team. There's a difference. Harry didn't deny it. Would you rather I didn't? No. I think it's smart. She hesitated. I just wonder what you're building it for. Does it matter? It might. Depending on the answer. Harry considered her for a long moment. Hermione was the smartest person he knew, smart enough to see patterns, smart enough to ask the right questions. I'm building it because eventually, I'm going to need people I can trust. People who know what I am and stay anyway. People who'll fight beside me when the time comes. Fight who? Voldemort. The Death Eaters who escaped justice. The system that let them escape. Harry's voice hardened. Everyone who hurt people I care about and got away with it. Hermione was silent for a long moment. That's a dangerous goal. I know. You could get yourself killed. I know that too. But you're going to do it anyway. Yes. She nodded slowly. Then I'm with you. Whatever comes. Even if it's terrifying. Hermione smiled, but there was steel in it. Especially then. Someone has to keep you from doing something stupid. She's magnificent, Ancalagon observed. In another age, she would have been a queen. In this age, she'll be something better. She'll be my partner. Partner. Yes. That's the word. Spring brought rain and the return of Quirrell's suspicious behavior. Harry had been watching the defense professor for months, cataloging every nervous tick, every furtive glance, every moment when the stutter seemed to slip. Quirrell wasn't good at deception, or rather, he was too good at one specific kind. He's playing a role, Harry told Hermione and Ron one evening in a secluded corner of the common room. The fear, the incompetence, it's a mask. How can you tell? Ron asked. Because real fear is constant. His comes and goes. He's terrified in some moments, genuinely terrified, but in others, there's something else. Something calculating. The thing possessing him, Hermione guessed. Exactly. Whatever's riding Quirrell, it can't control him perfectly. The host's personality bleeds through. So what do? We wait. Quirrell's going to make his move eventually. When he does, we need to be ready. The end of term approaches, Ancalagon observed. If the Dark Lord Fragment wants the stone, it will act before summer. The school emptying provides perfect cover. Then we need a plan. You need more than that. You need to understand the protections Dumbledore has placed around the stone. The dog we know about. What else? Unknown. But Hagrid built the dog's kennel. He may know more. Harry filed that away. Hagrid trusted him, perhaps too much. A careful conversation might reveal useful information. Hermione, I need you to research everything you can find about the Philosopher's Stone. How it's made, what it does, why it would attract Voldemort. Already done. The stone was created by Nicholas Flamel in the 14th century. He and his wife Perenelle are the only ones who've used it, they're both over 600 years old. So if Voldemort gets it, he could create a new body. Come back fully, not just as a parasite on some poor professor. The three of them sat in heavy silence. Right, Ron said finally. So we definitely can't let that happen. Definitely not. Hagrid was easy to manipulate. Harry felt slightly guilty about it, but not enough to stop. Must get lonely out here, Harry said, sitting in Hagrid's hut with tea he didn't intend to drink. Just you and Fawn. Ah, well. Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. I keep busy. Got my creatures, don't I? And now with Fluffy. Fluffy? The three-headed dog. Guarding the, Hagrid cut himself off, looking horrified. Forget I said that. The stone, Harry said quietly. We know about it, Hagrid. Dumbledore's protecting it here because Gringotts wasn't safe anymore. Hagrid's face went through several colors. Who told ya, how do ya, it wasn't hard to figure out. The break-in happened the day you retrieved something from the vault. Dumbledore announced the third-floor corridor was forbidden. Fluffy is guarding a trapdoor. Harry shrugged. Connect the dots. Yeah, shouldn't be meddling with this, Harry. It's dangerous business. I know. That's why I'm trying to understand. If the stone is in danger, I want to help protect it. Hagrid's expression softened. You're a good lad, Harry. But yeah, don't need to worry. The stone's safe. Dumbledore saw to that. Got protections from all the teachers, Fluffy's just the first. Protections from the teachers? Ah, I shouldn't have said that. Hagrid took a long gulp of tea. Forget I mentioned it. Protections from multiple staff members, Ancalagon catalogued. That means multiple obstacles. Each likely plays to the professor's specialty. Sprout for herbology. Flitwick for charms. McGonagall for transfiguration. Snape for potions. And Quirrell for defense against the dark arts. Meaning the very person trying to steal the stone helped design the defenses. That's either very stupid or very clever. Dumbledore is not stupid. He may be using Quirrell's contribution as a trap, something the thief would expect to bypass easily, but which actually reveals their identity. Or Dumbledore doesn't suspect Quirrell at all. Also possible. The old man is not omniscient, despite his reputation. Harry filed the information away and redirected the conversation to less sensitive topics. He left Hagrid's hut an hour later with a clearer picture of what waited beneath the trapdoor. Multiple obstacles. Multiple challenges. And somewhere at the end, a stone that could grant immortality. We need to be ready, Harry thought. We will be, Ancalagon promised. Whatever comes. The confrontation came sooner than expected. It was a Thursday evening in May when Harry felt Quirrell's magical signature shift. He was in the library, ostensibly studying for exams, when Ancalagon's presence surged with sudden alertness. Something's changed. The professor's magic has become more focused, more hostile. The fragment controlling him has fully taken the reins. Harry looked up from his book. Across the room, Hermione was buried in a pile of notes. Ron was playing chess against himself. Neville was struggling through a potions essay. When? Now. Tonight. The entity is moving. Harry closed his book with careful deliberation. We need to go. His friends looked up, recognizing the tone. The stone? Hermione asked. Quirrell's making his move. Tonight. Ron's chess pieces scattered as he stood. Then we stop him. It could be dangerous. You don't have to, don't, Hermione interrupted. Don't even finish that sentence. We've been preparing for this. We're coming. Harry looked at Neville, who had gone pale but hadn't looked away. I'm not much use in a fight, Neville said quietly. But I'm not letting you go alone. Your allies, Ancalagon observed. They follow you into danger without hesitation. They're not followers. They're friends. The distinction becomes less clear by the moment. The third-floor corridor was dark and silent. Harry used Alohomora on the door, and they slipped inside to find Fluffy, asleep. A harp sat in a corner, its strings still vibrating faintly. Someone had already been here. Music puts it to sleep, Hermione whispered. That's why, one of Fluffy's heads twitched. The harp's magic was fading. Move, Harry ordered, and they dove for the trapdoor. The fall was longer than expected. They landed on something soft, too soft. Devil's snare. Hermione's voice was panicked. Don't move, struggling makes it tighter. Neville was already thrashing, the vines wrapping around his limbs. Ron was sinking fast. Harry felt the tendrils closing around his legs, his waist, his chest. Fire. Hermione gasped. It hates fire. Harry didn't hesitate. He let the flame inside him rise, felt it burn through his skin, black-edged fire erupted from his hands, and the devil's snare screamed. The plant recoiled, its tendrils snapping back from the heat, and they tumbled through the suddenly open space into a chamber below. What was that? Ron demanded, staring at Harry's hands. Smoke still rose from his palms. That wasn't normal fire. Later, Harry said. Keep moving. The next chamber held a cloud of enchanted keys fluttering near the ceiling. Harry spotted the old one immediately, tarnished silver, broken wing, obviously different from the rest. He grabbed a broom and took to the air. Flying felt natural. More than natural, it felt like coming home. Harry wove through the swarm of keys, ignoring the ones that tried to scratch and jab, his focus entirely on the target. His hand closed around the old key, and they were through the next door. A giant chess set waited. We have to play our way across, Hermione realized. Take the place of pieces. Ron stepped forward, his eyes bright with sudden confidence. I can do this. I'm good at chess. Ron, let me do this, Harry. It's what I'm good for. He wants to prove himself, Ancalagon observed. Let him. Ron took command. He assigned them positions, Harry as a bishop, Hermione as a castle, Neville as a knight, and began playing. It was brutal. The opposing pieces showed no mercy, smashing their fallen enemies into rubble. 3 times they lost pieces. Twice Neville barely dodged destruction. Then Ron saw it. I have to sacrifice myself, he said quietly. It's the only way to win. No. Hermione's voice cracked. Ron, you can't, the Queen will take me. That lets Harry checkmate the king. Ron looked at Harry, his expression calm. Do it. Don't waste the move. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to find another way. But there wasn't one, and they both knew it. I'll come back for you, he said. I know. Ron managed a grin. Go save the world, Potter. Ron moved. The Queen struck. Ron crumpled and didn't get up. Harry crossed the board and checkmated the king. The door opened. Go back, Harry told Hermione and Neville. Get Ron to the hospital wing. Find Dumbledore. But, there's no time. I have to face whatever's ahead. Harry met Hermione's eyes. Trust me. She stared at him for a long moment. Then she nodded. Don't die. I'll try not to. He left them and walked through the door alone. The next chamber contained a dead troll, already dealt with. Harry stepped over its body and continued. Snape's protection was a logic puzzle, 7 bottles, 1 path forward. Harry solved it in minutes, drank the right potion, and pushed through the final barrier. Quirrell was waiting. The defense professor stood before a massive mirror, the mirror of Eriste, relocated from its hidden classroom to this chamber beneath the earth. His back was to Harry, his hands pressed against the glass. Potter. Quirrell's voice was calm now, without its usual stutter. I wondered when you'd arrive. Step away from the mirror. Quirrell laughed. It was a cold sound, nothing like the nervous titter Harry had heard in class. The boy who lived, come to play hero. Tell me, Potter, do you know what I'm looking for? The Philosopher's Stone. Yes. Quirrell turned. His face was different, harder, crueler, the mask of fear completely gone. And do you know why I can't find it? This mirror, it shows me the stone, but it won't give it to me. Dumbledore's final protection. The mirror shows deepest desires, Ancalagon murmured. Quirrell desires the stone, so he can see it but not take it. The enchantment requires a different sort of seeker. You can't get it, Harry said. The magic won't let you. Perhaps not. Quirrell smiled, and it was terrifying. But perhaps you can. Why would I help you? Because if you don't. Quirrell's voice changed, becoming something else entirely. Something ancient and cold and utterly inhuman. Let me speak to him. Quirrell reached up and began unwinding his turban. Harry, Ancalagon warned. Be ready. The cloth fell away, revealing the back of Quirrell's head. And there, pressed flat against the skull like a parasitic growth, was a face. Chalk-white skin. Slit nostrils like a snake. Red eyes that burned with hatred and hunger. Harry Potter, the face whispered. We meet at last. Voldemort. Not the full Dark Lord, a fragment, a remnant, a shadow clinging to existence through sheer malice. But even diminished, his presence filled the chamber with cold dread. See what I have become. Voldemort hissed. See what your mother's sacrifice reduced me to. A wraith, a parasite, dependent on the weak to survive. Looks uncomfortable, Harry said. His voice was steady. His heart was racing. Impudent child. You have no idea what I've suffered. But that ends tonight. Voldemort's red eyes burned into Harry's green ones. Bring me the stone. No. Then I will take it from your corpse. Quirrell turned and lunged. Harry dodged, barely. Quirrell was faster than he looked, driven by the dark power of his master. Hands reached for Harry's throat, nails raking his skin, and where Quirrell touched, he burned. Smoke rose from Quirrell's fingers. He screamed, a horrible sound, agony and confusion, and jerked away, staring at his blistering skin. What, your mother's protection, Voldemort realized. The love that shielded you still lives in your blood. He cannot touch you without pain. He's wrong, Ancalagon observed. It's not your mother's love that burns him. It's me. The dragon's fire, anchored in your flesh. Darkness cannot touch the flame without being consumed. Harry didn't correct Voldemort's assumption. Get the stone. Voldemort commanded. Kill him some other way. Quirrell raised his wand. Avada, Harry moved first. Fire exploded from his hands, not the gentle flames he'd used before, but something darker, fiercer. Black-edged tongues of heat that screamed as they flew through the air. Quirrell threw up a shield. The fire broke against it, scattering into sparks that died against the chamber walls. Impressive, Voldemort hissed. You have learned tricks, Potter. But tricks will not save you. The next attack came too fast to dodge. Harry felt the curse slam into his chest, hurling him backward into the mirror. Glass cracked. His vision blurred. Get up, Ancalagon commanded. Get up now. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His chest burned. His lungs struggled for air. But he was still standing. What are you? Voldemort demanded. No child should have survived that curse. I'm the one who's going to stop you. Harry raised his hands. The fire answered, rising from some place deep inside him, not just his magic, but the dragon's essence, the ancient flame that had burned before the world was young. Let me help you, Ancalagon said. Let me give you what you need. What will it cost? Nothing you aren't willing to pay. Trust me. Harry trusted. The fire changed. It was no longer simple flame, it was dragonfire, pure and absolute. Black as pitch, hot as the heart of the sun, carrying within it echoes of wings that had blotted out the sky and a roar that had shattered mountains. Quirrell screamed as the fire engulfed him. Not burning, consuming. The dragonfire didn't just damage, it unmade. Skin and muscle and bone dissolved into ash and memory, and the dark presence that had clung to Quirrell's soul tried desperately to flee. Harry saw it, a twisted, formless thing, Voldemort's essence ripping free of its dying host. It turned toward him, hungry and desperate. Finish it, Ancalagon urged. Destroy the fragment. End this. How? Will it? The fire obeys your command. Tell it to consume. Harry focused. The dragonfire surged, and Voldemort's wraith fled through the ceiling, shrieking its fury as it vanished into the night. The chamber went silent. Quirrell's body collapsed, nothing but ash and bone. The mirror stood intact behind Harry, its surface reflecting his exhausted face. And in his hand, somehow, rested a blood-red stone. The mirror, Ancalagon explained. You looked into it, and it saw your true desire, not to use the stone, but to find it before Quirrell could. So it gave it to you. Harry stared at the stone. Such a small thing to hold so much power. What do I do with it? That, small one, is entirely up to you. Dumbledore arrived 20 minutes later. By then, Harry had hidden the stone in his robes and collapsed against the chamber wall, too exhausted to move. The headmaster's entrance was quiet, no dramatic door-bursting, just a soft footstep and a gentle touch on Harry's shoulder. You've done remarkable things tonight, Harry. Did I kill him? Quirrell is dead, yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Tom Riddle's spirit has fled, but it will return. A soul cannot die while fragments of it remain anchored to this world. Horcruxes. Dumbledore went very still. Where did you learn that word? Research. I'm not stupid, Professor. Harry met the old man's eyes. I know what he did. I know why he survived. A long, considering silence. You are full of surprises, Harry Potter. I have good teachers. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, as if trying to see past Harry's skin to whatever lay beneath. Harry kept his expression neutral, his thoughts shielded. He suspects something, Ancalagon observed. Not the truth, but something. Let him wonder. The stone, Dumbledore said finally. May I have it? Harry reached into his robes and produced the small red gem. Dumbledore took it carefully, his ancient fingers closing around it with something like relief. Nicholas and I have decided it's too dangerous to exist. The stone will be destroyed. And Flamel? He has enough elixir to set his affairs in order. Then he and Perenelle will die. That's sad. It is. But Nicholas understands. To the well-organized mind, death is but the next great adventure. Dumbledore tucked the stone away. Now, let's get you to the hospital wing. Your friends are worried. Harry let Dumbledore help him to his feet. His body ached in ways he hadn't known were possible, but he was alive. His friends were alive. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort was weaker than he'd been before. For now, that was enough. The hospital wing was chaos. Ron was awake, concussed but recovering, already complaining about the food. Hermione had refused to leave until she saw Harry with her own eyes. Neville sat quietly in a corner, watching everything with an expression Harry couldn't quite read. You did it, Hermione breathed when Harry walked in. You actually did it. We did it. I couldn't have gotten through without you. The fire, Ron said. Hermione told me about the devil's snare. Black fire that made the plants scream. Later, Harry said. I promise I'll explain everything. Just, later. He collapsed into the bed Madame Pomfrey indicated, and the world faded away. Harry woke to Ancalagon's voice. You should know what happened when you unleashed the dragonfire. I already know. I burned Quirrell. You did more than that. You awakened something. Harry's eyes snapped open. The hospital wing was dark, the other beds empty or curtained. Moonlight streamed through the windows. What do you mean? The power you channeled tonight, true dragonfire, unfiltered, it resonated through the magical fabric of the world. Like a bell being struck, its vibration spreading outward. And something heard. Something that's been sleeping for a very long time. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. The other dragons. The ones you mentioned. Yes. Glorung's heirs. The lesser children of Morgoth who survived the War of Wrath in diminished forms. They've been hiding, dormant, scattered across the world. But now they know you exist. What does that mean? It means we are no longer the only ancient power stirring. It means enemies are waking who make Voldemort look like a child playing with matches. And it means your time of preparation is shorter than I'd hoped. You must grow stronger, Harry. Faster. Because when they come, we'll be ready. Silence from the dragon. Then, softly, I hope you're right, small one. For both our sakes, I hope you're right. Harry stared at the ceiling, his mind racing. Voldemort was still out there. Dumbledore was watching him. And now, apparently, ancient dragons were stirring because he'd used power he didn't fully understand. His first year at Hogwarts was almost over. He'd faced a Dark Lord and won. But this was only the beginning. The end-of-year feast was festive but subdued. Slytherin had won the House Cup, barely, and Draco Malfoy looked insufferably smug. But when his eyes met Harry's across the Great Hall, some of that smugness faded. He looked away first. He remembers what you did to him, Ancalagon observed. The fear remains. Good. The train ride home was quiet. Harry sat with his friends, not talking much, watching the countryside roll past. At King's Cross, they said their goodbyes, promises to write, to visit, to stay in touch. Don't let the Muggles get you down, Ron said, clapping Harry on the shoulder. I won't. Hermione hugged him, which surprised both of them. Be safe. I'll try. Neville just nodded, a silent acknowledgement of everything that had passed between them. Then Harry walked through the barrier, back into the Muggle world. The Dursleys weren't waiting for him. He hadn't expected them to be. Vernon's final words last September had made their position clear. Harry wasn't welcome at Privet Drive anymore. But Harry had planned for this. He had gold converted to Muggle money. He had the invisibility cloak. He had a dragon in his head and fire in his blood and a growing network of allies in the magical world. The Dursleys thought they'd thrown him away. They didn't understand that they'd set him free. Harry adjusted his bag on his shoulder and walked toward the taxi stand. Where now? Ancalagon asked. Somewhere safe. Somewhere I can train without being watched. And then? Then we prepare. For Voldemort, for Dumbledore, for whatever's waking in the darkness. You've grown, small one. I've had to. Yes. You have. Harry climbed into a taxi and gave an address in London, a cheap hotel near the Leaky Cauldron where he could access the magical world without being noticed. The summer stretched ahead of him, full of possibility and danger. He was ready. Miles away, deep beneath the mountains of Norway, something moved in darkness that hadn't known disturbance for 3,000 years. It had felt the call. The impossible, beautiful, terrifying call of dragonfire, true dragonfire, not the pale imitation breathed by the degraded beasts that still flew in the mortal world. Ancalagon. The name resonated through its ancient mind, stirring memories of flame and shadow and the great war that had ended an age. Ancalagon the Black had returned. Somehow, impossibly, the greatest of them had found a way back from the void. The creature's eyes opened, twin points of orange light in the absolute dark. It was hungry. It was curious. And after millennia of sleep, it was finally, fully awake. The mountain trembled as it began to move. Chapter 4, What Lies Beneath. The summer of 1992 was the hottest London had seen in decades, but Harry barely noticed. He'd established himself in a dingy flat above a closed bookshop in Knockturn Alley, not ideal, but cheap and anonymous. The landlord was a hag named Morvina who asked no questions as long as rent arrived on time, and the location gave Harry access to resources he couldn't find anywhere else. "You're playing a dangerous game," Morvina had rasped on his first day, her yellow eyes studying him with unsettling intensity. "A child alone in the alley. Prey for anyone with sharp enough teeth." "I'm not prey." Something in his voice made her take a step back. "No. No, I suppose you're not." She left him alone after that. "This place suits our purposes," Ancalagon observed as Harry explored his new territory. "Dark magic saturates the stones. You can train here without triggering ministry detection. The trace cannot distinguish your magic from the ambient darkness. Everything you do will be masked." Harry had spent his first week acquiring supplies, books on advanced defensive magic, texts on magical theory that Hogwarts would never teach, ingredients for potions that straddled the line between legal and forbidden. He paid in gold and asked no questions, and the merchants of Knockturn Alley extended him the same courtesy. Now, 3 weeks into summer, he stood in the center of his cramped living space and prepared to push his limits. "Show me," he said aloud. "Show me what I can really do." "You're certain?" "I faced Voldemort with barely controlled instinct. That can't happen again." "Very well. But understand, what I'm about to teach you is not wizard magic. It predates the first wand by millennia. The fire you carry comes from before the sun rose on this world." "I understand." "No. But you will." The training was brutal. Ancalagon didn't believe in gradual progression. He pushed Harry to his absolute limits, then demanded more. Fire manipulation, enhanced senses, the subtle art of projecting draconic presence, each skill had to be mastered through repetition and pain. Again, the dragon commanded as Harry collapsed after his 100th attempt at maintaining a flame construct. The shape wavered. "Unacceptable. I'm exhausted." "Exhaustion is a state of mind. Your body has reserves it hasn't touched. Push deeper." Harry pushed. His hands shook. Sweat dripped into his eyes. But the flame construct, a simple sphere, nothing more, held steady for 3 seconds longer than the last attempt. Better. Again. By the end of each session, Harry could barely move. He'd collapse onto his thin mattress and sleep for hours, his dreams filled with fire and wings and the distant roar of something ancient. But each morning, he woke stronger. Faster. More attuned to the power that lived inside him. "You're progressing faster than I expected," Ancalagon admitted after 2 weeks. "Your magical core is adapting to channel draconic energy alongside wizard magic. Unusual. Is that good? It's unprecedented. Normally, one would suppress the other. Instead, they're merging. Creating something new. Something dangerous. Everything powerful is dangerous. The question is whether you can control it." Harry looked at his hands. In the dim light of the flat, he could see faint traces of warmth beneath his skin, not visible to normal eyes, but obvious to his enhanced perception. "I'll control it," he said. "Whatever it takes." Hermione's letters arrived weekly, delivered by a handsome brown owl she'd purchased in Diagon Alley. Her correspondence was detailed and analytical, covering everything from her summer reading to her observations about magical theory to pointed questions about Harry's well-being that he mostly dodged. She worries about you, Ancalagon observed as Harry read her latest missive. She doesn't know where I am. I told her I was staying with relatives. A lie she clearly doesn't believe. Her questions grow more specific with each letter. Harry set the parchment aside and reached for his quill. He'd have to be more careful. Hermione was too smart to be fooled indefinitely, and he wasn't ready to explain why he was living in the magical equivalent of a crime-ridden slum. What do I tell her? Enough truth to satisfy her curiosity. That you're training, that you're safe, that you'll explain everything when term begins. Will I explain everything? That depends on what you decide she needs to know. Your circle is small, Harry. Each member must be chosen carefully. Harry wrote his response with deliberate care, answering some questions honestly and deflecting others. When he was finished, he attached the letter to the waiting owl and watched it disappear into the London sky. Ron's letters were simpler, updates about his summer, complaints about his brothers, enthusiastic descriptions of Quidditch matches he'd listened to on the wireless. Harry responded with similar lightness, keeping his real activities hidden. Neville didn't write at all, which worried Harry more than he wanted to admit. The Longbottom boy is struggling, Ancalagon guessed. His grandmother's expectations are crushing him. I should check on him. You should focus on your training. You cannot save everyone. Maybe not. But I can try. August brought news that changed everything. Harry was in Flourish and Blots, browsing the restricted section with the help of a carefully forged permission slip, when he overheard a conversation that made his blood run cold. Escaped from Azkaban, they're saying. First one in history. Impossible. The Dementors don't let anyone escape. That's what I said, but the prophet's reporting it as fact. Sirius Black, you remember, the mass murderer. Killed 13 people with a single curse. The one who betrayed the Potters. The very same. They're saying he's after the boy. After Harry Potter. Harry's hand tightened on the book he was pretending to examine. Sirius Black, Ancalagon murmured. I know that name. Who is he? Your godfather, if my information is correct. He was your father's closest friend, until he betrayed your parents' location to the Dark Lord. Harry felt the fire surge beneath his skin, hot and hungry. He's the reason they're dead. Allegedly. Though I wonder. Wonder what? The magical world accepted his guilt without trial. He was thrown into Azkaban the day after your parents' deaths, convicted by assumption rather than evidence. Such haste often indicates a desire to close a case rather than solve it. You think he might be innocent? I think the truth is rarely simple. And I think it's interesting that he escaped now, after 11 years, when you've just announced your presence to every dark power in the world. Harry left the bookshop with more questions than answers and a growing sense that the summer's relative peace was about to shatter. The break-in happened 3 nights later. Harry was mating, a practice Ancalagon insisted on for developing mental discipline, when his enhanced senses detected movement outside his door. Not one person, but 3, moving with the careful silence of predators approaching prey. Company, Ancalagon observed unnecessarily. Their intent is hostile. Who are they? Unknown. But they've masked their magical signatures, which suggests professionalism. Harry rose from his seated position, flexing his fingers. Fire kindled in his palms, ready to be released. The door exploded inward. 3 figures burst through the smoke and debris, 2 large, 1 small, all cloaked and hooded. The lead attacker raised a wand, spell already forming. Harry moved. The first attacker's curse passed through empty air as Harry sidestepped with inhuman speed. His palm connected with the man's chest, and dragonfire erupted from the point of contact. The man screamed. His robes ignited. He stumbled backward into his companion, and they both went down in a tangle of limbs and flames. The third attacker, the small one, was smarter. Instead of pressing forward, they hung back, wand weaving a complex pattern that Harry recognized as the beginning of an anti-apparition ward. "They're trying to trap you. Prevent escape." "I wasn't planning to escape." Harry gathered fire in both hands and hurled it like a javelin. The small attacker barely dodged, their hood falling back to reveal a woman's face, scarred, hard-eyed, familiar. "Enough," she shouted, raising empty hands. "We're not here to kill you, Potter. Could have fooled me." Harry didn't lower his guard. "Who sent you?" "No one sent us. We came on our own." The woman gestured at her fallen companions, both still groaning on the floor. "Put out the fire and we'll talk." "She's lying about something," Ancalagon noted. "But not about everything. Her heartbeat suggests genuine desire for conversation." Harry extinguished the flames with a thought. The two men immediately began patting out their smoldering robes, cursing under their breath. "Talk," Harry said. "Quickly. My name is Marlena Vance. I was a friend of your mother's." The woman stepped closer, studying Harry's face with unsettling intensity. "We've been looking for you since you disappeared from your relative's home." "Who's we?" "The Order of the Phoenix. An organization your parents belonged to, devoted to fighting the Dark Lord and protecting those he targeted." "Dumbledore's people," Ancalagon concluded. "The old man sent them. Dumbledore knows where I am. Dumbledore knows everything that happens in magical Britain. He sent us to bring you somewhere safe." "I am safe." Marlena laughed, though there was no humor in it. "You're an 11-year-old living alone in Nocturne Alley. You're anything but safe. And yet 3 trained adults couldn't take me down." Harry met her eyes. "I think I'm doing fine." The silence stretched. Marlena's expression shifted from condescension to something more cautious. "What are you, Potter? No child should be able to do what you just did." "I'm exactly what I need to be. Now leave. Dumbledore can send a letter if he wants to talk. I'm not going anywhere with people who break down my door and attack me." Marlena hesitated, clearly weighing her options. Then she nodded slowly. "You're more than you appear. I'll tell Albus." She gestured to her companions, and they began limping toward the shattered doorway. "But this isn't over, Potter. The world is getting dangerous. You'll need allies." "I have allies." "Do you?" She paused at the threshold. "Or do you have friends who don't understand what you are?" She left before Harry could respond. Harry repaired his door with a combination of magic and manual labor, then sat in the darkness and thought. "Dumbledore is watching," Ancalagon summarized. "He sent his agents to retrieve you, presumably for your own protection. He wants me under his control. Obviously. You're too important to his plans to be left running loose." "What plans?" "That's what we need to discover. The old man sees you as a weapon against the Dark Lord, that much is clear. But weapons are tools, meant to be used and discarded. You must become something more." "What?" "A player. Someone who moves pieces rather than being moved. The headmaster has been orchestrating events around you since your parents' deaths, the Dursleys, Hogwarts, the challenges guarding the stone. Everything designed to shape you into what he needs. And if what he needs isn't what I want to be, then you must become strong enough to choose your own path." Harry stared at the repaired door, his mind churning. He'd known Dumbledore was manipulating him. Known it since the moment the old man had given him the invisibility cloak and waited to see what he'd do. But knowing and understanding were different things. Dumbledore saw him as a tool. A weapon to be pointed at Voldemort and fired at the appropriate moment. Harry refused to be anyone's weapon. "What do I do?" "For now. Return to Hogwarts. Continue your training. Build your circle of allies. Let Dumbledore believe you're following his script while you write your own. And when our scripts conflict, then you show him what happens when someone tries to control a dragon." September 1st arrived with rain and gray skies. Harry reached King's Cross early, moving through the crowds with the invisibility cloak keeping him hidden. He'd spent the last weeks of summer preparing, not just physically, but mentally. Whatever came next, he would face it on his terms. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 parted easily, and Harry stepped onto platform 9 3/4 to find chaos. Students and parents crowded the platform, but something was wrong. People were whispering, clutching newspapers, casting fearful glances over their shoulders. Harry grabbed a discarded of the Daily Prophet and understood. Sirius Black sighted near Hogwarts. The escaped murderer had been seen in Scotland, moving toward the school. The Ministry had dispatched Dementors, the guards of Azkaban, to patrol Hogwarts borders. Interesting, Ancalagon observed. Your godfather is persistent. If he's coming for me, why not come to London? Why go to the school? Perhaps he has another target. Or perhaps the reports are wrong. Never trust information filtered through official channels. Harry boarded the train and found an empty compartment at the back. He'd barely settled in when the door slid open. Hermione stood in the entrance, her expression a complicated mix of relief and fury. Harry James Potter. You have exactly 30 seconds to explain where you've been all summer. I told you, you told me lies. I checked with the Dursleys. They said they hadn't seen you since last September. She stepped into the compartment and closed the door behind her. Talk. Now. You could continue lying, Ancalagon suggested. She has no way to verify, no. She deserves better than that. I've been living in Knockturn Alley, Harry said quietly. Training. Preparing for what's coming. Hermione's face went pale. Knockturn Alley. Harry, that place is dangerous. I know. But it's also unmonitored. The Ministry can't track underage magic there. Why would you need to? She stopped, her brilliant mind clearly connecting dots. The fire. The thing you did to Quirrell. You've been developing that. Among other things. Hermione sat down heavily across from him. You could have been killed. But I wasn't. That's not the point. It's exactly the point. Harry leaned forward, holding her gaze. Voldemort is still out there. Dumbledore is manipulating me. Now there's an escaped murderer allegedly hunting me. I can't afford to be weak, Hermione. I can't afford to wait for other people to protect me. So you protect yourself by living in a criminal slum and training magic you barely understand? Yes. Hermione's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. You're insane. Probably. I should tell someone. McGonagall, or, you could. But you won't. Why not? Because you understand. You know what I am, what I carry. You know the normal rules don't apply to me. Harry reached out and took her hand. I'm not asking you to approve. I'm asking you to trust me. Hermione stared at their joined hands for a long moment. When she looked up, her eyes were bright with unshed tears. I hate this. I hate that you feel like you have to do everything alone. I'm not alone. I have you. I have Ron, Neville. That's more than I've ever had. It's not enough. You need real help, Harry. Adults who actually care about you. Name one adult who wouldn't try to control me. Hermione opened her mouth to argue, then stopped. The answer, clearly, wasn't coming. Exactly, Harry said quietly. Until I find someone I can trust completely, I do this my way. The door slid open again before Hermione could respond. Ron stumbled in, looking frazzled and slightly singed. You would not believe the summer I've had. Fred and George tested their new fireworks in my room 3 separate times. He paused, registering the tension. What did I miss? Harry's been living in Knockturn Alley, Hermione said flatly. Ron's eyebrows shot up. Wicked. Find anything good? Ron. What? If he's going to do something mental, at least it's interesting mental. Ron dropped into the seat beside Harry. Seriously though, mate, you alright? I'm fine. Better than fine, actually. He's been training, Hermione said. Secretly. Alone. The fire thing? Among other things. Ron nodded slowly, processing. Makes sense. After what happened with Quirrell, I'd want to be prepared too. He looked at Harry. You going to teach us? Ron. Oh, come off it, Hermione. You know we're going to end up in danger again. Might as well know how to fight. Harry felt something ease in his chest. Ron's acceptance, casual, uncomplicated, absolutely genuine, was exactly what he needed. I can't teach you the fire, he said. That's unique to me. But I can teach you other things. Defense, strategy, how to think like someone who expects to be attacked. Sounds brilliant. Hermione looked between them, her expression caught between disapproval and resignation. I can't believe I'm agreeing to this. But you are agreeing? Harry pressed. A long pause. Then, yes. God help me, yes. The train lurched into motion, beginning its journey north. Harry settled back in his seat, watching the city give way to countryside through the rain-streaked window. Whatever came next, he wouldn't face it alone. The Dementors attacked halfway to Hogwarts. The train had stopped, something about the tracks, the prefect said, when the temperature plummeted. Frost crept across the windows. The lights flickered and died. What's happening? Ron's voice was tense in the sudden darkness. Harry felt them before he saw them. Cold, ancient, hungry, presences that fed on happiness and left only despair. Dementors, Ancalagon identified, his mental voice carrying a note of disgust. Foul creatures. They should never have been allowed to exist. Can you protect us from them? Easily. But doing so would reveal your true nature to everyone on this train. The compartment door slid open. A hooded figure floated in the entrance, its breath a rattling wheeze that seemed to pull the warmth from Harry's bones. Hermione screamed. Ron went rigid with terror. Around them, Harry could hear other students crying, panicking, succumbing to the Dementor's aura of despair. Harry felt the cold pressing against his mind, memories of the Dursleys, of the cupboard, of every dark moment he'd ever experienced rising up to drown him. But beneath the cold, the fire burned. I won't let them hurt my friends, Harry thought fiercely. Then stop them. Harry rose to his feet. The Dementor turned toward him, its faceless hood somehow focused on his presence. Get out. The words carried more than sound. They carried intent, the full force of Harry's will, backed by the dragon's ancient power. The Dementor hesitated. Its rattling breath stuttered. Harry let fire kindle in his eyes, just a flicker, just enough. I said get out. The Dementor fled. The cold retreated with it, warmth flooding back into the compartment. The lights flickered on. Ron and Hermione gasped, drawing breath like they'd been drowning. What did you do? Hermione's voice was shaking. Convinced it to leave. That's not, Dementors don't listen to words, they listen to me. The door opened again, but this time it was a man, shabby robes, tired face, premature gray streaking his brown hair. He took in the scene with quick, intelligent eyes. Everyone all right in here? We are now, Ron managed. Harry scared it off. The man's gaze sharpened on Harry. Scared off a Dementor? That's impressive. Who are you? Harry asked, keeping his voice neutral. Remus Lupin. Your new defense against the dark arts professor. Lupin's eyes were studying Harry with uncomfortable intensity. You look just like James. Except the eyes, you have Lily's eyes. He knew your parents, Ancalagon observed. Closely, by the way he speaks of them. Another connection to the past. I've heard that before, Harry said. I imagine you have. Lupin produced a bar of chocolate and broke it into pieces. Eat this. All of you. It helps with the effects of Dementor exposure. Hermione took her piece automatically, still staring at Harry. Ron did the same, though his color was slowly returning. The Dementor, Lupin continued, was searching for Sirius Black. The Ministry has stationed them around Hogwarts for protection. Protection that nearly killed us, Harry observed. Yes. I'll be speaking to the headmaster about it. Lupin's expression darkened. Dementors don't distinguish between their target and innocent bystanders. Having them near a school full of children is madness. He's angry, Ancalagon noted. Genuinely angry. Interesting. Lupin handed Harry his piece of chocolate. Their fingers brushed, and the professor went still. Your hand is very warm, he said slowly. Even after Dementor exposure. I run hot. Apparently. Lupin's eyes held questions he was clearly too polite to ask. We should be moving again soon. Stay in your compartment, I'll check the rest of the train. He left, closing the door behind him. He knew your parents, Hermione said immediately. Did you see his face when he looked at you? I saw. And the Dementor, Harry, what you did, not now. Harry could feel the attention of other students pressing against their compartment, curiosity and fear bleeding through the walls. Later, when we're alone. Hermione subsided, though her expression promised extensive interrogation at the earliest opportunity. The train lurched back into motion. Outside, the rain had stopped, and weak sunlight was breaking through the clouds. Harry ate his chocolate and thought about Dementors, escaped prisoners, and teachers who looked at him like they were seeing ghosts. Your second year is shaping up to be interesting, Ancalagon observed dryly. Everything about my life is interesting. That's the problem. No, small one. That's the opportunity. Hogwarts rose from the darkness like a dream made stone. Harry watched from the carriage window as the castle's towers pierced the night sky, its windows glowing with warm light. Despite everything, the Dementors, the escaped prisoner, the professor who'd known his parents, something in his chest unclenched at the sight. You consider this place home, Ancalagon observed. Is that strange? Considering you were raised in a cupboard, no. But don't let sentiment cloud your judgment. Hogwarts is also Dumbledore's seat of power. I know. But my friends are here. My training is here. Whatever game the old man is playing, I have to be on the board to change it. The carriages were pulled by strange, skeletal horses that Harry had never noticed before. He studied them curiously, leathery wings, white eyes, bodies that seemed to shift between solid and shadow. Thestrals, Hermione said quietly. You can only see them if you've witnessed death. Quirrell. Yes. She paused. I can't see them. Not yet. Be grateful. The sorting feast passed in a blur of faces and food. Harry noted the new first years, the empty spaces at the staff table where the defense position had turned over again, the way Dumbledore's eyes found him across the great hall with disturbing regularity. He knows something's changed, Ancalagon warned. Your performance on the train has reached him. Good. Let him wonder. After the feast, Harry slipped away from the crowd of students heading to Gryffindor Tower. He had somewhere else to be. The room of requirement appeared when he needed it, a training space, fully equipped, warded against detection. Harry had discovered it during his covert explorations the previous year, guided by Ancalagon's ability to sense hidden magical constructs. Now it would become something more. We need to talk, he said to the empty room. All of us. 10 minutes later, the door opened. Ron, Hermione, and Neville filed in, their expressions ranging from curious to concerned. Nice place, Ron observed, looking around. Secret room that gives you whatever you need? Brilliant. How long have you known about this? Hermione demanded. Since last year. I was mapping the castle and the dragon sensed the magic. The dragon. Neville's voice was quiet. He hadn't spoken much since arriving at Hogwarts, but his eyes were sharp. The thing inside you. Yes. Harry gestured to comfortable chairs that the room obligingly provided. Sit. We need to discuss what's coming. When they were settled, Harry began. Sirius Black is hunting me. That's what the Ministry believes, anyway. The Dementors are here because of him. But there's more going on than a simple manhunt. More how? Ron asked. Black was my godfather. My father's best friend. He allegedly betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Harry let that sink in. But Ancalagon, the dragon, isn't convinced he's actually guilty. What do you mean? Hermione leaned forward. He was caught at the scene. 13 people dead. He was never given a trial. Never questioned under Veritaserum. He was thrown into Azkaban the day after my parents died. That doesn't prove innocence. No. But it suggests someone wanted him gone without examining the evidence too closely. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. Someone powerful. Someone who benefits from certain questions never being asked. The implication hung in the air. You think Dumbledore was involved? Neville's voice was barely a whisper. I think Dumbledore knows more than he's telling. I think there are secrets surrounding my parents' deaths that he's deliberately hiding. Harry's jaw tightened. And I intend to find out what they are. How? Hermione asked. By investigating. By watching. By preparing for whatever comes. Harry stood, beginning to pace. But I can't do it alone. I need people I can trust absolutely. People who know what I am and won't betray me. You're asking us to join you, Ron realized. Like, properly join you. Not just be friends. I'm asking if you're willing to be more than friends. To train with me, fight beside me if necessary, keep my secrets no matter what. Harry stopped pacing, facing them directly. I know it's a lot. I know it's dangerous. You can say no. Not bloody likely, Ron said immediately. After everything last year. We're already in this, mate. Hermione nodded slowly. I have questions. Many questions. But, yes. I'm with you. They all looked at Neville, who had gone very pale. I'm not like you, he said quietly. I'm not powerful or smart or brave. I'm just. Neville. You're exactly who I need, Harry replied. Not because of power or intelligence. Because I trust you. Because when everything went wrong last year, you didn't run. Because I've seen what you're capable of when you stop believing everyone who tells you you're worthless. Neville's eyes were bright. You really think I can be useful? I think you can be essential. A long pause. Then Neville straightened, and something in his posture changed, a hint of the steel Harry had always known was there. Then I'm in. Whatever you need. Harry felt warmth bloom in his chest that had nothing to do with dragonfire. Thank you. All of you. He smiled, a real smile, rare and genuine. Now let's get to work. The next few weeks established a new rhythm. Days were filled with classes, meals, the ordinary routines of student life. Harry maintained his academic performance, good but not exceptional, enough to avoid unwanted attention while learning everything the professors had to teach. But nights belonged to the room of requirement. Harry trained his friends the way Ancalagon had trained him, hard, relentless, accepting nothing less than their best. He couldn't teach them dragonfire, but he could teach them everything else, defensive magic, tactical thinking, physical conditioning, mental discipline. Again, he commanded as Ron failed to maintain a shield against Hermione's stunning spell. Your form broke at the last second. Concentrate. Easy for you to say, Ron panted. You're not the one getting knocked on your arse every 5 minutes. I spent my summer getting knocked on my arse every 5 seconds. This is nothing. Ron grumbled but took position again. This time, his shield held. Better. Hermione, your spell work is excellent, but your physical movements are too predictable. In a real fight, standing still makes you a target. I'm not exactly athletic, then become athletic. Your brain won't save you if someone closes the distance before you can cast. Neville made the most dramatic progress. Without the pressure of comparison, without his grandmother's voice in his head telling him he'd never measure up, he blossomed. His spell work improved weekly. His confidence grew. The clumsy, forgetful boy from first year was slowly being replaced by someone steadier, stronger. You're doing something to him, Hermione observed one night after training. It's not just practice. He's fundamentally different. I'm giving him permission to succeed. Harry watched Neville help Ron to his feet after a particularly intense bout. Everyone else expects him to fail. I expect him to be the person he's capable of becoming. That's either brilliant or manipulative. Can't it be both? Hermione didn't answer, but her expression suggested she was still deciding. Professor Lupin proved to be the best defense teacher Harry had ever had. His classes were practical, engaging, and challenging. Instead of lecturing from textbooks, he brought actual magical creatures into the classroom, boggarts, grindylows, red caps, and taught students how to face them. But it was his private interest in Harry that proved most valuable. Your mother was one of the most talented witches I ever knew, Lupin said one afternoon, when Harry had stayed after class on a flimsy pretense. She had a gift for charms that made the rest of us look like fumbling amateurs. And my father? James was brilliant in different ways. Quidditch, transfiguration, getting into trouble. Lupin smiled, but it was tinged with old pain. He was also fiercely loyal. Once you had his friendship, he would die for you. You were close to them. We were brothers. James, me, Sirius, Peter, the 4 of us were inseparable. Lupin's expression darkened. Until Sirius proved that brotherhood meant nothing to him. He believes Black is guilty, Ancalagon observed. Genuinely believes it. But does that make it true? What happened that night? Harry asked quietly. The night they died. Lupin was silent for a long moment. Your parents were in hiding. The Fidelius charm, you know what that is? A protection that hides a location in a single person's soul. The secret keeper. Yes. Sirius was supposed to be the secret keeper. James trusted him completely. Lupin's voice went rough. But Sirius gave them up. Told Voldemort where to find them. When Peter confronted him about it, Sirius killed him along with 12 Muggle bystanders. And then he just waited to be captured. He was laughing when the Aurors arrived. Standing in the middle of the destruction, laughing. Lupin shuddered. They said he'd gone mad. Personally, I think he'd always been mad. We just never saw it. This doesn't fit, Ancalagon mused. A man clever enough to hide his betrayal for months, who then commits mass murder in broad daylight and waits for capture. The behavior pattern is inconsistent. You think he was framed? I think someone wants it to look like he wasn't. Harry tucked the conversation away for later analysis. The truth about Sirius Black was buried somewhere, he just had to dig deep enough to find it. The attack came in October. Harry was walking back from a late training session when he felt the presence, cold, predatory, far more powerful than any Dementor. I know you're there, he said to the shadows. Show yourself. A man stepped from the darkness. He was gaunt, ragged, with matted black hair and eyes that burned with desperate intensity. Sirius Black. "Hello, Harry," he said. His voice was hoarse from years of disuse. "You've grown." Harry's hands ignited with flame. "Give me one reason not to burn you where you stand." "I didn't betray your parents." "Everyone says you did." "Everyone is wrong." Black took a cautious step forward, hands raised. "I was framed, Harry. Peter Pettigrew, he was the real secret keeper. He was the traitor. Pettigrew is dead." "No. He's alive." Black's eyes glittered. "He's been hiding all these years, right under everyone's noses. Hiding as a rat." "A rat," Ancalagon repeated. "Interesting. Pettigrew was one of the marauders, the group of friends that included your father and Black. If one of them was an unregistered animagus. Ron's rat. Scabbers. It's been in his family for 12 years. Harry felt the pieces clicking together. The inconsistencies in Black's story, the hasty trial, the suspicious behavior patterns, all of it suddenly made terrible sense. "You're telling me Peter Pettigrew has been living as Ron Weasley's pet rat for over a decade?" "Yes." Black's face twisted with hatred. "Waiting. Watching. Looking for a chance to return to his master. And you escaped Azkaban to find him?" "I escaped to protect you. The moment Pettigrew learns the Dark Lord is returning, he'll try to help. And you'll be in danger." Harry studied the man before him. Black was clearly damaged, years in Azkaban left marks that couldn't be hidden. But his magical signature, his heartbeat, the way his pupils dilated when he spoke of betrayal, all of it suggested truth. "He believes what he's saying," Ancalagon confirmed. "Whether it's accurate is another matter, but he's not lying." Harry let the flames die. "Prove it. Bring me the rat. I have ways of forcing him back to human form. And if you're wrong? If Scabbers is just a rat? Then you can turn me over to the Dementors yourself." Black met Harry's eyes. "I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to give me a chance to prove my innocence." A long moment passed. Then Harry nodded slowly. "Stay hidden. I'll bring you the rat." Capturing Scabbers proved more difficult than expected. The rat, sensing danger, had been increasingly agitated for weeks. When Harry finally cornered him in Ron's dormitory, the creature bit through Ron's finger and fled out the window. "Bloody hell!" Ron swore, clutching his bleeding hand. "What's gotten into him?" "More than you know." Harry was already moving, tracking the rat's magical signature through Ancalagon's enhanced senses. "Come on. We need to catch him." The chase led across the grounds, through the Whomping Willow's secret passage, and into the depths of the Shrieking Shack. By the time they arrived, Sirius Black was waiting, and he had Scabbers pinned against the wall. "Is this him?" Harry demanded. "Yes." Black's wand was out, pointed at the trembling rat. "Watch." He cast a spell Harry didn't recognize. Blue light engulfed the rat, and it began to change, growing, shifting, transforming into a small, balding man with watery eyes and twitching features. "Peter Pettigrew." "No." Pettigrew squealed, scrabbling backward. "Sirius, please, 12 years, Black snarled. 12 years I rotted in Azkaban for your crimes. James and Lily are dead because of you. I had no choice. The Dark Lord, you don't know what he's like, I know exactly what he's like. I know you sold your friends to save your worthless skin." Black raised his wand. "And now you're going to pay." "Wait." Harry stepped between them. "He needs to stand trial. He needs to clear your name. He deserves death. Probably. But we need him alive." Harry turned to Pettigrew, letting dragonfire kindle in his eyes. "You're going to confess everything. Every detail, every lie, every moment of betrayal. And then we're going to let the Ministry decide what to do with you." Pettigrew whimpered. "You don't understand, The Dark Lord will kill me. The Dark Lord is a spirit possessing a teacher's head. Whatever he might do to you someday, I can do to you right now. Harry let flame flicker across his fingertips. Choose wisely. Pettigrew collapsed, sobbing. I'll confess. I'll tell them everything. Just please, please don't kill me. Pathetic. Black spat on the ground near Pettigrew's feet. James would be disgusted. James would want the truth known, Harry said quietly. He'd want his best friend cleared. Black's expression crumpled. For a moment, he looked like what he was, a broken man who'd lost everything, clinging to survival by his fingernails. You're so much like him, he whispered. And like Lily. The best of both of them. I'm trying to be. The professor approaches, Ancalagon warns suddenly. Lupin. He's coming through the tunnel. Harry turned just as the trapdoor burst open. Lupin scrambled through, wand drawn, face pale in the dim light. Sirius, I saw you on the map, he stopped, staring at Pettigrew's cowering form. That's not possible. Hello, Remus. Black's voice was cold. Come to kill me? Or to hear the truth? Lupin's wand trembled. Peter. But you're dead. Sirius killed you. Sirius didn't kill anyone. Harry stepped forward. Pettigrew was the secret keeper. He betrayed my parents, faked his death, and let Black take the blame. Lupin's mind was clearly racing. The secret keeper switch. We decided at the last minute that Sirius was too obvious a choice. Peter volunteered instead. And I trusted him. Black's face twisted. My mistake. Prove it. Lupin's wand was now pointed at Pettigrew. If you're really Peter, prove it. Moony, please, Pettigrew reached for Lupin's robes. You were always kind to me, you wouldn't let them hurt me, I asked for proof, not pleading. The map. Pettigrew gabbled. The Marauder's map, I helped create it, the password is, I solemnly swear I am up to no good, Lupin went white. Only the four of us knew that. The room fell silent. Everyone stared at the sniveling man on the floor, the truth finally, incontrovertibly clear. God, Lupin breathed. Sirius. I'm so sorry. Apologize later. Black grabbed Pettigrew by the collar. We need to get him to the castle. To Dumbledore. Agreed. Lupin looked at Harry, his expression complicated. You figured this out. How? I asked questions nobody else was asking. Harry met Lupin's eyes. And I didn't assume guilty until proven innocent. The walk back to the castle was tense. Pettigrew had to be restrained and silenced, he kept trying to escape or beg for mercy. Sirius stayed close to Harry, as if afraid to let him out of sight. I'm your godfather, he said quietly as they emerged from the Whomping Willow. James and Lily named me. I was supposed to raise you if anything happened to them. I know. If I'd been free, if I'd been able to, you would have been a better guardian than the Dursleys. Harry looked at him steadily. But you weren't there. And I survived anyway. You did more than survive. Sirius's voice was wondering. You became something extraordinary. I had help. Not the time for that conversation, Ancalagon warned. Focus on the immediate situation. They were halfway to the castle when the clouds parted. Moonlight flooded the grounds. And Professor Lupin began to scream. The transformation was horrifying. Lupin's body twisted, bones cracking and reforming, his face elongating into a snout full of razor teeth. Fur erupted from his skin. His robes tore as his body expanded. Werewolf. Run. Sirius shoved Harry behind him. Take Pettigrew to the castle, I'll hold him off, but Pettigrew had already shifted, the bindings falling away as he shrank into rat form and bolted into the darkness. No. Harry started after him. The werewolf howled, a sound of primal hunger and rage, and charged. Sirius transformed into a massive black dog and intercepted, slamming into the wolf with bone-crunching force. They rolled across the grass, tearing at each other, blood and fur flying. Harry's hands filled with dragonfire. He couldn't let Sirius die. He couldn't let the werewolf hurt anyone. The fire will kill him, Ancalagon warned. Lupin is still in there somewhere. Then what do I do? There is another way. But it will require you to reveal more than you've shown anyone. Do it. Harry felt Ancalagon's presence surge forward, flooding his body with power that wasn't quite human. His skin heated. His eyes blazed. And when he opened his mouth, the sound that emerged was not a voice. It was a roar. The dragon's challenge echoed across the grounds, carrying weight and meaning beyond mere sound. It was dominance. Authority. The absolute command of a predator so far beyond wolves and dogs that they might as well be insects. The werewolf froze. It turned toward Harry, yellow eyes wide with something that looked almost like fear. The dog had scrambled away, hackles raised, equally transfixed. Leave. Harry's voice resonated with draconic power. This is not your territory. Go. The werewolf whined, a high, confused sound, and fled into the forbidden forest. Harry let the power recede, breathing hard. Sirius had shifted back to human form and was staring at him with naked shock. What are you? Complicated. Harry scanned the darkness for any sign of Pettigrew. He got away. Forget the rat. What I just saw, later. Harry could hear shouting from the castle, see lights moving across the grounds. We need to get you out of here. Harry, please. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I'll explain everything. But not tonight. Tonight, you need to disappear before the ministry arrives. Sirius hesitated. Then he shifted back into dog form and bounded into the shadows, vanishing as completely as the werewolf had. Harry turned to face the approaching teachers, composing his expression into appropriate shock and confusion. The night wasn't over yet. The aftermath was complicated. Without Pettigrew to present as evidence, Sirius remained a wanted fugitive. The ministry had searched the grounds and found nothing, and they weren't interested in a student's claims about secret animagi and 12-year-old conspiracies. They don't want the truth, Harry told his friends the next morning, back in the room of requirement. They want the case closed. But Black is innocent, Hermione protested. We know he is. We know. We can't prove it. Harry's jaw tightened. Pettigrew is gone. Probably running straight to Voldemort. Professor Lupin resigned, Neville said quietly. I heard McGonagall telling Sprout. He said he couldn't risk another incident. He's a werewolf, Ron said. How did we not notice? Because he's careful. And because people see what they expect to see. Harry stood, beginning to pace. This is what we're up against. Not just dark wizards and ancient dragons, bureaucracy. Politics. Systems designed to prevent change even when change is necessary. So what do? We keep training. We keep learning. We keep building our strength for when the system finally breaks. Harry's eyes were hard. And we wait. Wait for what? Hermione asked. For our moment. When the world is finally ready to hear the truth, we'll be ready to speak it. Summer came, and with it, freedom. Harry returned to his flat in Knockturn Alley, older and wiser, his circle of allies stronger than ever. Letters flew between him and his friends, filled with training schedules and research findings and the careful plans of young people preparing for war. Sirius wrote too, coded messages delivered by a handsome tropical bird that asked no questions. He was hiding somewhere warm, gathering information, waiting for his chance. You've grown, Ancalagon observed one evening as Harry practiced flame manipulation in his cramped living space. In power and in wisdom. Not enough. Pettigrew escaped. Voldemort is still gathering strength. And somewhere out there, other dragons are waking. Yes. I feel them more clearly now. 3 at least, possibly more. They're cautious, probing, waiting, assessing the threat you represent. What do they want? What all dragons want. Power. Territory. Dominance. Ancalagon's presence stirred restlessly. They will not remain passive forever. Eventually, they will demand to know who dares carry my soul. And when they do, we must be ready to answer. Harry let the flame dance across his fingertips, watching the shadows it cast on the walls. So much still to do. So many battles still to fight. But he was not the frightened child who'd received a letter from Hogwarts 2 years ago. He was not the desperate boy who'd faced Quirrell with nothing but instinct and luck. He was Harry Potter. He carried the soul of Ancalagon the Black. And whatever came next, he would face it with fire in his blood and allies at his back. The world was getting darker. But Harry intended to burn all the brighter. Deep in the mountains of Norway, the ancient drake that had awakened months ago finally broke through the last of the stone trapping it beneath the earth. It emerged into moonlight for the first time in 3 millennia, a creature of scales and shadow, smaller than it had once been but still terrifyingly vast. Its wings stretched experimentally, catching the wind. It could feel Ancalagon clearly now. Feel the impossible truth of the Black Terror's soul bound to mortal flesh. The drake had been patient. It had watched and waited and gathered strength. Now it was time to move. It launched into the sky, heading south, following the beacon of power that burned like a star in its ancient senses. War was coming to the magical world. The dragons would see it done. Chapter 5, Inheritance of Ashes. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by an owl that looked like it had been through a hurricane. Harry was halfway through his breakfast, bread and cheese from the vendor down the alley, eaten standing at his window overlooking the crooked rooftops of Nocturne, when the bedraggled bird crashed through his open window and collapsed on his table. Dramatic entrance, Harry observed, untying the scroll from its leg. The owl hooted weakly and stole a piece of cheese. The letter was from Sirius, the handwriting cramped and urgent. Harry, something's happening. The dark mark appeared over a Muggle village in Albania 3 nights ago. 13 dead, all drained of life. The Ministry is covering it up, but my sources confirm, Voldemort isn't just a spirit anymore. He's found a way to feed without a host. There's more. Whispers in the underground about ancient powers stirring. Dragons, Harry, real ones, not the beasts in Romania. Something old is moving in the mountains of Scandinavia. People have seen lights in the sky, heard roars that shake the earth. I don't know what any of this means, but I know it connects to you. Be careful. Be ready. Stay alive. Padfoot. Harry read the letter twice, then burned it with a thought. He's right, Ancalagon said. The Dark Lord has discovered alternative means of sustaining himself. And the stirring in Scandinavia, that will be Thrimjack. You know this dragon? I know of him. A lesser Wyrm, one of Glorung's spawn who survived the War of Wrath by hiding in the deep places of the world. He was cunning but cowardly, he fled rather than face the host of Valinor. Is he dangerous? To mortals. Extremely. To us. Ancalagon's presence shifted with something like contempt. He was never my equal. But diminished as I am, bound to mortal flesh, the contest would not be certain. Harry stared out the window at the twisted spires of Nocturne Alley, thinking. 2 threats converging. Voldemort growing stronger, ancient dragons waking. And he was 14 years old, living in a slum, trying to build an army out of schoolchildren. What do we do? What we've always done. Train. Prepare. Grow stronger. Ancalagon's voice hardened. The time for hiding is ending, small one. Soon, you'll have to choose, remain in the shadows and be hunted, or step into the light and become the hunter. I thought you said revealing ourselves was dangerous. It is. But remaining hidden while enemies gather is more dangerous still. The question is not whether to act, but when. Harry reached for his quill and began writing responses to his friends. The summer just got more complicated. The Quidditch World Cup changed everything. Harry had received tickets from Mr. Weasley, a peace offering, perhaps, after the Ministry's bungling of Sirius's case. He'd accepted, partly because refusing would raise questions, partly because he needed to assess the current state of magical Britain's defenses. What he found was chaos masquerading as celebration. The campground was a disaster of magical excess, wizards incapable of dressing like muggles, enchanted tents larger than manor houses, and security so lax that Harry spotted 3 separate dark artifacts being traded openly before he'd walked 100 meters. "They're not taking the threat seriously," Ancalagon observed. "The Dark Lord's servants could walk through this crowd unchallenged." "They probably are." Harry found the Weasley tent and endured the enthusiastic greetings of Ron's family. Arthur Weasley was kind but distracted, his ministry colleagues demanding constant attention. Molly fussed over Harry's thin frame and pale complexion with motherly concern that made something in his chest ache. "You look half-starved, dear. Are those relatives of yours feeding you properly?" "I'm fine, Mrs. Weasley." "Really? Humph. We'll see about that. Ron, take Harry to your room and let him rest before the match." The tent's interior was impossibly spacious, multiple bedrooms, a full kitchen, a sitting area with mismatched furniture. Ron led Harry to a cramped space near the back, talking excitedly about the teams and the players and the spectacular moves they'd witnessed tonight. Harry listened with half an ear, his senses stretched wide, cataloging everything. Hermione arrived an hour later, her parents having dropped her at a designated apparition point. She looked windswept and slightly nauseous. "I'll never get used to magical travel," she muttered, dropping onto the bed next to Harry. "Did Sirius's letter reach you?" "Yes. We need to talk tonight, after the match." "Agreed. There's something else, too." Hermione's voice dropped. "I've been researching the Triwizard Tournament. It's supposed to be held at Hogwarts this year." "I know. Dumbledore announced it in his end-of-term speech. What he didn't announce is that the age restriction has been controversial. There's a faction in the Ministry pushing to allow younger students to compete." Hermione met his eyes. "And some of them are specifically mentioning you. They want to test you," Ancalagon realized. "See what the boy who lived can really do. Or get me killed in a tragic accident. Who's pushing for it?" "I couldn't find names. The records are sealed." Hermione's jaw tightened. "But someone wants you in that tournament, Harry. And I doubt it's for your benefit." Harry filed the information away. Another piece of a puzzle that grew more complex every day. "We'll deal with it when we get there. For now, let's try to enjoy the match." Hermione's expression suggested she found that unlikely, but she nodded. The match was spectacular. Ireland versus Bulgaria, the 2 best teams in the world, playing at a level that made professional Quidditch look like a children's game. Harry watched with genuine appreciation. Flight was flight, and these players pushed the boundaries of what broomsticks could do. But even as he tracked the Quaffle's movement and admired Victor Crumb's legendary feinting, part of his mind remained alert. "Something's wrong," Ancalagon warned halfway through the second half. "The wards around the stadium are weakening." "Sabotage? Possibly. Or simple incompetence. There are too many wizards in one place, all using magic simultaneously. The protective enchantments are straining." Ireland won, but Harry barely noticed. He was too busy tracking the subtle deterioration of the magical barriers that kept the gathering hidden from Muggle eyes. The attack came at midnight. Harry was lying awake in the Weasley tent, listening to Ron's snores and Hermione's restless shifting, when screams erupted outside. Not the screams of celebration, screams of terror. He was moving before the second cry faded, wand in hand, dragonfire already kindling beneath his skin. The campground was chaos. Tents burned. People ran in every direction, some clutching children, others simply fleeing blindly. And in the center of it all, a group of figures in black robes and silver masks marched through the destruction, wands raised. Death Eaters. Harry, wait, Hermione grabbed his arm, but he shook her off. Get the others to safety. I'll handle this. You can't fight them alone. Watch me. He plunged into the crowd, moving against the flow of panicking wizards. The Death Eaters were ahead, torturing a Muggle family they'd levitated above the flames, a man, a woman, 2 small children, all screaming as they spun helplessly in the air. Harry felt cold rage settle over him like a familiar cloak. How many? 7 that I can sense. More may be hiding. Enough. He burst from the crowd at a dead sprint, hands blazing with black-edged flame. The nearest Death Eater barely had time to turn before fire engulfed his robes. The man screamed and dropped, rolling frantically to extinguish the flames. His companions spun, wands rising. Harry was already among them. He fought like Ancalagon had taught him, fast, brutal, exploiting every opening. A curse passed through the space where his head had been a heartbeat before. He ducked under a killing curse, came up inside the caster's guard, and drove a flame-wreathed fist into the man's sternum. The Death Eater flew backward, robes smoldering, and didn't get up. What the hell? Another masked figure tried to apparate away, but Harry's hand closed on his wrist first. Going somewhere? Fire pulsed through the contact point. The Death Eater shrieked as his arm blistered, his concentration shattering along with his escape attempt. The remaining attackers broke. They fled in different directions, abandoning their victims, their formations, their dignity. Harry let them go. He wasn't interested in killing, only in stopping the immediate threat. The Muggle family drifted to the ground as the levitation spells collapsed. Harry caught the youngest child, a girl, maybe 5, before she could hit the earth. It's okay, he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. You're safe now. The girl stared at him with wide, tear-filled eyes. You're on fire. Harry looked down. Flames still flickered across his hands, though they'd dimmed from the blazing inferno of combat. I won't hurt you. He let the fire die completely. Can you walk? She nodded shakily. Her family was gathering themselves, the father clutching his wife, the mother reaching desperately for her children. Get out of here, Harry told them. Find the ministry officials, they'll help you. He didn't wait for a response. More screams were echoing from elsewhere in the campground, and the night wasn't over. By dawn, the attack had ended. The Death Eaters had vanished, most operating away, a few captured by ministry aurors who'd arrived far too late to be useful. The dark mark hung over the campground, a massive green skull with a serpent protruding from its mouth, casting sickly light over the destruction. Harry found his friends near the edge of the forest, surrounded by other refugees. Hermione looked pale but determined. Ron was trying to comfort Ginny, who'd seen things no 13-year-old should witness. You're alive. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm, checking him for injuries. When you ran off, I thought, I'm fine. You fought them. Ron's voice was strange, awed and frightened in equal measure. Dean saw you. Said you took on half a dozen Death Eaters single-handed. Dean exaggerates. Does he? Hermione's grip tightened. Harry, what you did was reckless. Stupid. You could have been killed. But I wasn't. Harry met her eyes. And those people would have been tortured to death if I hadn't intervened. That's not the point, it's exactly the point. Harry's voice hardened. The ministry failed. The Aurors failed. Someone had to do something, and I was the only one who could. Hermione's mouth opened to argue, then closed. She knew he was right. They all did. The dark mark, Neville said quietly. He'd been standing apart, watching Harry with an expression that was hard to read. Someone conjured it near the forest. The Ministry's saying it was a Death Eater who escaped. It was Barty Crouch's house elf, Harry said. How do you know that? I saw her fleeing the scene with a wand that wasn't hers. Harry's mind was racing, connecting dots. She was found unconscious nearby. The Ministry dismissed it as coincidence, but house elves don't just acquire wands and cast dark magic. You think she was set up? I think someone wanted the mark seen. Wanted to. Harry looked at the fading skull in the sky. The Death Eaters are back. And they're not hiding anymore. The game is changing, Ancalagon observed. The Dark Lord's servants are growing bold. They believe their master's return is imminent. Is it? Soon. The signs are all pointing the same direction. War is coming, Harry. Whether the wizarding world is ready or not. The train to Hogwarts was subdued. Students huddled in compartments, whispering about the attack, about the dark mark, about the rumor spreading through magical Britain like wildfire. Harry sat with his friends in their usual spot, but his mind was elsewhere. The tournament, Hermione said quietly. It's still happening. Despite everything, they're going forward with it. Of course they are. Harry's voice was bitter. The Ministry needs a distraction. Something to make people forget that Death Eaters walked openly through a crowd of thousands and the Aurors did nothing. It's supposed to be about international cooperation, Ron offered. Strengthening bonds between schools. It's about spectacle. Entertainment. Harry shook his head. Bread and circuses. You don't want it to happen. I don't want to be used as a pawn in someone else's game. Harry met Ron's eyes. And I have a feeling that's exactly what's going to happen. Hogwarts welcomed them with familiar warmth. The castle hadn't changed, still ancient and beautiful and humming with magic that Harry could feel in his bones. But everything else had shifted. Dumbledore's opening speech confirmed the Triwizard Tournament, introducing the delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang who would arrive in October. He mentioned the age restriction, 17 and over, and Harry felt some of the tension in his shoulders ease. They didn't lower it, Hermione breathed. You're safe. For now. But something in Dumbledore's eyes when they found Harry across the Great Hall suggested the matter wasn't entirely settled. October brought the foreign students and a new complication named Mad-Eye Moody. The retired Auror had been recruited to teach defense against the dark arts, and his first lesson made a strong impression. He demonstrated the 3 unforgivable curses on spiders: control, torture, death, while the class watched in horrified fascination. You need to know what you're facing, Moody growled, his magical eye spinning independently of his regular one. The dark arts aren't theoretical. They're real, they're deadly, and they don't care about your feelings. Harry watched the demonstration with professional interest. The Imperius Curse could be resisted with sufficient mental discipline, and Ancalagon had already taught him techniques that would make control nearly impossible. The Cruciatus was pain, pure and simple, and pain could be endured. The Killing Curse. Nothing can block it, Moody said, as if reading Harry's thoughts. No shield, no protection, no counter-curse. The only defense is to not be where it's going. He's not wrong, Ancalagon observed. The Killing Curse is absolute. Even my fire cannot stop it. But I survived it once. Your mother's sacrifice created a unique protection. That circumstance cannot be repeated. After class, Moody called Harry back. A word, Potter. Harry waited while the other students filed out, Ron and Hermione lingering until he waved them away. I've heard about you, Moody said when they were alone. His magical eye fixed on Harry while the regular one scanned the room. The boy who lived. The one who faced you-know-who at 11 and walked away. I had help. Did you? Moody limped closer, his wooden leg thumping against the stone floor. The way I heard it, you handled things yourself. Fire magic that burned a man to ash. Not something they teach at Hogwarts. Accidental magic. Moody's magical eye world. I've seen a lot in my time, Potter. Fought dark wizards for 40 years. I know the difference between accidental magic and something else entirely. He suspects, Ancalagon warned. This one is more perceptive than most. Or he knows something specific. What are you implying, Professor? Not implying anything. Just observing. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. The tournament's coming up. Important event. People will be watching closely. The age restriction prevents me from entering. Age restrictions can be circumvented. Nothing's impossible for someone determined enough. Moody's magical eye locked onto Harry's face. If your name comes out of that goblet, Potter, you'll have no choice but to compete. I'd prepare for that possibility if I were you. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October wind. Is that a warning or a threat? It's advice. Take it or leave it. Moody turned away, dismissing him. Constant vigilance, Potter. That's what keeps you alive. Harry left the classroom with his mind racing. He knows something, Ancalagon confirmed. Whether he's involved or merely informed, he expects your name to emerge. Then someone's planning to enter me against my will. Evidently. The question is who, and how to turn their trap into our opportunity. Halloween came, and with it, the champions. The goblet of fire sat in the center of the great hall, blue flames dancing above its rim. Students from all three schools had been submitting their names for weeks, the anticipation building to a fever pitch. Harry sat with his friends, watching the ceremony with outward calm and inner tension. Dumbledore stood beside the goblet, his expression grave but expectant. The moment has arrived, the headmaster announced. The goblet has made its decisions. The flames turned red. A piece of parchment shot into the air, and Dumbledore caught it. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Krum. Applause erupted as the Bulgarian seeker rose and walked to the antechamber. Harry noted the confident set of his shoulders, the predatory grace of his movement. Another burst of flame. Another name. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. A beautiful blonde girl stood from the Beauxbatons table, her expression cool and composed. Harry felt something strange when she passed, a pull, almost magnetic, that made him want to look at her longer. Vila blood, Ancalagon identified. She's part creature. The allure is natural but controllable. Harry shook off the effect and focused on the goblet. Red flames again. Dumbledore's face showed a flicker of something, concern. Anticipation, before smoothing back to neutrality. The champion for Hogwarts is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted as a handsome older boy rose to accept the honor. Cedric looked genuinely surprised but pleased, shaking hands with classmates as he made his way forward. The flames subsided. Dumbledore began to speak again, and the goblet flared red once more. A fourth piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it. Read it. For just a moment, his composure cracked, showing genuine shock beneath. Harry Potter. The great hall went silent. Harry didn't move. Didn't react. Just sat there, feeling the weight of hundreds of stairs pressing against him like physical force. As expected, Ancalagon observed. Someone has forced your hand. I didn't enter. Everyone will think I cheated. Let them think what they want. What matters now is how you respond. Harry rose slowly. The silence stretched, broken only by whispers that were growing louder with every passing second. I didn't enter my name, he said, his voice carrying clearly through the hall. Someone did it for me. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Nevertheless, the goblet's decision is binding. Mr. Potter, please join the other champions. Harry walked toward the antechamber. Every step felt like a lifetime. Behind him, chaos erupted. But Harry kept his eyes forward, his spine straight, his expression controlled. Whoever had done this wanted him off balance. Wanted him scared and confused and easy to manipulate. They had no idea who they were dealing with. The aftermath was brutal. Harry spent hours in Dumbledore's office, subjected to interrogation by the headmaster, Crouch, Bagman, and the furious heads of the other schools. He maintained his story: he hadn't entered, didn't know who had no way to prove his innocence. A likely story, Karkaroff, the Durmstrang headmaster, sneered. The boy who lived, too humble to compete. Please. I didn't enter, Harry repeated for the 20th time. He's telling the truth, Moody said from the corner where he'd been observing. The boy doesn't want this. Look at him, he's bracing for a fight, not celebrating a victory. Alaster, Dumbledore began. Don't alaster me. Someone put his name in that goblet, and it wasn't him. The question is who benefits from Potter being forced into a deadly tournament. Silence fell as everyone considered the implications. The Dark Lord, Bagman said nervously. I think Potter's been targeted since he was 1 year old. I think anyone who wanted him dead would see this as a golden opportunity. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. And I think the boy knows it. I'm standing right here, Harry said coldly. You could ask me directly. All right then. Potter, who do you think entered your name? Harry considered the question. He had suspicions: Moody's warning before the selection, the convenient circumstances, the way Dumbledore's surprise had seemed almost rehearsed. But suspicions weren't evidence. I don't know, he said finally. But I intend to find out. And the tournament? Crouch demanded. You're bound by magical contract. You must compete. Then I'll compete. Harry met each pair of eyes in turn. I'll compete, and I'll win, and when I'm standing at the end with the Triwizard Cup, everyone who thought they could use me as a pawn will understand exactly what they've created. The room went very quiet. Bold, Ancalagon approved. Let them fear what you might become. They should. Because whoever did this has made an enemy they're not prepared for. The first task was revealed a week before it happened. Dragons. Harry learned this from Hagrid, who thought he was doing Harry a favor by sneaking him a preview of the beasts. 4 of them, each more terrifying than the last: a common Welsh green, a Swedish shortsnout, a Chinese fireball, and a Hungarian horntail. That one's the worst, Hagrid said, pointing at the horntail. Nastiest piece of work I've ever seen. They'll be hard-pressed to control her. Harry stared at the dragons, feeling something strange stir in his chest. Distant cousins, Ancalagon observed. Degraded beyond recognition, but the blood is there. They remember what they once were, somewhere deep. Can I communicate with them? Perhaps. The connection might go both ways. The horntail turned its massive head, its yellow eyes finding Harry in the shadows. It didn't attack, didn't roar, just stared, as if it too was feeling something unexpected. She senses me, Ancalagon realized. The dragon soul calling to dragon blood. Interesting. Is that good or bad? It could be either. Dragons are proud creatures. She may see you as kin to be respected, or as a challenger to be destroyed. Harry held the horntail's gaze until Hagrid pulled him away. Best not stare too long, the half-giant said nervously. She's unpredictable enough without provocation. But Harry wasn't worried about provoking the dragon. He was worried about what would happen when they met in the arena. The morning of the first task, Harry's friends gathered in the room of requirement for a final strategy session. You've got a plan, right? Ron asked nervously. Some kind of brilliant scheme you've been working on? Several, Harry admitted. But they all depend on variables I can't control. Like what? Like whether the dragon decides to cooperate. Hermione's brow furrowed. Cooperate? Harry, it's a dragon. They don't cooperate. They might. For the right person. His friends exchanged uncertain glances. The thing inside you, Neville said slowly. The dragon soul. You're planning to use it. I'm planning to try. Harry checked his wand, his robes, the small pouch of emergency supplies he'd prepared. If it works, the task becomes trivial. If it doesn't. If it doesn't, you might get roasted, Ron finished. Hence the backup plans. Hermione grabbed his arm. Harry, be careful. Whatever you're planning, just be careful. I'm always careful. Liar. Harry smiled. Wish me luck. The champion's tent was tense and quiet. Cedric paced in one corner, practicing wand movements under his breath. Fleur sat perfectly still, her expression cool but her hands trembling slightly. Victor leaned against a support post, his face a mask of concentration. Harry sat apart from them, centering himself, reaching for the power that lived in his core. Are you ready? Ancalagon asked. As ready as I'll ever be. Then trust yourself. Trust what we've built together. And if the dragon refuses to acknowledge you, then I improvise. The tent flap opened. Bagman entered, carrying a purple silk bag that squirmed. Champions. Gather round, gather round. Time to discover what awaits you. They each drew a model dragon from the bag. Harry pulled out the Hungarian horntail, exactly as he'd expected. Your task, Bagman announced, is to retrieve the golden egg from your dragon's clutch. You have no time limit, but points will be awarded for speed and style. First up. Cedric Diggory. Cedric went pale but stood, squaring his shoulders. The roar of the crowd outside swelled as he exited the tent. Harry waited. Watched. Listened to the crowd's reactions as Cedric faced his dragon. The task took nearly 20 minutes, Cedric emerged singed but triumphant, clutching his golden egg. Fleur went next. Her approach was more elegant, some kind of sleeping enchantment that nearly worked before the dragon's snort of fire caught her skirt. She retrieved the egg but lost points for the damage. Victor used a conjunctivitis curse, blinding his dragon but causing it to rampage through its own nest. Effective but brutal. The crowd's applause was mixed with boos. Then it was Harry's turn. He stepped into the arena and felt the world contract to a single point of focus. The horntail crouched before him, magnificent and terrible. Her scales gleamed like obsidian. Her eyes burned with ancient fire. Her wings, half spread, could have sheltered an army. She was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen. Now, Ancalagon commanded. Show her what you are. Harry let the power rise. It wasn't the combat surge he'd used against Death Eaters, or the desperate flood that had consumed Quirrell. This was something gentler, a reaching out, a recognition, one dragon greeting another. The horntail's head swung toward him. Her nostrils flared, taking in his scent. Harry walked forward. The crowd went silent. Somewhere, someone screamed at him to stop, to run, to do anything but what he was doing. Harry ignored them all. He stopped 10 feet from the horntail's snout, close enough to feel the heat radiating from her scales. Close enough to see his reflection in her burning eyes. Hello, he said quietly. You're magnificent. The horntail's rumble shook the ground. Harry raised his hand. Let dragonfire kindle in his palm, not threatening, just present. A sign, a signal, a shared language. The horntail's eyes widened. She feels it, Ancalagon breathed. The soul she's been dreaming of for centuries. The memory of what her kind once was. Harry took another step. His hand touched the horntail's snout. Her scales were impossibly hot, but the fire in his blood matched them. He felt her mind brush against his, vast and alien and old, but not hostile. Curious. Wondering. "I'm not here to hurt you," Harry murmured. "I just need the egg. Your eggs will be safe." The horntail was still for a long moment. Then she stepped aside. Harry walked past her, through the nest of real eggs, and picked up the golden one. It was warm in his hands, pulsing with whatever magic it contained. He turned back to the horntail and bowed. She dipped her massive head in return. The crowd erupted. That was impossible. Harry sat in the medical tent, ignoring Madame Pomfrey's attempts to examine him while Hermione paced and ranted. That was absolutely, categorically, completely impossible. Dragons don't just let people walk up to them. Dragons don't acknowledge bows. Dragons don't, apparently this one did. How? Harry looked at his hand, still warm from the horntail's touch. "I asked nicely." Hermione made a sound of pure frustration. Ron just stared at Harry with something approaching awe. "Mate," he said slowly, "I've seen a lot of mental things since I met you, but that was something else." "The dragon recognized what I carry," Harry said quietly. "The soul speaks to her blood. We're not enemies, we're family, in a way." "Family?" Hermione's voice was faint. "You're telling me you're related to Hungarian horntails? In the same way that wolves are related to dogs. The connection is distant, but real." Neville appeared in the tent entrance, his face pale. "Harry, the judges are arguing. They don't know how to score what you just did. Perfect score or disqualification. Both are being suggested." Neville swallowed. "Karkaroff is furious. He's saying you used dark magic to control the dragon." "Of course he is." Harry stood, brushing off Madame Pomfrey's protests. "Let them argue. I retrieved the egg without violence, without damage, in less than 5 minutes. By any objective measure, I won." He walked out of the tent into a wall of sound, cheering, shouting, questions screamed from every direction. Reporters pushed forward, cameras flashing, quills scribbling furiously. "Harry! Harry! How did you tame the dragon? Mr. Potter, what spell did you use? Is it true you're part creature?" Harry ignored them all, pushing through the crowd with his friends forming a protective cordon. He needed time to think, to process, to understand what had just happened. Because something had changed when he touched the horntail. Something fundamental had shifted in his connection to Ancalagon, to the magical world, to the power he carried. What was that? He asked silently as they reached the relative quiet of the castle. "What did she show me?" "Memory," Ancalagon replied. "She showed you what dragons remember, the First Age, the Great Wars, the world before it was broken. She showed you what we were. It was beautiful. It was glorious. And it was destroyed, by gods and elves and the forces of so-called good. Ancalagon's presence burned with old anger. They called us monsters. Servants of evil. They hunted us to near extinction and celebrated their victory. Is that why you chose me? To rebuild what was lost?" A long pause. "Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply refuse to accept oblivion. The reasons matter less than the result. Which is that you and I together carry the memory of an age that will never return. And perhaps, we can create something new from its ashes." Harry reached his dormitory and collapsed onto his bed, the golden egg clutched to his chest. Something new from the ashes. He could work with that. December brought the Yule Ball and complications of an entirely different nature. As a champion, Harry was required to attend with a partner. This presented problems he hadn't anticipated. "You could ask Hermione," Ron suggested, earning a sharp look from the witch in question. "Hermione and I are friends. It would be awkward." "It would be practical," Hermione countered. "Neither of us wants romantic entanglement. We could attend as allies." The whole school would assume we're dating. Since when do you care what the whole school assumes? Harry sighed. She had a point. Fine. Hermione, would you do me the honor of attending the Yule Ball as my ally and friend? Hermione smiled. I'd be delighted. Now can we please focus on the second task? The egg screams when I open it, and I'm certain that's not supposed to be melodic. The egg puzzle consumed the next several weeks. Harry tried every approach he could think of, heating the egg, cooling it, subjecting it to various magical analysis charms. Nothing worked. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Water, Cedric said, catching Harry in the corridor. Put it underwater and listen. Harry blinked. Why are you helping me? Because you helped me. Cedric shrugged. During the task, you calmed that dragon somehow, and it affected all of them. Mine was half asleep by the time I faced it. True, Ancalagon confirmed. Your connection to the horntail resonated through the enclosure. The other dragons felt it. Thanks, Harry said. I appreciate it. Just repaying the debt. Cedric started to walk away, then paused. You're not what they say, you know. The papers, the rumors, they're wrong about you. What do they say? That you're arrogant. Power-hungry. Dangerous. Cedric met his eyes. You're none of those things. You're just, different. And that scares people. Harry considered this. Maybe they're right to be scared. Maybe. But I've been competing against you for months now, and I've never seen you hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. Cedric smiled. That counts for something. He left Harry standing in the corridor, thinking about perceptions and realities and the vast gap between them. The Yule Ball was a spectacle. Harry had transfigured his dress robes into something acceptable, dark green, fitted, with subtle patterns that caught the light. Hermione had done something miraculous with her hair and acquired a dress of periwinkle blue that made her look like someone entirely different. You clean up well, she observed as they descended the staircase together. So do you. Victor Crumb looks disappointed. Hermione flushed. He asked me to the ball weeks ago. I turned him down. Why? Because I'd rather attend with someone I actually like talking to. She glanced at him. Besides, can you imagine the headlines? Mudblood steals tournament champion. I'd never hear the end of it. Don't use that word. I'm reclaiming it. Taking the power out of it. Hermione's chin lifted. Let them call me whatever they want. I know what I'm worth. Harry felt a surge of fierce pride. Yes. You do. The ball was everything he'd expected, too many people, too much noise, too many eyes following his every move. He danced with Hermione, then with McGonagall at the deputy headmistress's insistence, then with Fleur Delacour, who turned out to be surprisingly good company when she stopped trying to impress people. You are different, she said, her French accent lending the words a musical quality. The other champions, they fight for glory, for pride. You fight because you have no choice. Is it that obvious? To me, yes. I am part Vila. I can feel intentions. Desires. She studied his face. You desire nothing for yourself. Only protection for others. That's not entirely true. I have ambitions. But not selfish ones. Fleur smiled. You are either the best person in this tournament or the most dangerous. I cannot decide which. Maybe both. Maybe. She squeezed his hand. Good luck with the second task, Harry Potter. I suspect you'll need it. She drifted away to find her sister, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. She sees clearly, that one, Ancalagon observed. The Vila blood grants perception beyond normal human range. Did she sense you? Perhaps. She sensed something. But even she cannot penetrate all our mysteries. Harry found a quiet corner and watched the dancing, the politics, the intricate social games being played across the ballroom. Somewhere in this castle, someone had entered his name in the goblet of fire. Someone wanted him in this tournament, facing dangers that could kill him. He intended to find out who. And when he did, they would learn exactly what happened to those who tried to use Harry Potter as a pawn. The underwater revelation came 3 days later. Harry submerged in the prefect's bathroom. Cedric had given him the password, and opened the egg beneath the surface. The screaming transformed into singing. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Mere people. The Black Lake. 1 hour to recover something precious from its depths. A hostage situation, Ancalagon concluded. They'll take someone you care about. Hermione. Or Ron. Maybe both. Then you must be prepared to retrieve them quickly. Water is not your natural element. Harry dried off and began researching solutions. Gillyweed could grant water breathing, but acquiring it might prove difficult. The bubblehead charm was simpler but less effective. Transfiguration into an aquatic creature was theoretically possible but well beyond his current skill level. Unless. The fire, Harry thought slowly. Can it work underwater? Dragonfire burns anywhere. It is not truly fire as mortals understand it, it is destruction given form. Water cannot extinguish it. But can I maintain it while submerged? You can do anything you are strong enough to will into existence. The question is whether you're strong enough. Harry considered. Then he smiled. Let's find out. February arrived, and with it, the second task. Harry stood at the lake's edge, watching the dark water ripple in the winter wind. Beside him, the other champions made their final preparations. Victor transfigured his head into a shark's, Fleur produced a bubblehead charm, Cedric did the same. When the cannon sounded, they all dove. The cold hit Harry like a physical blow. Black water closed over his head, pressing against him from all sides, trying to crush him, to freeze him, to drown him. He let the fire rise. It started in his chest, spreading outward through his veins, heating his blood to furnace temperatures. Steam bubbled up from his skin as the water around him superheated. His eyes blazed orange in the darkness, cutting through the murky depths like searchlights. Yes, Ancalagon purred. Let them see what a dragon can do. Harry swam downward, propelled by strokes that left trails of steam in his wake. The pressure increased, the darkness deepened, but the fire kept him warm, kept him moving, kept him alive. Grindylows attacked in swarms, small, vicious, razor-toothed. Harry burned through them without slowing, their shrieking deaths marking his passage through the deep. He found the Mere People village after 20 minutes. Crude structures of stone and seaweed surrounded a central square where 4 figures hung suspended, a young girl who must be Fleur's sister, Cho Chang for Cedric, Hermione, and Ron. They'd taken both his closest friends. The others will retrieve their hostages, Ancalagon observed. You cannot carry 2 and still move quickly. Watch me. Harry summoned more fire, letting it flow from his hands in controlled bursts. The water around him turned to steam, creating a pocket of breathable air. He grabbed Hermione and Ron in the same motion, pulling them close, wrapping them in warmth. The Mere People tried to stop him. Their spears bounced off his heated skin. Their claws couldn't find purchase on flesh that burned. Harry rose. He shot through the water like a comet, trailing fire and fury, his friends clutched to his chest. The surface approached, 10 meters, 5, 1, he erupted into the air, carried by momentum and sheer stubbornness, and crashed onto the wooden platform in a tangle of limbs and lake water. Hermione and Ron gasped, coughing, their eyes wide with shock. Harry. Ron's voice was hoarse. What the bloody hell, you're welcome. The crowd was staring. The judges were staring. The other champions, emerging one by one, were staring. Harry had broken every rule, defied every expectation, and saved 2 hostages in less than 30 minutes. Let them stare. The aftermath was complicated but ultimately favorable. Ludo Bagman wanted to award Harry full marks for outstanding display of magical prowess. Karkaroff demanded disqualification for obvious dark magic. Dumbledore remained neutral, his expression unreadable as the judges argued. In the end, they settled on 45 out of 50 points docked for taking too long to assess the situation before acting. That's rubbish, Ron declared in the common room that night. You were the fastest by 20 minutes. They had to penalize something. Harry shrugged. Doesn't matter. I'm in first place going into the final task. Which means you're the biggest target. Hermione's voice was worried. Harry, whoever entered you wants you to reach the end. They're setting you up for something. I know. Harry stared into the fire. The final task is a maze. Something will be waiting for me at the center. Then don't go to the center. I have to. That's where the cup is. That's where this ends. Hermione grabbed his hand. We could run. Leave the country. Let them have their bloody tournament. And then what? Hide forever. Harry shook his head. No. Whatever's coming, I face it. I face it, and I win, and then I find whoever's responsible and I make them pay. The fire crackled. Outside, wind howled against the ancient windows of Gryffindor Tower. We'll be there, Ron said quietly. When it happens. Whatever you need. I know. Harry squeezed Hermione's hand. I know. Spring brought training and preparation and the slow approach of the inevitable. Harry pushed himself harder than ever, spending every spare moment in the room of requirement. He practiced combat magic, obstacle navigation, resistance to magical interference. He taught his friends what he could and accepted their help refining his strategies. And at night, he dreamed of dragons. The dreams had started after the first task, growing stronger with each passing week. He saw through Ancalagon's eyes, ancient memories of fire and flight, of wars against the powers of the West, of the final battle that had ended an age. They're getting clearer, he observed one morning. More detailed. Our bond is deepening. The longer we share this body, the more fully our souls merge. Is that dangerous? It is inevitable. Eventually, there will be no clear line between Harry Potter and Ancalagon the Black. We will simply be ourselves. Harry wasn't sure how to feel about that. The dragon's presence had been his constant companion for as long as he could remember, but the idea of fully merging. Does it frighten you? Should it? That depends. Do you wish to remain purely human? Harry thought about the question. Thought about the Horntail's acknowledgement, the power flowing through his veins, the fire that burned away his weakness and left something stronger in its place. No, he decided. I don't think I do. Then there is nothing to fear. Only change. And change, small one, is the nature of all living things. June arrived, and with it, the final task. The maze rose from the Quidditch pitch, hedges towering 20 feet high, pathways shifting and changing as dark magic warped the labyrinth. Harry stood at the entrance with the other champions, listening to Bagman's instructions. First to reach the cup wins. Simple as that. Nothing about this is simple, Ancalagon observed. The maze reeks of traps and treachery. Harry entered first, his lead in points giving him priority. The hedges closed behind him immediately, sealing off any retreat. He moved through the darkness with senses stretched wide. Creatures lurked in the maze, boggarts and blast-ended scroots and a sphinx that demanded riddles. Harry dealt with each obstacle efficiently, barely slowing, his mind focused on a single goal. The cup. The center. The end of whatever game was being played. He found Cedric first, battling an acromantula that had him pinned against a hedge wall. Harry unleashed fire without hesitation, driving the giant spider back long enough for Cedric to escape. "Thanks," Cedric gasped. "That's the second time you've saved me. Third, actually. Let's keep moving." They ran together through the twisting paths, an uneasy alliance formed by circumstance. Victor appeared around a corner, his eyes blank and staring, the Imperius curse controlling his movements. "Get down." Harry shoved Cedric aside as Victor's curse scorched the air where his head had been. Harry's response was precise, a stunning spell that dropped Victor instantly. "Someone's controlling him," Cedric said, shocked. "Who would, doesn't matter. The cups close. I can feel it." They rounded a final corner and found it, the Triwizard Cup, gleaming blue and silver on a pedestal in the maze's center. "Together?" Cedric offered. "Hogwarts wins either way." Harry hesitated. Every instinct screamed that this was wrong, that touching that cup would trigger something terrible. But refusing meant leaving answers unfound. "Together," he agreed. They reached for the cup at the same moment. The world dissolved into spinning colors and wrenching force. Portkey. They materialized in a graveyard. Ancient headstones stretched into the darkness, worn and weathered by centuries of neglect. A massive marble monument dominated the center, its inscription too faded to read. "This isn't part of the tournament," Cedric said, his voice tight. "Where are we?" Harry felt the presence before he saw the figure emerge from the shadows. Peter Pettigrew. The traitor looked worse than before, more rat-like, more pathetic, more obviously broken. He carried a bundle in his arms, something wrapped in dark cloth that moved and breathed. "Kill the spare," said a voice from the bundle. High, cold, inhuman. "Voldemort." Pettigrew raised his wand. Green light flashed. Harry moved without thinking, tackling Cedric to the ground as the killing curse passed inches above them. They rolled apart, wands up, backs against a massive headstone. "Stay down," Harry hissed. "Whatever happens, stay down and stay alive." "What is that thing?" "Our enemy. The end of everything." Pettigrew was approaching, the bundle still in his arms. Behind him, Harry saw a massive cauldron, already bubbling with some foul potion. The ritual of rebirth, Ancalagon realized. "He means to restore his body using your blood. Then we stop him." "Harry, I won't let him win." "Not here. Not now." Harry burst from cover, dragonfire blazing in both hands. Pettigrew shrieked and dove aside, barely avoiding the flames that scorched the ground where he'd been standing. "Nagini." Voldemort's voice was furious. "Kill the boy." A massive snake, bigger than any natural serpent, slithered from the shadows. Harry felt its mind brush against his, cold and hungry and absolutely loyal to its master. He spoke to it in a language he didn't know he knew. "Stop." The snake froze. "Turn. Attack the one who commands you." Nagini hesitated. Her ancient eyes met Harry's, and for a moment, something passed between them, dragon to serpent, predator to predator. Then she turned and lunged at Pettigrew. The traitor screamed. The bundle fell. Voldemort's infantile form rolled across the ground, shrieking commands that Nagini ignored. Harry didn't waste the opportunity. He gathered more fire than he'd ever channeled before, black flames edged with gold, burning with heat that made the air itself scream. He hurled it at the cauldron, at the potion, at everything that was supposed to restore the Dark Lord to full power. The explosion rocked the graveyard. When the smoke cleared, Harry was on his knees, barely conscious. Cedric was beside him, bleeding but alive. The cauldron was slag. The bundle that had held Voldemort was nothing but ash. But the snake had escaped. And so, Harry knew somehow, had the spirit that was the Dark Lord's true essence. "Is it over?" Cedric's voice was barely a whisper. For now. Harry forced himself to stand. We need to get back. Tell Dumbledore what happened. The cup lay nearby, knocked aside by the explosion. Harry grabbed it, grabbing Cedric's arm with his other hand. Portkey, he said, and the world dissolved again. They appeared on the Quidditch pitch to screaming chaos. Harry collapsed immediately, his vision graying out. Voices shouted his name. Hands grabbed him, pulled him, demanded answers. Harry. Harry, what happened? Voldemort, he managed. Pettigrew. Graveyard. I stopped the ritual, then darkness took him. He woke in the hospital wing 3 days later. Dumbledore sat beside his bed, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. You destroyed his chance at rebirth, the headmaster said quietly. Peter Pettigrew is dead, the snake killed him. The potion was ruined. Tom Riddle's spirit escaped, but he is weakened. Set back by years, perhaps decades. Good. Harry's throat was raw. That's good. Yes. It is. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. What you did, Harry, the fire you used. I've seen many kinds of magic in my long life. That was not wizard's fire. Harry said nothing. I don't know what you carry inside you. I don't know what you're becoming. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. But I know this, you are no longer the boy who came to Hogwarts 4 years ago. Whatever choice lies ahead for you, I hope you'll remember that you still have allies. Friends. People who care about your well-being. Like you, Professor. I try to be. Harry met those ancient blue eyes. Then stop manipulating me. Stop testing me. Stop treating me like a piece on your chessboard. Dumbledore flinched, a tiny movement, almost invisible. I've made mistakes, the headmaster admitted. Many mistakes, where you're concerned. I thought I knew best. I thought control was necessary. He sighed. I was wrong. Will you do better? I will try. Dumbledore stood, suddenly looking every one of his 100+ years. Rest, Harry. Recover. When you're ready, we have much to discuss. He left. Harry lay in the darkness, feeling the fire that lived in his blood, thinking about the future. Voldemort was weakened but not destroyed. The dragons were still waking. Dumbledore was still scheming, even if he claimed otherwise. But Harry had bought time. Proved his power. Shown the world, and himself, what he was capable of. The war wasn't over. It was just beginning. In the mountains of Norway, Thrimjack felt the ripple of power that had prevented the Dark Lord's return. The ancient drake lifted his massive head, tasting the magical currents with senses older than human civilization. Dragonfire. True dragonfire, wielded by a mortal hand. Ancalagon's vessel was growing stronger. Soon, very soon, he would have to act. But not yet. Not quite yet. Let the boy grow a little more. Let him think himself unassailable. And then, when he least expected it. Thrimjack rumbled with something like anticipation. The reckoning would be glorious. Chapter 6, The Dragon Wake. Summer arrived with heat that baked the streets of London and turned Harry's Knockturn Alley flat into a furnace. He didn't mind. The fire in his blood kept him comfortable at any temperature, and the solitude gave him time to think. To plan. To process everything that had happened in the graveyard. You destroyed his best chance, Sirius said during one of their covert meetings, his gaunt face illuminated by the single candle Harry allowed. The ritual Pettigrew was preparing, it would have given Voldemort a body immune to most magical attacks. Without it, he's stuck as a spirit indefinitely. Unless he finds another way. There are always other ways. But most of them are slower, weaker, more detectable. Sirius leaned forward. You bought the world years, Harry. Maybe decades. That's not nothing. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does. Sirius's hand found Harry's shoulder. Your parents would be proud. I'm proud. The words hit harder than Harry expected. He'd grown up without parents, without family, without anyone to express pride in his accomplishments. Hearing it now, from his godfather, from someone who'd known him as a baby, who'd loved his parents, who'd spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit, "Thank you," Harry said quietly. "Don't thank me. I haven't done anything worth thanking. You survived. You found the truth. You came back." Harry met Sirius's eyes. That's more than most people could have done. They sat in comfortable silence, two survivors bound by blood and circumstance. "The dragons," Sirius said finally. "You mentioned them before. The ancient ones that are waking. Ancalagon feels them. 3 at least, maybe more. They've been sleeping for millennia, but my emergence has stirred them. Are they a threat? Everything's a threat. But these are old threats. Intelligent threats." Harry stared at the candle flame, watching it dance. They remember what dragons were before they were reduced to beasts. They remember the wars of the First Age. And what do they want? That's what I need to find out. The attack came 3 weeks into summer. Harry was mating, something he did for 2 hours every morning now, building the mental architecture that let him channel Ancalagon's power without losing himself, when his wards screamed a warning. Not subtle probing. Not careful reconnaissance. A full assault. He was on his feet before the first explosion rocked the building, wand in one hand, flames kindling in the other. Through the window, he saw them descending, not wizards, not creatures, but something in between. Drakes. Lesser dragons, each the size of a horse, their scales dull bronze and their eyes burning with intelligence. They dove toward his flat in a coordinated attack pattern, jaws opening to unleash streams of mundane fire. Thrimjack's servants, Ancalagon identified. "He's testing you. Then let's give him something to think about." Harry didn't wait for them to reach him. He burst through his own window, flames wrapping around his body like armor, and met the first drake in midair. The collision was brutal. The drake's fire washed over him, hot, but nothing compared to the dragonfire in his blood. Harry's hands found its throat, squeezed, and twisted. The drake fell, its neck broken. The others hesitated. Whatever they'd expected, a human who fought like a dragon wasn't it. Harry didn't give them time to recover. He launched himself at the nearest pair, fire erupting from every pore. The drakes scattered, shrieking, their formations breaking. Harry pursued, faster than any human had a right to be, and cut through them like a blade through paper. 3 down. 4. 5. The survivors fled, their bronze forms disappearing into the London sky. Harry landed on a nearby rooftop, breathing hard, surveying the damage. His flat was ruined, the building's upper floors had collapsed from the initial assault. Fires burned across Nocturne Alley. And people were staring. Wizards and witches had emerged from shops and homes, wands raised, faces pale with shock. They'd seen the attack. Seen him fight. Seen him fly. So much for secrecy, Ancalagon observed dryly. They would have found out eventually. Perhaps. But you've accelerated the timeline considerably. Harry dropped to street level, extinguishing the flames on his body with a thought. The crowd parted before him, fear and awe mingling in equal measure. "The building," someone whispered. "Did you see, he flew, like a dragon." Impossible, Harry ignored them, pushing through toward what remained of his flat. He needed to salvage what he could before the ministry arrived. He had approximately 4 minutes. He made it 3. The Aurors operat in force, 6 of them, wands drawn, faces grim. Their leader was a tall woman with steel-gray hair and the bearing of someone who'd seen too much death. Harry Potter, she said. It wasn't a question. You're to come with us. Immediately. On what charge? Violation of the International Statute of Secrecy. Unauthorized use of magic. Destruction of property. Her eyes flickered to the ruined building. And possibly murder, depending on what we find in that wreckage. I was defending myself. Those creatures attacked me. You can explain that to the Wizengamot. Resist? Ancalagon suggested. Not yet. Let's see what they want. Harry allowed himself to be escorted, not arrested, exactly, but definitely not free, to the Ministry of Magic. The journey through the flue was disorienting, and he emerged into an atrium that had clearly been prepared for his arrival. More horrors. Ministry officials. And at the center of it all, a face Harry recognized from too many newspapers. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. Mr. Potter. Fudge's voice was cold. It seems we have much to discuss. The interrogation lasted 6 hours. Harry maintained his story throughout. He'd been attacked by unknown creatures, he'd defended himself, the damage was entirely their fault. He answered questions calmly, refused to be provoked, and revealed absolutely nothing about Ancalagon or his true capabilities. You flew, Amelia Bones said for the 10th time. She was the head of magical law enforcement, and her skepticism was palpable. Without a broom. Without apparent magical aid. You flew. I jumped very high. Mr. Potter, there are 47 witnesses who describe you moving through the air under your own power for approximately 90 seconds. Then they were mistaken. 47 people were all mistaken in the same way. Harry shrugged. Mass hysteria. It happens. Bones stared at him. Harry stared back. You're lying, she said finally. Prove it. The silence stretched. Then Bones leaned back, something almost like respect flickering in her eyes. You're not a normal child, Mr. Potter. Whatever you've become, whatever's been done to you or you've done to yourself, it's beyond anything in our records. I'm just a student who was attacked in his home. You're the boy who lived, sole survivor of the killing curse, winner of the Triwizard Tournament, destroyer of the Dark Lord's resurrection ritual. Bones ticked off points on her fingers. You are perhaps the most significant magical being in Britain, and you're sitting in my interrogation room lying to my face with perfect composure. Would you prefer imperfect composure? Despite herself, Bones smiled. I'd prefer the truth. But I don't expect to get it. Then we understand each other. Bones studied him for a long moment. Then she stood, gathering her papers. You're free to go, Mr. Potter. The Wizengamot has decided that the attack on your residence was unprovoked aggression by unknown parties, and your response was proportionate self-defense. How generous of them. Don't push your luck. Bones paused at the door. Whatever you're planning, whatever war you're preparing for, remember that you're not alone in this world. There are people who would help you, if you let them. I'll keep that in mind. She left. Harry sat in the empty room, processing. That went better than expected, Ancalagon observed. They're scared. They don't know what I am, and they can't afford to make me an enemy. Fear can work in our favor. For now. And when it turns to hostility? Then we'll be ready. The letter from Dumbledore arrived the next morning. Harry was staying at the Leaky Cauldron, his flat was unsalvageable, and he needed somewhere the wards were already established. Tom the innkeeper had given him a room without asking questions, accepting gold with practiced discretion. Harry, the events in Nocturne Alley have reached me. I would very much like to discuss them with you before term begins. If you're willing, please come to Hogwarts at your earliest convenience. The password to my office is, Fizzing Whiz Bees. Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, then burned it. Are you going? Ancalagon asked. Yes. It's time to see what the old man really knows. Hogwarts in summer was eerily quiet. The hallways that usually echoed with students' voices were empty and still. Dust motes danced in shafts of sunlight. The castle felt like a sleeping giant, dormant but aware. Harry climbed the spiral staircase to Dumbledore's office and pushed open the door without knocking. The headmaster sat behind his desk, Fawkes the Phoenix on his shoulder. His expression was grave but unsurprised. "Harry. Thank you for coming. You wanted to discuss Knockturn Alley. Among other things." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "Please, sit." Harry remained standing. "I prefer not to." A flicker of something, disappointment, concern, crossed Dumbledore's face. "As you wish." Silence stretched between them. "You know what attacked me," Harry said finally. "The Ministry is calling them unknown creatures, but you know exactly what they were. Drakes. Lesser dragons, created by breeding and dark magic during the First Age." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his eyes were sharp. "I did not know any survived to the modern era. 3 years ago, neither did I. Then I started, changing, and things that were sleeping began to wake. The dragon's soul you carry." Harry went very still. "What do you know about that?" "More than you might expect. Less than I'd like." Dumbledore rose, moving to the window with the slow grace of extreme age. "I've suspected since your first year that something unusual resided within you. The hat's reaction during your sorting. Your ability to produce fire without a wand. The way magical creatures respond to your presence. You've been studying me. Observing. There's a difference." Dumbledore turned back to face him. "I'm not your enemy, Harry. I never have been. But I am cautious by nature, and you are an unprecedented phenomenon." "Unprecedented how?" "In all of recorded history, there is no account of a dragon's soul successfully bonding with a human host. The power differential should have destroyed you. Instead, it seems to have made you stronger." "He knows more than he's letting on," Ancalagon warned. "This one has been scheming for decades. Don't trust his apparent openness." "I know. But he might have information we need." "The soul's name is Ancalagon," Harry said, watching Dumbledore's reaction carefully. "Ancalagon the Black. The greatest of the winged dragons, slain at the end of the War of Wrath." Dumbledore's composure cracked. Just for a moment, a widening of eyes, a sharp intake of breath, but Harry caught it. "Impossible. Ancalagon was destroyed. His soul would have been cast into the void with his master." "Apparently not." Harry let fire kindle in his palm. "He found me on the night Voldemort attacked. The killing curse created an opening, and he took it." "The killing curse." Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "That's why you survived. Not just your mother's sacrifice, the dragon's soul shielded you from the curse's full effect. He consumed the fragment of Voldemort that tried to attach to me. Used its energy to complete the bond." The office went very quiet. Fawkes shifted on Dumbledore's shoulder, trilling a soft note of concern. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice had changed, older now, heavier. "Do you understand what you've just told me? The implications?" "I understand that I carry the soul of one of the most powerful beings ever to exist. I understand that other dragons are waking because of me. I understand that a war is coming, and I'm going to be at the center of it whether I like it or not." "That's not," Dumbledore stopped, collecting himself. "Ancalagon served Morgoth. The first and greatest Dark Lord. His very essence is steeped in evil. Morgoth is dead. Ancalagon is bound to me." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes without flinching. "Whatever he was in the First Age, he's something different now. We both are. You trust him?" "I trust that our survival depends on each other. I trust that he's taught me everything I know about fighting, about strategy, about being strong enough to protect what matters." Harry's jaw tightened. I trust him more than I trust you. The words hung in the air between them. That's fair, Dumbledore admitted slowly. I have not earned your trust. I have made decisions about your life without your input, manipulated circumstances to serve my own ends. I told myself it was for the greater good, but, he sighed. I'm an old man, Harry. I've been playing chess with Dark Lords for longer than you've been alive. Sometimes I forget that the pieces are people. Don't forget again. I'll try not to. Dumbledore returned to his desk, sitting heavily. The drakes that attacked you, they were sent by something. Someone. Do you know who? Ancalagon believes it's another survivor of the First Age. A drake named Thrimjack, one of Glorung's spawn. I've never heard that name. He's been sleeping beneath the mountains of Norway for 3,000 years. My awakening stirred him. And he sees you as a threat? Or a rival? Or a potential ally he wants to test? Harry shrugged. Dragons think differently than humans. Their politics are simpler, everything comes down to power and dominance. That sounds rather like wizard politics, actually. Maybe. But wizards pretend otherwise. Dragons are honest about what they want. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke again, his voice was carefully neutral. What do you want, Harry? Not what the dragon wants, not what I want, not what the prophecy demands. What do you want? Harry considered the question. I want to be strong enough to protect the people I care about. I want to stop Voldemort permanently, not just delay him. I want to face these waking dragons and either make them allies or destroy them before they destroy everything else. He paused. And I want to do it on my own terms. Not as anyone's weapon or pawn. Even if your terms conflict with the greater good. Especially then. Because the greater good is just what powerful people call it when they sacrifice others for their own goals. Harry's eyes were hard. I've read history, Professor. I know what that phrase has justified. Dumbledore flinched as if struck. You're not wrong, he said quietly. I've done things in my past that haunt me still. Made choices that seemed right at the time but led to terrible consequences. He looked at Harry with something like pleading. I don't want that for you. I don't want you to become what I nearly became. Then help me do better. Stop manipulating. Start partnering. Is that possible? Given everything between us? I don't know. Harry moved toward the door. But I'm willing to try if you are. He left without waiting for an answer. The summer ended with fire in the sky. Harry was at the Burrow for the last week of August, a compromise that let him spend time with his friends while maintaining enough independence to satisfy his own needs. The Weasleys were welcoming if slightly wary, still processing the stories about Knockturn Alley. Is it true? Ginny asked one evening, her voice barely above a whisper. That you can fly without a broom? It's complicated. That's not an answer. It's the only answer I can give right now. Ginny studied him with eyes too old for her face. She'd been through things herself, the diary in her first year, the possession by Voldemort's memory. She understood secrets. When you're ready to talk, she said finally, I'll listen. Harry nodded, oddly touched by the offer. The attack came at midnight. Ward screamed. The sky lit up with orange fire. And above the Burrow, visible against the stars, 3 massive shapes circled. Dragons. Real dragons, not the lesser drakes that had attacked London. These were full-grown WIRMs, their scales gleaming crimson and gold, their wingspans wide enough to shadow the entire house. Everyone get inside. Arthur Weasley was shouting, wand raised, face pale. The flu, we need to evacuate, no. Harry stepped into the yard, his voice carrying over the chaos. They're not here for them. They're here for me. One of the dragons descended, the largest, its scales a deep bronze that reflected the firelight. It landed with ground-shaking impact, and Harry found himself staring into eyes that burned with ancient intelligence. Ancalagon the Black. The voice resonated in his mind, bypassing his ears entirely. Or what remains of him? We have waited long to see what form the greatest of us would take. Thrimjack? No. I am Goster, once called the Dread. I served your host in the wars before the breaking. The dragon's head lowered, bringing its massive eye level with Harry's face. You are smaller than expected. Size isn't everything. A rumble that might have been laughter. No. It is not. Power is what matters, and power you have in abundance. Goster's gaze swept the burrow, the terrified Weasleys visible through the windows. These are your allies? Fragile creatures. Mortal and brief. They're my friends. Threaten them and I'll show you exactly how much power I have. Peace, young one. We did not come to make war. We came to assess. Goster settled back on his haunches, wings folding. Thrimjack has been stirring, sending his servants to test you. He believes you are a threat to be eliminated. We wish to form our own judgment. And what have you judged? Another rumble. That you are young. Dangerous. Full of fire that has not yet learned its true shape. Goster's eyes burned brighter. We also judge that Ancalagon chose well. You have the spirit of a dragon, whatever your body's limitations. Harry felt something ease in his chest. You're not going to attack. Not tonight. Perhaps not ever, if you prove worthy. Goster spread his wings, preparing to launch. Thrimjack will not be so easily persuaded. He fears what you might become, a dragon-souled mortal who could command both human and WIRM. He will try to destroy you before that potential is realized. Let him try. Brave words. We will see if you can support them. Goster lifted into the air, his companions falling into formation around him. Until next time, vessel of Ancalagon. May your flames burn bright. They disappeared into the night, leaving silence in their wake. Harry stood alone in the burrow's yard, heart pounding, mind racing. That went better than I expected, Ancalagon observed. Goster was one of yours? A lieutenant, in the old days. Loyal, capable, intelligent. If he's willing to consider alliance. Then we might not be fighting alone. No. We might have an army. The thought was terrifying and exhilarating in equal measure. Harry turned back to the house, where the Weasleys were emerging with expressions of shock and wonder. Harry, Molly Weasley said faintly, did you just negotiate with dragons? Sort of. That's not normal, dear. No, Harry agreed. It really isn't. The Hogwarts Express felt different this year. Harry sat with his friends in their usual compartment, but the conversation was subdued. Word had spread about the dragons at the burrow. About Nocturne Alley. About the boy who lived becoming something altogether more complicated. The prophet's calling you the dragon mage, Hermione reported, scanning the paper with a mixture of irritation and concern. They're claiming you've developed some kind of bond with magical creatures that lets you control them. I don't control anything. I negotiate. That's not how they're spinning it. She set the paper aside. Harry, this is getting serious. People are scared of you. People have always been scared of me. Now they just have better reasons. That's not funny. I'm not laughing. Ron shifted uncomfortably. Mate, what happened at the burrow? Those dragons were massive. And they listened to you. Actually listened. They listened to Ancalagon. I was just the messenger. Is there a difference anymore? Harry considered the question. The line between himself and the dragon's soul had been blurring for years, accelerating since the graveyard. Sometimes he wasn't sure where Harry ended and Ancalagon began. I don't know, he admitted. Maybe not. The compartment fell silent. Whatever you are, Neville said quietly, you're still Harry. Still our friend. That hasn't changed. Hasn't it? Not for us. Neville's voice was firm. You helped me become who I am. You saw something in me when everyone else saw nothing. I'm not going to abandon you just because you're complicated. Seconded, Ron said. Thirded, Hermione added, though her expression remained worried. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stop asking questions. I wouldn't expect anything else. The tension eased slightly. Not gone, but manageable. Harry looked out the window, watching the countryside roll past. 5th year was starting. He had a feeling it was going to be the most challenging yet. Dolores Umbridge was a toad in human form. Harry recognized her the moment she stood to give her speech at the opening feast, the saccharine smile, the pink cardigan, the voice dripping with false sweetness. She represented everything wrong with the ministry: bureaucracy, denial, the prioritization of image over substance. The Ministry of Magic has always considered the education of young witches and wizards to be of vital importance, she simpered, her words landing with the weight of lead. Progress for progress's sake must be discouraged. Tradition and order must be preserved. She's afraid, Ancalagon observed. Afraid of change, of chaos, of anything she cannot control. She's going to try to control me. That should prove entertaining. The first confrontation came in defense against the dark arts, a subject that had been restructured to focus entirely on theory, with no practical spellwork allowed. Wands away, please. You will be reading Chapter 1 of Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbert Slinkard. Harry didn't move to put away his wand. Neither did anyone else. Is there a problem, Mr. Potter? Umbridge's smile widened, showing too many teeth. Yes. This isn't defense against the dark arts. This is defense against dark arts education. The class went very quiet. Excuse me. Last year, I faced Voldemort in a graveyard. Harry ignored the gasps at the name. I fought Death Eaters, trolls, dragons. Reading about defensive theory isn't going to help anyone survive the war that's coming. There is no war coming, Umbridge said, her voice hardening. The Ministry has made that perfectly clear. Whatever delusions you may harbor about the return of you-know-who, his name is Voldemort. And he is returning, whether the Ministry admits it or not. Umbridge's face went purple. Detention, Mr. Potter. My office, tonight, 7 o'clock. Fine. Harry rose from his desk. But while I'm serving detention for telling the truth, you might want to think about what happens when the war you're pretending doesn't exist arrives at your doorstep. He walked out of the classroom without looking back. The detention was designed to break him. A blood quill, an illegal torture device disguised as punishment. The words, I must not tell lies, carved into his hand over and over, his own blood serving as ink. Harry endured it in silence. The pain was real, but pain had never frightened him. He'd survived worse in the Dursleys' house, survived worse in the graveyard, survived worse in his own training. Umbridge watched him with hungry eyes, waiting for him to crack, to beg, to show weakness. He gave her nothing. You may go, she said finally, disappointment evident in her tone. Same time tomorrow. Harry stood, his hand dripping blood, and met her eyes. You should know something, Professor. His voice was calm, conversational. I've faced creatures that would drive you mad just by looking at them. I've killed men who were trying to kill me. I carry something inside me that makes your little quill feel like a mosquito bite. Umbridge's face went pale. You can give me detention every night for the rest of the year. You can take points, assign essays, make my life as difficult as you want. Harry smiled, and there was nothing pleasant in it. But you will never break me. And when the Ministry finally admits that Voldemort is back, when the war you're so desperate to deny burns through everything you care about, I'll still be standing. Can you say the same? He left her sitting in her pink office, surrounded by her kitten plates, and felt nothing but cold satisfaction. The DA formed out of necessity. With Umbridge's curriculum teaching nothing useful, Harry began offering private lessons to students who wanted to learn actual defense. What started as a small study group quickly grew into something larger. "You're building an army," Hermione observed during one of their planning sessions. "I'm teaching people to survive. Is there a difference?" There might not be. The Room of Requirement became their headquarters. Harry had shared its existence with his core group, and now it served as a training ground for anyone willing to learn. Dumbledore's Army, they called themselves, half-jokingly. The name felt more serious every day. Harry taught what he could: shield charms, stunning spells, basic combat movement. The things that had kept him alive through encounters that should have killed him. He couldn't teach them dragonfire, couldn't share Ancalagon's knowledge directly, but he could share the philosophy. "Magic is will made manifest," he told them during one session. "The incantations and wand movements are just training wheels. When you truly believe something will happen, when you demand it with every fiber of your being, that's when you become dangerous." "Sounds like what you did in the graveyard," Seamus Finnegan said. "When you stopped the ritual." "That's exactly what I did. I refused to let Voldemort win, and my magic responded." Can anyone do that? Anyone with enough will, enough desperation, enough love or hate for what they're fighting for. Harry met the eyes of every student in the room. The question is whether you're ready to reach that deep when everything's on the line. The training intensified. The vision started in December. Harry had always dreamed vividly, Ancalagon's memories bleeding through during sleep, but this was different. He saw through someone else's eyes. Felt someone else's emotions. Experienced flashes of cold corridors, guarded doors, burning hatred directed at something just out of reach. Voldemort, Ancalagon identified. The connection still exists. His spirit, weakened as it is, remains linked to your scar. I thought you destroyed that link. I destroyed the Horcrux. But the curse that created it left traces. When his emotions are strong enough, they bleed through. The visions proved useful in an unexpected way. Harry saw Arthur Weasley attacked by a massive snake, Nagini, Voldemort's familiar, during a nighttime patrol of the Ministry. He woke screaming, already reaching for his wand, and managed to alert Dumbledore in time to save Ron's father's life. "You saw through Voldemort's eyes," Dumbledore said later, his expression grave. "Through his connection to the snake. I saw enough. This is dangerous, Harry. If Voldemort realizes the connection works both ways, then he might try to use it against me." "I know." Harry's jaw tightened. "But until we find a way to sever it completely, I might as well use it for our side. The risk is mine to take. Not yours." Dumbledore looked like he wanted to argue, but something in Harry's expression stopped him. "Very well. But please, be careful." "I'm always careful." "No. You're not." The faintest smile crossed Dumbledore's face. "That's what worries me." The confrontation with Umbridge came in February. She'd been pushing all year, new decrees, new restrictions, new ways to tighten her grip on Hogwarts. When she discovered the DA's existence, she saw it as the final justification she needed. Dumbledore took the blame and fled, leaving McGonagall in a precarious position and Umbridge as High Inquisitor with near-total authority. But Harry had prepared for this. "You're insane," Hermione hissed when he told her the plan. "She'll expel you. Arrest you. Maybe worse. She'll try. Harry, trust me." The moment came during a school-wide assembly that Umbridge had called to announce new educational decrees. Students packed the Great Hall, faces sullen, while the pink-clad Toad preened at the head table. "These new measures are for your own good," she simpered. The Ministry is corrupt." Harry's voice cut through the room like a blade. He stood, visible to everyone, and let the fire kindle in his eyes. The ministry is run by cowards and liars who would rather let children die than admit they were wrong. Voldemort is back. Death Eaters are gathering. War is coming. Mr. Potter, you will sit down this instant, no. Harry walked toward the head table, power rolling off him in waves that made students instinctively shrink away. I've tried to work within your system. Tried to follow your rules. But your system is designed to protect the powerful at the expense of everyone else, and your rules exist to keep people like me quiet. Aurors. Umbridge shrieked. Arrest him. But the Aurors she'd stationed at the doors didn't move. They couldn't. Harry's presence, magnified by Ancalagon's power, held them frozen like rabbits before a predator. You want to know what I am? Harry mounted the platform, standing face to face with Umbridge. I'm the thing that keeps you awake at night. The nightmare you can't control, can't manipulate, can't threaten into submission. He raised his hand. Black-edged fire danced across his fingers. I'm done playing your games. From now on, I play my own. The fire vanished. The oppressive presence lifted. But the message had been delivered, to Umbridge, to the ministry, to everyone watching. Harry Potter was done hiding. The aftermath was chaos. Newspapers screamed headlines about the boy who lived threatening ministry officials. The Wizengamot demanded his arrest. Parents sent howlers demanding action against the dangerous radical corrupting their children. But nothing happened. Because every time the ministry tried to move against Harry, something intervened. Witnesses recanted. Documents vanished. Aurors who'd been present at the assembly suddenly couldn't remember what they'd seen. Dumbledore's people, Harry guessed during a late-night meeting with his inner circle. Probably. Hermione looked troubled. But Harry, this can't last. Eventually, someone will push through the interference. I know. That's why we need to act first. Act how? Harry spread a map across the table, the British Isles, marked with locations he'd identified over months of research. Voldemort's Horcruxes. His anchors to immortality. As long as they exist, he can't be truly killed. You know where they are. I know where some of them might be. The ring is at the Gaunt Shack in Little Hangleton. The locket is probably at Grimmauld Place. Sirius mentioned his family had dealings with the Blacks. The cup is likely in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. And the others? Nagini, his snake. Something of Ravenclaw's, probably hidden here at Hogwarts. And maybe one more, I'm not certain yet. Ron stared at the map. You're planning to destroy them. All of them. It's the only way to end this permanently. Kill the Horcruxes, then kill Voldemort. How do you destroy a Horcrux? Harry met his eyes. With something capable of causing damage beyond magical repair. Basilisk venom. Fiend fire. He paused. Dragon fire. The implication hung in the air. You, Neville said quietly. You're going to destroy them yourself. Yes. Harry's voice was steady. I'm the only one who can. The year ended with blood and fire. The ministry fell. Fudge was ousted, replaced by officials who at least acknowledged Voldemort's return. Umbridge was recalled, though Harry suspected she'd slither into another position eventually. The war had officially begun. And Harry stood at the center of it, exactly where he'd always known he'd be. One Horcrux down, he told his friends, holding up the cracked remains of Marvolo Gaunt's ring. 5 to go. How did you? Hermione started. Later. Right now, we need to plan our summer. I'm going to be hunting these things full-time, and I need to know who's with me. You have to ask. Ron's voice was incredulous. We've been with you since the beginning. This isn't Hogwarts Adventures anymore. This is war. Real war, with real death. We know. Hermione's expression was determined. We've known for years. Did you really think we'd abandon you now? Harry looked at his friends, at Ron's stubborn loyalty, Hermione's fierce intelligence, Neville's quiet strength. They'd grown so much since that first train ride. They weren't children anymore. None of them were. Then let's get to work. Miles away, in the frozen wastes of Norway, Grimjack emerged from his mountain for the first time in 3 millennia. He spread wings that could shadow cities and roared a challenge that echoed across continents. Ancalagon's vessel was growing too strong, too fast. The time for testing was over. The time for war had begun. Chapter 7, Fire and Shadow return to Hogwarts with new purpose. Harry must build alliances, navigate increasingly complex politics, and prepare for threats both human and ancient. Ends with the first direct contact from another dragon heir, a challenge, a warning, and a promise of war to come. The real game has only just begun. Romance development Harry/Hermione develops naturally through shared secrets and genuine understanding. Harry/Daphne adds political complexity and represents a different kind of connection. No instant love, relationships built through conflict, trust earned, and moments of vulnerability. Power progression Harry starts strong but constrained. His abilities include, fire manipulation, black-edged flames that burn hotter than normal, enhanced senses and physical capabilities draconic intimidation, presence that makes others instinctively wary, resistance to mental intrusion, Ancalagon guards their shared mind jealously, gradual unlocking of deeper abilities as Ancalagon's soul integrates further. He's not invincible. He can be hurt. He can be outmaneuvered. The dragon's soul makes him dangerous, not omnipotent. Ready to begin Chapter 1 on your prompt. Now.